time. We've reached the final table. We're here from dusk till dawn. It's the WPT Prime UK Championship final table, the very first one to be held on UK soil. Myself, Andrew Hedley, in the booth, joined once more by my partner in crime, Mr. Jay Harwood. Jay, looking forward to this one. It should be a cracker.
Yes, it should, Andrew. Good afternoon to yourself here in Nottingham for the WPT Prime final table, and we have whittled ourselves down to the final 9 from the 274 entries in this one. Going to run you through the lineup. In 1, chip leader Tim Chung. 4.5, Jason Riley. In 2, Mingrui Cen. In 3, Francois Tosques. In 4, Vincent Meli. 5, Chase Wilson. 6, Iulian Petrache. 7, Chris Johnson. 8, and Arron Pointon in the 9 seat.
Very nicely done, Jay. I'm just going to reference right off the bat, Tim Chung, 225 big blinds in front of him. Jay, when's the last time you had 225 bigs in a tournament?
Usually when I've reached a tournament from level 1, first for when it's that 50-100 level and you've got 20k starting stack, that's usually the only time I've got 200 bigs, Andrew. But Tim with a monumental chip lead, and was actually the day 1 chip leader as well, so you don't see that very often. Day 1 chip lead, bags up day 2 chip lead here with the chip lead at the final table.
Yeah, that's it. Tim looking to go wire to wire, as we say, and straight away here looking at a potential 3-bet bluff spot. Does get out of the way. Iulian opening here off sort of 20 big blinds or so, perhaps going to give him credit. That's a pocket 6s here from the hijack. Round 2, Mingrui, ace-5 off. Tricky decision immediately here, Jay. Looks like he's going to flick in a defend.
Yeah, I think what we're likely to see most of the time. Just coming in with a call. Not sure if one we could ever use as potentially a little bluff, but just going to play call and C3.
And look at this. What a start on this final. Ace, king, 6. Iulian with that beautifully disguised bottom set. Could be trouble here for Mingrui right off the bat. Checks it over to the pre-flop aggressor. And this is interesting. Iulian going to check back here on a board that you will see c-bet a high amount of the time. He's going to try and lay a trap. Maybe represent, Jay, some of those sort of king queens, pocket queens, jacks that don't want to put more money in.
Yeah, exactly that. Just mixing in a check with a strong hand. But you'd kind of be interested as Mingrui here, because a board you expect to be c-bet almost always from the opener. Right. So in his head, that check back may be a little suspicious. But definitely going to have to call this turn bet after checking twice.
Yeah, very tricky from Iulian. Now activates. Bets just a shade over half pot here. And Mingrui, of course, with a disguised top pair of his own. SPR getting narrower.
Can't really see any world in which we don't call. Just always calling, seeing a river. Going to be a difficult river spot here because, as you mentioned on flop, king, queen, king, jack, jacks, 10s, hands that would maybe check back for their value of their hand. But once we're met with what we assume is going to be a river bet,
oh,
from Iulian.
Wow.
Oh, my word.
What a run out this is.
Is
5
real?
of diamonds, river.
First hand?
Deary me, are you sure? Improves Mingrui to 2 pairs. And this is going to be a very difficult spot. Interested to see if he ever wants to incorporate leads on the river. Like, he might expect his opponent not to have many flushes, right? Like, Iulian might be a little scared of those backdoor diamonds. And yeah, does decide to bet himself and ends up losing a pretty small pot in the grand scheme. Bet 65k, Iulian with a quick 1-chip call. And Mingrui managing, Jay, pretty well there to avoid damage on hand 1.
Yeah, exactly right. Could have definitely doubled his opponent up there. Nice little block, if you like, on the river. Set his own price, and the 6s not wanting to raise once the flush comes in.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him take a little more time there.
Agreed.
You know, certainly worthy of consideration to raise. Maybe thinking, Jay, that we only get called by a flush. But, I mean, there's going to be some 2 pairs in there. Maybe an ace with a diamond blocker in hand that could get curious. Anyway, great start for Iulian in this final table. we did mention, this is the very first WPT Prime Championship held on UK soil. So we're breaking new ground here this afternoon. Guys, I'll take you through the payouts briefly. 8th place, £6,700, 8,600 for 7th, 11.2 for 6th place, 5th place, 14.7, 4th, £19,500, 26k for 3rd, 35,000 for 2nd, and a whopping £57,660 for the win. Plus, Jay, that little sweetener, 1st place, is going to take home a 10k WPT World Championship package.
Lovely.
So lots to play for. So we see Francois here. First look at him this afternoon. Ace deuce of spades from the cutoff. Comes in for the min raise.
I'm not sure about this one for Mingrui. Expect him to let it go in the small, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think this is one of those type of hands that, you know, earlier in the tournament, I think we are going to look to VPip this hand a lot. But on a final table, kind of dodgy stacks to be going up against. You know, we both have the same. Vincent with a dominating ace does defend out the big with ace-9. Off to the jack 8-10, 2-diamond board. Francois comes up empty. Vincent here, open-ended straight draw with that backdoor nut flush draw, Jay. Checks it over.
Yeah, and Francois, not the most appetising candidate to be continuing. Not much going on for our hand. We'll see what he comes with.
Yeah, don't mind this one as a check back. Maybe look to delay bluff down the streets. It's going to connect with the big blind defend. Very often, of course. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Vincent now improves to the nut flush draw. Decision on him.
Kind of an interesting one, right, Andrew? It's hard to really fold out, but I guess we've targeted stuff like sevens through 4s, this type of stuff. Maybe one that could possibly play check again as Vince, but it's just going to bet his decent amount of equity with the up and down and picked up nut flush draw and does get the worst ace high out of that.
Yeah, I'm with you. We can maybe get a hand like an ace-8 of spades or something, right? To just fold turn, which is kind of nice. But yeah, agreed. A couple of ways to play it. Nice start for him. As we see that whopping chip lead of Tim Chung, 4.5 million, 2 times 2nd place chips. Spot to be in.
And I think Tim's one as well. That will navigate that stack well. And when he gets the hands to use and the opponents to attack, he'll probably go after it. So it could be an interesting watch with a 40% of the chips in play for Tim Chung.
Yeah, I think we had a little glimpse into his mindset on hand 1, looking immediately for a 3-bet bluff spot with the ace-4 off. Obviously, very accomplished player. It's going to be difficult to stop him. But we got some very strong players on this final, looking to run him down. And guys, welcome along, everybody watching along on YouTube, in the YouTube streets. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're rooting against, Jay. I always like that one, you know, a bit of spice. If you have any, you know, if you want to interact with myself and Jay, we do have the chat open. Any questions for us? What did you have for breakfast? I don't know. Any of that's a good type of good stuff. Let us know. We will interact with you as always. Folds round to Vincent here. Little baby suited connector. 6-3 of diamonds in the small. Does elect just to call. Somewhat problematic, Jay. Has one of the other chip leaders, Jason, behind him in the big.
Yeah, one that I think we're still okay to get involved with as well. It depends on opponent as well. If we have got someone that's just pounding on us, it's early in the FT, so it's hard to tell. But someone that is likely to get more aggressive, maybe we can get more passive. But I like just calling here rather than letting it go. Seems too good, the suited 2 gap, or even being just 6 height.
Yeah, and you also just can feel out your opponent a little, right? See how they are going to respond versus limp. Does flop best here on the 9-6-4 rainbow. deciding just to probe 25k into 60, 40% pot. Jason here with just jack high. He's just going to get out of the way. Nice start here, though, for Vincent. Picking up 2 pots back-to-back, always nice in the early goings on the final.
Good for the momentum. Been a good 12 months for Vince as well. Had a EPT final table about 10 months ago.
Oh, nice.
Has had a few final tables across the UK circuit as well this year. So has been a very good 12 months for Vince Meli.
Lovely. Looking to continue that momentum here. Not gonna lie, I asked what people had for breakfast, Jay. You know, it's just like a throwaway line. I'm getting a lot of heat. Nifmus had a Guinness for breakfast. Lovely, love seeing it. Gabrielle, bacon, eggs, mushroom, and bread. Jay, that's a Jay Harwood brekkie, is it not?
That is a me brekkie. I wish I was one of them people, Andrew, though, that could just wake up, have some like natural yogurt, some seeds, just iced water, ginger shot, all that. But I can't. I just can't do it. I haven't got it.
I'm the guy that buys it. I'm the guy that buys it, and then it languishes in the fridge.
Oh no!
And you're like, yeah, you know what? Right, now's the time. I'm gonna get in there, and then it's unfortunately gone moldy by the time I get round to it. It's hard, man. All this, you know, clean living, meditation. All this stuff that poker players pretend they love to do. Right, anyway, enough of our nonsense. Vincent, wow, big old hand, ace, queen of hearts from the button. Oh, and here we go, 2.5x open. Jason, pocket jacks in the small.
Yeah, and we're still fairly deep at this final table, average stack around 55 bigs. And we're starting the hand with around 45 here. So Jason with the jacks are going to be happy to put more chips in against this button open from Vince. See what size he comes with.
Oh, hello. And Arron wakes up with 8s behind with just 11 bigs to start the hand, Jay. Facing a button raise and a 3-bet from an aggressive player, second in chips, who we would expect to 3-bet pretty wide. This is pretty grim with 8s.
Yeah, one thing I will say for Arron, he'll know that if he does jam, Jason's going to always be calling off, not going to be able to have any fold equity here. But the size is kind of strange, Andrew. Like, I'm not sure how I'd read into this size of Jason. Usually going to be bumping it up a lot more in this scenario than just shy of 2.5x.
Yeah, one thing I will say, I think on finals that players are less compelled to defend in position, you know, with the way that the chip stacks are, etc. Like Vincent should defend of course, a lot versus just a 6 big blind 3-bet. But he is going to, you know, if he has like these sort of just ace-8 offs, ace-9 offs and stuff, Jay probably just lets them go. Great laydown from the pocket 8s. Now decision back on Vincent. Interesting spot. With the ace queen of hearts. You would imagine he's just calls, Jay, in position. Probably not looking to 4-bet get this in. And does make the call.
I think that's the key component. Not comfortable 4-bet calling off. Let's see 3.
Well, ace of diamonds in the window. Vincent takes the lead. Jason not going to love this board, of course, with the pocket jacks.
I think something that is interesting, though, as you said, Andrew, a lot of the offsuit ace-X will just fold. And like all this like 8-9 suited, 7-8 suited, once he gets that price, I think Vince is probably going to come along at 45 effective to start the hand. So on first glance, looks like a really bad board being ace high. But I think there's going to be a lot of stuff in there for Vince that we're still well ahead of.
Agree completely. Yeah, you likely can discount hands like ace king. Going to be some ace queen, ace jacks in there, but I'm with you. Jason going to go ahead and probe. That's 80k into 280, around about 30%. Vincent here content to just call. Proves to top 2 on the queen of diamonds turn. 440k now in the middle. Vincent with 700k back. Jason improves to a gut shot to Broadway. Does slow down with a check. Action now on Vince.
I think just setting up for a river jam here as Vince. No need to really get trappy. Maybe some hands in there as well that are going to call a small bet if our opponent has gone for a free bet bluff. King, queen, queen, jack, stuff that pick up the Broadway draw to go alongside a pair.
Sure. It does bet 180. Makes a lot of sense. Looking to set up a river jam. Jason now in a very tricky spot. Hard to imagine that we have the best hand very often, Jay, right? Like, really tough here. It'd have to be something like a King 10 suited, turning itself into a bluff, and does fold. Well played hand. And Vincent, what a start for him. Vaults himself up into third place, 1.1 million. 3 hands played, 3 hands won. Nicely done, sir.
And that's feeling.
We can all take the mics off.
Very nice laydown from the pocket 8. Touch on that again. It's very, very tough to want to fold a hand as strong as that, Jay.
Hello, Jay.
Especially when you're that
versus button small, right?
That's what I was going to say. Especially like in that dynamic when the bug can be wide and like there could be some hands that have 3 outs against us that 3 bet from the small blind, and a lot of discipline there. Very nice fold.
I think you've left us all nervous. You've got all the chips.
I haven't turned up yet. I'm still half asleep. I'm still half asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, on that note.
I walked the beast up now, have I?
Walking with a monster. Walking with a monster now.
All right then, cards back in the air. Here comes Tim Chung, ace-jack of clubs. Middle position. Interesting spot here for Chris Johnson. Let's just quickly defend ace-4 suited. Around about 17 big blinds to start the hand. Both players come up completely empty on the 10-6-3 all heart board. Tim just going to go for a little sprinkle. Look to fold out some hands that potentially have equity against us. Very likely to be hand over.
Yeah, 1 BB should get the job done. All that's needed. No.
Oh.
Say all
he
that's needed. Yeah, Chris goes with raise. Click. Well, not click the raise. 65k, 20k to 65k.
Wow. I don't know what he had for his breakfast, but very nicely done. One thing I will say is that people just kind of auto bet tiny on these mono boards.
Yeah. Yeah,
and,
I agree.
you know, there is some room for some little clicks. Well done, Chris. Picking up a pot that, you know, most players wouldn't find it. Very nicely done.
Very good player, Chris Johnson. Been on the live circuit for a long time now.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of these final tables consistent. Deep run after deep run. Had a title earlier in the UK, winning a GUKPT earlier this year. And then just looking at the resume, so many final tables for the man over the course of like 5-6 years.
Yeah, Christopher, very, very strong. Looking to spin that stack up and get into contention. A little glimpse into his mindset. Going for it right off the bat. Back into it we go. Chase here. Finds ace king from under the gun. Mingrui had a couple of tricky spots already. This is certainly one that you could consider as a 3-bet bluff, Jay, but does just get out of the way.
Chase hasn't really been involved yet. This is his first hand, decides to open under the gun. Like, it makes sense why we wouldn't attack.
Absolutely. Round to Iulian. Does defend here. Jack 7 off. This is pretty wide. Little surprised to see it, but is it going to call facing the min raise? Off to the Queen 8 rainbow board. Chase still best. Does check back with that ace high. Turn. Here's the 8. And look at this. Iulian. And let's activate with a bluff here. 40k into 110.
Yeah, fairly small size.
Jay.
Yeah, just south of 40%. Maybe Iulian always planning on barreling river here because this smallish sizing, like we expect even king higher to call really, Andrew, against this size, don't we, on the double paired board? So maybe he has the double barrel in mind.
Here it comes. 80k on the river. Intriguing stuff. 80 into 190. Just around 40% pot. Wonder what Chase reads into this. You know, does he think that a full house is going to be sort of inclined to bet larger? Or would it bet this size, Jay, targeting these calls from ace highs?
Exactly.
9s and 10s types. And well done, Chase. Flicks in the call. Iulian gets punished for that wide defend pre. Feels like this is going to be a spicy one, Mr. Harwood. There's a lot of stuff going on in
It's
there.
just brewing early, isn't it? It's going to be a good day, I think, at the table. We've got a real mixed bag
Yeah,
on this final table.
Well done, Chase. Not easy to make that call, turn and river.
Yeah,
Gets
very
the
nice.
job done. So a couple of questions in the chat. How long are the blinds, guys? We are playing a 60-minute clock, and as if by magic, it comes up on our screen. See the prizes there in front of you guys and the tournament clock. And in terms of time banks, the players brought with them whatever they bagged last night in terms of time banks, and were given 4 additional time bank cards. So there you go. Yeah, a lot of action in the early goings. Chris Johnson with that very spicy check raise flop against Tim. Chase calling down the double barrel bluff. It's been a great week here at DTD. We had the Luxon Pay High Roller, won by Mr. Alex Goulder, of course, staple of the UK poker scene. He took that down for £36,000. Zihao Matt won the warm-up, and we had Mr. Ankit Ahuja winning the 7 Max High Roller, also for a shade under £35,000. But this is, of course, final table of the big one. WPT Prime UK Championship final. Round to Jason Riley. Ace King of Diamonds in the hijack. Lines have now gone up. 15k, 25k. Makes it 55,000 to go. Round to Chase. Dominated diamonds. Queen 7 suited for him in the big.
Seems like just one we always defend, not doing anything else. And off to the flop.
It does make the call. Interesting one. Jack 10-9. 2 spades, 1 club. Straight draws for both players, of course. Jason with the decision, Jay, here right off the bat.
Yeah. It's a difficult one for Jason whether to see, but it's just going to go with a check behind. That's maybe not wanting to be met with a check raise. Now, I think more of a decision for Chase here, whether to start leading, start dislodging some stuff like ace high, some suited king X perhaps that we are behind to, and he's going to lead for 75, half pot.
Yeah, don't mind this. Unblock clubs, just have queen high. Just try and dislodge a kind of 1 pair or ace high type holding, and does get there on the 8 of hearts river. Beautiful card for him.
And now just comes down to size. Don't think we'd ever be checking.
quite an interesting one. Like, it's hard to find pure bluffs, right, out of the big blind here is one issue. Kind of needs to be sort of low spades or clubs, right? Like a 5-6 suited or something that is bluffing.
Maybe like king 6 or king deuce suited through there. Like that type of stuff seems nice without the club or spade either. They seem nice ones. The red suited kings.
Yeah, not much for Jason to do. Gets out of the way. He'll be feeling a little, you know, a little sort of, what's the correct word I'm looking for, Jay? A little disheartened, but both those pots in the early goings, the jacks against Vincent and the ace-king there, not much to be done. Sometimes you get run down.
Yeah, that's it. I wouldn't be disheartened if I was sitting on the final table with 70 plus BBs. That's what I'd be. I'd be happily sitting on 70. I know Tim's got this monster chip lead, but we're still comfortable here as Jason. Can't just let a couple of hands get to us. Just continue playing our game. Must be doing a lot of things right to get to this point.
I've not got the mentality for it, Jay. Lose those 2 pots, and I'm like, right, it's all over. This isn't going to be my day. I jest, of course. Maybe.
You just expect yourself expect worse then, because then if it isn't your day, then you don't mind, and if it is your day, you're happy at the end of it.
That's it, mate. There you go.
So Tim, who has been somewhat quiet to start the final table, I think this may be the second hand he's V-pipped in with the ace-deuce suited from gun. And all the way round to Francois in the big blind, and ace-king suited for him. 31 BBs to start the hand, and one here. I think we're just supposed to 3-bet not all in. Some players may choose to jam for 30.
Yeah, I think in theory world, this hand going to be too strong against a very aggressive chip leader.
Yeah.
To, you know, just rip it in for 35 blinds or so. I'm with you. And we're going to dominate so many hands of Tim's here. You know, he does decide just to pile it in. Of course, can't be a huge error.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little bit of a waste of a hand, so to speak. But, you know, I mean, it's awkward, isn't it, Jay, right? Because if you look at the stacks, we're kind of like 4th or 5th in chips.
This is the thing, yeah.
Like, it can never be too bad here just to send it in, keep the sort of pot simple. Like, you're going to get folds 95% of the time.
Yeah.
Just pick up the 100k or whatever that's in the middle.
Yeah, it's going to be fine, perfectly fine to just jam. Maybe there's just that way of eking out a little bit extra value with the 3-bet not all in, but Francois maybe not wanting to go out of position to Tim as well. A very good player. This could be the thing.
Problem,
we don't flop an ace and the king like, what, 1 in every 3.5 times we flop top pair. Like, times we don't, and we just check folding, check calling. We get in a sort of no man's land. So maybe just taking all that post out the question against someone that's going to put us under it down the streets, if you like.
I think that's fair. And you may even get hands like 8s and 9s to fold here, Jay, which I think is quite important.
Yep.
You know, like if we make it 7 blinds, like Tim's probably not going to fold hands like that in position. So just takes it down.
Yeah, makes sense. Francois from France. Nice little resume. He was having a look on his Hendon earlier. Actually comes second in the little one for one drop back in 2018 for just shy of $350,000, winning a WPT deep stack in Marrakesh a few years ago. Definitely got some results, this man. Seems like plays a lot of the WPT stuff. Lots of cashes on the WPT circuit over the years for Francois. So one to look out for.
Yeah, and why wouldn't he? Great events. Yeah, they are great events. I'll have some information for you as we go through the stream on upcoming WPT events. But for now, Iulian. Oh, wow. Just piles, Jay. Pocket 5s. Okay.
And look at this. Chase has woke up with it behind as well. But I'm not even loving this as Chase here with 8s because I'm probably not going to give Iulian stuff like 5s, 6s, probably not even 7s at this FT. What we got here? 17 bigs.
Yeah, this is a big old shove.
Yeah.
Iulian perhaps deciding we have a pretty good hand in the cutoff. Don't really want to let people defend or 3-bet shove on us. Decides just to rip it in himself. And yeah, I'm with you. Pocket 8s feels like right on the line. Really going to come down to how we perceive our opponent, I think, this one.
Yeah, probably the defining factor. Doesn't seem nice 8s. Although cut off versus button, probably not going to give my opponents, unless I know them very well,
Yeah,
hands like
he puts
this.
it
But
in.
Chase is going to call.
I mean, I think it makes sense, Jay. Like, is our opponent going to jam 10s, 9s?
Yeah.
It feels like we don't have the worst hand very often, and we can have our opponent crushed, and we do. Iulian here on the ropes. Gets it in with the underpair. Oh, help so far. Ace, King, 9. 6 of clubs on the turn. Drawing to 2 outs once. Doesn't find it, Jay. Queen of diamonds completes the board. And we lose Iulian Petrache in 9th place. First casualty on this final.
A good run for Iulian nonetheless. Decent payday as well to take home. Just maybe a spot where we could have taken a different avenue pre. Maybe even limp was an option there with the 5s at the FT. I'm not too sure, but just choosing to send it in. We got a pair, just running it in behind. Takes home
We've got some petrol money now.
6.7.
Yeah, GG, sir.
I've covered the amount of money I've spent in tolls on the M6. Coming here and back every fucking day to save 5 minutes every journey. Yeah. It's like £9.70 or something. It's like a joke. Oh. Could just not use the toll, but
Yeah.
Cards back in the air then. Action on Arron. We saw him make that very nice lay down with the pocket 8s. With the blinds having gone up now, down to sort of 9 blinds. Intriguing one this with ace 8. Certainly one that you could jam for chips. But there's some latitude to raise non-all in here, and I really kind of like this. It's going to come in for a min raise, Jay. It's going to look obscenely strong. Try and use that ace blocker and get one through.
Yeah, I can get behind it from Arron.
You know, of course, there is the issue that big blind is going to defend sometimes, but we can still navigate post flop. I don't mind it at all. Mingrui now, of course, going to want to defend King 3 suited, but it's never comfy, Jay. That's the thing. When people raise off these sort of 9 blinds, it's very polar. To hands like this that are trying to sneak it through are very nutted hands that King 3 is crushed by. But it's going to call off to the Queen 8 deuce. Working perfectly for Arron thus far. Remains out in front. Of course, improves the second pair.
Do we just like jam here, Andrew? Do you think? I'm really understudying like opening off a 7-8 big blind spots. Like, or
I would
is this
bet,
yeah, just go
I would
small?
bet
Yeah,
call. I would just bet call. I would
yeah.
just bet run it, and be pretty disgusted if I do somehow get put in. Because it's like pretty dry board, right? So
Yeah,
big blind, when they raise, like they are going to be pretty Queen X heavy here, I think. But there'll be some worse 8X in there, perhaps, that just decides to run it. Some 9-10, Jack-10 suited, maybe with backdoors. Well done, Arron. I like that creative play.
Yeah,
you know, it just saves. You know, like even off this sort of 9 big blinds, there is still room to min raise. Like you don't just have to put it in. You can still raise fold here, facing action behind. Well played. Been impressed with him so far.
and seems to play fairly frequent. Seems to only been playing the last couple of years, according to Hendon Mob. $33,000 in live cashes.
A little bit of discussion, Jay, in the chat about that 5-5 hand. I'm with Mr. Nipmus. He says folding pre seems best.
Yeah,
I would have open folded pre as well.
I think that is the best route with the 5s there.
It's just one of these hands. It's like we can't raise call, right? We can't raise call all in. Raise folding seems pretty awful with a hand that, you know, figures to be best a lot of the time. Cut off versus the remaining 3 players. I think I would just fold, right? Like, it's a 1 hour clock. It's a good structure. We can wait for hands that, you know, kind of have better playability in terms of steals. Certainly wouldn't have shoved, and unfortunately for Iulian, it was a case of bad timing running into the 8s. Here we go. We did say Tim's going to look to get after it, and yeah, he's going to be all over these spots. Putting pressure on Francois immediately here. Makes it 140 with the King 10 off.
Just got to lay down and take it as Francois. Just have to get out of the way. Can't fight back. Just let Tim have it. We know it's going to be happening. It's so frustrating when you're sat there and you just know you have to do a lot of folding. He's going to be at it most of the time, but there's nothing you can really do. And just got to let it go there. And Tim gets the free bet bluff through, although didn't have the best of it.
Yeah, I don't envy Francois' seat. But he's just going to have to navigate away, look for good spots to open. This is why final tables, I always find them really fascinating. Like, it might be best for us to kind of steal from early position, Jay, right? Potentially, where Tim might be less likely to try and hammer us. Pretty reasonable hand all round. Action now on Christopher Johnson. Finds the ace 10 from +1. Comes in for the min raise. 17 blinds to start the hand.
Really nice one to use to just try and get through. Also can still get some value from worse, but this is a hand.
Yeah, this one is not getting through, my friend. Vincent, man of the moment so far at this final, finds the pocket kings in the small blind. Problem here is it's very difficult to try and look anything but nutted. You know, 3-betting a 17 big blind open here from the small. Tough to look bluff heavy, Jay.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to be an easy fold for Chris with the ace 10 off. Recognise the situation. Once we open off this stack size and Vince wants to go after us from the small blind. He may find some bluffs, but I think more often than not, this is just going to be value.
Yeah. Makes it 6 bigs, like the size and choice. You can have some very small sizings, of course. Facing the shallow stacked open. Some strong play at this FT. Not seeing any real soft spots, Jay, I must say.
I agree.
Looking very accomplished.
Yep. Everyone playing well.
Yeah, Vincent, the kind of big mover so far, started this final around about 700k. He's up to 1.2 or so now, almost doubling up that start stack from the beginning of this final. Action back on Chase, gets out of the way. Round 2, Vincent Meli on the button. Wow, finds another big hand. Pocket jacks.
Making it 50k.
Perhaps mercifully here for Arron. Finds a very dusty 7-4 off. I mean, I'm sure we would like to defend, of course, off the shallow stack, but this one seems like a pretty nice lay. down, just gets out of the way.
Well timed as well. Vince had him absolutely locked with the jacks, but
Yeah, right.
every pot Vince has been involved in so far has gone his way. I think that's 5 of 5.
It's a great feeling when you get this momentum going. And a little bit of breathing room. Has a nice seat as well, Jay, worth referencing. That's
Yep.
position on Tim.
It's just nice when you get that distribution at a final table, like and
Sure.
every time like there, he probably squeezed the jack and was just expecting the jack next door to it, and it's just like sometimes you just catch that heat in terms of distribution and things just start to go your way. But only early days, long way to go in this FT, but good start for Vince.
As we see Francois here. Or Francois, excuse me. King Jack of Diamonds coming in for the min raise. It's just a raise and take it. Christopher's hand was so bad we didn't even see it. We'll look at the chip counts. Tim still way out in front. Then Jason Vincent kind of separating themselves from the bottom of the pack.
What do you think Tim's approach is here, Andrew, coming in with this big of a chip lead, and now at this stage that we got the 13 big blind, we got an 8.5 big blind, and then like this congested sort of 50, 60 big blinds middle of the pack? Are you just going to go after all these middle of the packers, let's say?
Yeah, I mean, I think the general plan is just to VPIP as often as possible.
Yeah.
Kind of look to open as many pots as we can, and then sprinkle in lots of, small aggression, I like to call it, like lots of small 3-bets in position on stacks. And this is a spot. But we did talk about, position, right? So Francois under the gun here makes us less inclined to take a hand like ace-9. I'm sure Tim would have taken that if it's sort of mid-position v late position type spot. Let's get out of the way. But yeah, Jay, I reckon we just open as many pots as possible and sort of leverage our huge stack against the other sort of mid to larger stacks where we can with 3 bets in position.
That's a nice fold there from Mingrui.
Yeah.
Hate folding the Jack 10 suited, but sometimes it's got to be done.
Yeah, very nice adjustment. I think just at a final table, you just have to bin these hands, especially against under the gun. Round to chase. Jack 8 here. This is another one of these spots that for chips we can defend this hand, but I would like to see fold, and he agrees. We did see Iulian earlier defend like a Jack 7 off, Jay, which I think it's just too wide, and ended up bluffing off a load of chips post flop, right, after defending that hand. You just have to be really snug, don't you, in terms of your hand selections?
Yeah, exactly that. Especially when it's not just gun there, but Francois, one of these stacks that is inclined to be really tight at this stage and not really get out of line. It's
yeah, one of the first kind of lessons I got given, Jay, and about these finals is like, think about what your opponent is inclined for a strategy to be, like based on the stack size. And you called it, Francois, from under the gun here, sort of 35 blinds. We're just going to be pretty tight.
Yeah.
Now then, Mingrui hasn't gone his way so far. Let's look at a couple of small pots. Not too much he could have done about it. Finds an open here. Ace-8 of clubs. Action now on Vince. King Jack offsuit. Out of the way he goes.
Yeah, thought about it. Potential one to use, but once again, Mingrui should be fairly tight here. Using the ace-8 of clubs on this occasion. Over to Jason.
He's given this one some consideration. Reaching for chips. Announces 3-bet. 140 to go. Don't know what he has yet. Again, Mingrui had the greatest of starts here. Not going to be loving this one.
Yeah, and can't see how this hand continues unless Francois wakes up in the big, but he does not. Then doubt Mingrui is going to be continuing here with the ace-8 suited, out of position to Jason, but we'll see what he comes with. Price okay, but as we say at these FTs, sometimes just tight is right.
Yeah. Like it. Everyone's playing pretty much not perfect. This could be in for a war of attrition here. Oh, hello.
That's some nice trophies.
Right.
They look lovely.
Meaty numbers. Yeah. That one on the right looks about half the size of me. And that's no mean feat, Jay, as you know. Beautiful look at the hardware. That trophy on the right will be going to the winner. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Jay Harwood going to be taking you through all the way to crowning a champion later this evening. Now then, Mingrui, let's see if he can change the momentum. King Queen here.
That should be opening one of our prime candidates to attempt to steal.
Yeah, does exactly that. Makes it 50k to go. Vincent here. Pocket sixes +1. Another one of these spots where position is key.
Like I'd probably fold 8s here, maybe 9s, like maybe even fold 9s, Andrew. I just think 6 is too weak. But Vince is gonna call with still 6 people behind. Gonna call one of these smaller pairs. Wants to take a look, maybe just going with that momentum that he's had already so far this final table.
Yeah, one thing it has going for it is that like Mingrui is just gonna have to play very honest on a lot of flops.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I think that this is too wide personally. Like you have Tim behind who is going to be looking to get after it in some spots. Maybe not this one, right? Under the gun and +1 call, like pretty strong ranges. But does decide he wants to try and see a flop in position with the 6s. Action on Tim.
Looking like a man who may want to squeeze.
Yeah,
can't see his holding, but
yeah, he's reaching. And this is the problem. When you call with 6s here, you can never continue. So it's one of these, and Mingrui is just absolutely hating life, Jay.
Yeah.
Little signs of frustration, and who can blame him? Tim's gone pretty chunky here, 10 bigs. And that's just going to get it done. I would love to see what he had.
I would love to.
Just to give us a little glimpse, you know, into the mindset. Has he gone for a very wide one? I would guess that he doesn't go that wide here, I don't think. Like 10 bigs against a 30 big blind under the gun. You're almost committing yourself.
Yeah.
But you know, it's Tim Chung.
I'd love to know, yeah.
Could have had anything, the lad.
Frustrating times for Mingrui. I think that's the 3rd open so far this final table where he's been 3-bet and had to let it go. So can get frustrating, but important to just keep your head, keep doing your thing.
That's it. That's the worst, Jay, right? When you're having nice chats with the chip leader on your right, you know. Oh, we were like, we're buddies, mate. And he's just pounding on you anyway. You have to do that, right? In at final tables or in all tournaments. Always make friends with
exactly
with the guy with all the chips. Oh well. Speaking of having all the chips, Tim finds kings here in the small. I've already seen a dynamic sort of building here. Mingrui, for his sake, hope he doesn't wake up with much. And this could be trouble, Jay. Have a 3x here from Tim, who, of course, is going to be perceived to be pretty out of line here.
Yeah, and I think Mingrui just wants to land on call. 7-8 suited, can't really see anything else we do.
Yeah, we are one of the sort of shorter stacks, so less sort of ICM pressure on us. And some of the others, and this could get dicey. It makes the call. Oh dear, 7 in the window, followed by a 6 and a 3. This is trouble. Shade over 3 pots behind for Mingrui. Tim here with the overpair and the diamond in hand.
Like on first glance, maybe a board that looks like we will do that. A lot of checking, but is Mingrui gonna pill? Like he's not gonna have like 4 or 5 off. It's not like a usual blind on blind spot. Like even like stuff like 6, 7 off might make some tight folds and stuff. We've got a 12 big blind stack, a 9 big blind stack. We're sitting with like 24. But Tim is just gonna play check, and maybe looking to spring the check raise could be the idea to set up a turn jam.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and it's really quite interesting. Does Mingrui, for example, shove 7s and 6s pre? Like, I'm not saying he does, but he certainly could consider it, right? Against an aggressive small blind, he may just decide, right, I'm just going to jam my sort of 28 bigs in here and just pick it up.
I think he would, and I think he actually would. I think that's a very good point to make.
Yeah.
I think these hands may just elect to send pre, so Tim is going to go for this line.
Yeah, this is absolutely filthy now for Mingrui. Just feeling like we're getting beaten up.
Just in every single spot.
This is really tough. I mean, this is where we've got to keep the composure and start thinking to ourselves, what is Tim doing this with? Does he have hands that will fold to shove? Do we have to call here with top pair? Backdoor straight draw. This is really, really grim. See if you can solve the riddle.
Small bottle of water, please.
Like, is Tim just going to pure bluff us here, Jay? That seems kind of unlikely. Like, he might be quite equity-driven with his check raises if he doesn't already have us beat. Pretty grim.
Yeah, I doubt like Tim's just going to raise like a king 4 off, a queen 5 off. Some of the stuff that may have gone for the raise, like pre as the chip leader, like this stuff, I think may just choose to play check call, or maybe even c-bet themselves. So
I think so too.
It's kind of grim, as you say, for Mingrui here. But I just think versus Tim, difficult to fold.
It really is tough. I couldn't fault him if he decides to put it in. I mean, can we call, right? And there's some kind of turn textures. Wow. Very well played, sir. Brilliant hand
fantastic.
Of poker. Great laydown.
It's not just great because he's folded top pair. It's great because the last hour he's just been getting absolutely pounded on by everyone, and like to then make top pair, bet it, and then just fold to a raise. Like the discipline and like just shows he's got a good head on his shoulders mentally there. Some people may have just had enough, Andrew, and been like, right, this is the hand. I'm making a stand. I'm not folding anymore. I've got top pair, but finds a fantastic laydown with the top pair there.
So I got 30 minutes to finish it off.
Yeah, I'm with you. That is a brilliant fold. And he's looking very deflated and disheartened. Hopefully, for his sake, someone gets that information to him shortly, Jay, once the stream catches up to say, hey, my friend, you just made a potential tournament-saving laydown. Well done. Great hand.
Anyone that's played with me enough will know that's a good hand.
No, he wakes up with aces now, Jay. On the button. Goodness me. Tim Chung's world today so far.
Yeah, but lucky for Vince, he's not waking up for anything in the big. He's going to have to fold 10-6. And Tim...
I know we're supposed to be impartial, Jay, but thank the Lord. Thank the Lord that poor Mingrui didn't wake up with the old king-queen suited there in the small.
Imagine. Oh. That's a feeling.
Yeah. 4.8 million.
Kings and aces.
Easy game. If you are just joining us, guys, welcome along. Final table of the WPT Prime UK Championship. First ever WPT Prime on UK soil. We're breaking new ground here, coming to you guys on a short 30-minute delay from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Of course, always looking to bring you high caliber poker action. And as always, if you want to interact with myself, Andrew, Hedley, and Jay in the YouTube chat, please do. We are here to entertain your every whim as we navigate this final table to a conclusion. Chase here, getting after it. Ace 6 of clubs from +2. Vincent here going to take one off with 7-8 of clubs.
Yeah, kind of like a similar bracket to the sixes call we saw. I know position's completely different, but like one of these hands that, in terms of chips, normal stage of the tournament, yeah, we'll probably get involved, but FFT is just going to reduce in value out of position as well. But we'll see. Does flop best.
Yeah, off to the 9-9-8 board. Tricky one for Chase now. How to proceed here. Like, it's one of these spots that on the face of it we think, okay, I can just bet, try and fold out some stuff, but lots of the hands that Vincent calls the small with will continue here, I'd say. You know, all of the pocket pairs, all of these sort of queen jack suited, jack 10 suited types. We may only get, Jay, like a, maybe occasionally like an ace 10 of hearts type better hand to fold, a king queen type. Tricky, does bet 80k, gets called. Look at this for a turn card, jack of clubs. Wow, both players turning a flush draw. Not clubs for Chase. Vincent's still best here with 2 pair.
Going to be an interesting decision for Chase here. I don't think Vince should have any reason to lead. He is thinking about it here, but expecting this to be checked over to Chase. But looks like Vince is going to go for a little lead here after picking up this flush draw.
This is dicey, is how we'll file this one. 130k into 320. I'm not too sure. I'm with you. I'm not too sure of the logic of this bet. You know, if we bet here and get raised, it's a disaster. And we like, are we really going to fold out a better hand with this sizing on the turn? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's the key. And like theoretically in general, when we make these pair to go with flush draws, we like to do a lot of check-in, check call, take the passive line, we got a showdown, etc. See a big river.
Mercifully for Vincent, the clubs brick out. Might be one of the best possible rivers in terms of, you know, if we do check this over, Jay, then Chase might decide that a 6 is just about enough to take showdown rather than deciding to bluff ever.
Yeah, I guess still beat some stuff potentially as Chase. Stuff
not
like
a lot, not a lot, of
King
course.
10 of spades, King Queen of spades, this type of stuff.
Nut spades, no pair. Oh, look at this!
Let's go!
He's reaching! Big old moment coming. And it's hard to give him too many bluffs.
It is.
King Queen with a spade type hand at c-bet flop, stuck around. There are the sort of King 10, Ace 10s of the world in there. I mean, people shouldn't really bluff nut flush draws that often here. We're a little bit in the weeds here, Jay, right? Very non-standard hand, tough to analyze.
Yeah, like the lead on the turn from Vince, the 7-8 of clubs. I guess he will potentially have some leads. I'm not sure if we ever have it with this particular hand, but now we get to the river. Vince is basically saying, okay, I could still be good here with my 8 here. Faced some missed spades, missed clubs, and he does hero it off with just an 8. Let's go, Vince Meli. Throws the cape on. And
Goodness me. And what a chip swing that is on this final. 1.7 million now for Vincent Meli. A very creative line taken and picks off the bluff from Chase. Wow. It's a very strange hand, but makes it work and recognizes. Is it pair of 8s? It's good enough. Well done.
Some hand, that is.
That is some hand. As the dealer reorganizes the deck, gives me an opportunity to tell you guys about some upcoming WPT events. October 14th to 21st, we have the WPT 500 Playground Championship. 20th to 25th, once again, another one back-to-back. Those buy-ins, $590 and $1,150 respectively. Another event at the playground once more, 24th to 30th of October with a 3,500 buy-in. Then we have WPT Prime Paris, also coming up at the end of October. That's an €1,100 buy-in. And November 29th to December 4th, we have a huge one over in the States, WPT Seminole Rock and Roll Poker Open. Loving that for a title. $3,500 buy-in, $3 million guarantee, Jay. WPT bringing the heat.
I always get one of them massive trophies as well. We thought the trophies we saw 20 minutes ago were big. Them ones that you get for winning the 3.5K main events buy-ins. God, you must do about $1,000 in luggage on the way back.
What a great name as well, the Rock and Roll.
Rock and Roll, yeah. Just makes you want to go.
Vincent's got a bit of the sort of rock and roll vibe going on with that outfit. I'm not gonna lie. The old, you know, the old skull T-shirt and the scarf combo. Hello, he's feeling himself. 9-7 off. Perhaps a little bit of happy tilt going on from Vincent here. Makes it 55K.
Happy tilt, I like it.
Happy tilt, mate. Definitely a thing. Jason though wakes up with the Cowboys in the small blind. We've had this dynamic before. Earlier on at this final. This time, of course, Vincent with a much weaker hand. Had ace-queen suited versus the jacks of Jason last time out. Just a quick 3-bet and fold. Happy tilt, Jay, right? That's you must have fallen.
I've heard of
winners in your life.
Winners tilt, happy tilt. I guess it's kind of the same thing, but.
Yeah, you're like winning every pot, right? You're like, wow, I've just picked off a massive bluff.
Yeah, I've been there. I can
win with any 2 cards here, no problem.
Exactly that. You've just won a few hands in a row. You're in the big blind, and like if you open a couple of calls, I got the 9 deuce off. I might as well flick it in. Yeah, I've been there.
Ah, never mind, flick it in. Let's squeeze it up. But yeah, Vincent, biggest mover so far on this final. And he's putting himself firmly in contention here, up to sort of 1.8 million. That was some hand against Chase. Credit to Chase for sort of recognizing that 6 was no good. Well done to Vince. Made it work, the non-standard line.
Yeah, it was coming up to 12 months ago when he was here. Vince at the UK IPT last year, winning that one for £160,000 here in Nottingham 12 months ago. So
nice.
Had some success on this playground. Looking for another trophy today.
Yeah, right here at Dusk Till Dawn, of course, the home of UK poker. And guys, while I have you here, guys, if you are following along on YouTube or on DTD Player, please do give us a like, give us a subscribe. Every little helps us to bring you, we want to bring you as much high-level poker content as we can. We'll be bringing you lots more of it through into 2025. We would appreciate that. Helps us to grow the channel, Jay, bring as much content to the masses as we possibly can.
I'm sure we'll have some of them Carnage cash game streams
coming
up as well for the back end of the year.
I've missed Friday night poker, Jay.
I've missed it too. We
chilling out with your good self on a Friday night.
Barrel of laughs and just pots, all sorts going on. Like 7-way action is just some of the hands we saw over the last year on that Friday night poker. Been fantastic. As Vince gonna open the 10 deuce off in the cutoff and just get it through.
Tell you something, this man, a little bit of an enigma. He's played kind of, from what we've seen so far, Jay, just sort of playing normal ranges, and now, he's like, right, I've got 1.8 million, time to get after it. I think I'm going to lobby with the team, Jay, to get you on one of those Friday night poker streams, though.
Yeah, I'd happily play it. I'd happily play it. So it would be a good laugh. I wouldn't like you in the booth scrutinising everything I do. What's he doing here?
No, I'd be fine. Like I would be very kind. You know, I would never be judgmental to my co-commentator's abilities.
Okay.
I mean, you can't see my face, obviously, at the moment, people watching at home, but, you know, I'm kind of trolling a little here. I'd be going after you hard. Absolutely.
I know you would. So I'd bring me A game. I'd win a few pots in a row and then squeeze it up with 9 deuce in the big.
Good man.
Just for you. And then I'd look at the camera and say winner's tilt.
That's it, my friend. Right, enough of our nonsense for the time being. Vincent feeling it. Much more reasonable open this one. 7-8 of hearts from hijack. Only really has Jason on his left to worry about in terms of big stacks. But Christopher Johnson does find it. Pocket 10 sends it in. One thing I will say, Jay, about this sort of spot with the 7-8 suited for sort of people watching at home, sort of theory base, we have a really big stack on our left, and then we have like 7 big blinds button, 9 to 10 big blinds small blinds. So like 7-8, it doesn't really play that well, mate, right? Like in terms of you're going to get shoved on basically always when the button or the small blind continue. And you have a big stack on your left, you know, who can 3-bet us and put us in some bad spots. Like, I don't hate the open, but you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, of course.
We don't really get to go post flop often, right?
Yeah. I completely agree. Maybe another one of these hands. But we've seen it already now from Vince. I think third time he sort of had a hand that in terms of chips, yeah, we'd open. But FTs, maybe we lean with fold, but just wanting to get after it. As we saw with the 10 deuce the hand before, maybe now that he's got chips, he's adhering to that strategy and he's going to stick with it.
This is 10, yeah? Yeah? This is 10 French. What's 10 French? 10. This. Yeah, this. This is.
Certainly makes for compelling viewing for us here in the booth.
Nice pot.
Really enjoying this one so far. Hope you guys at home are enjoying the coverage as much as we enjoy bringing it to you. A couple of comments in the chat. The water boy looking from the outside in. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Absolutely. Very deep structure. This one could go on for quite a while. OG1 Kenobi. Hello from North Carolina. Hello, my friend. Hope you're enjoying. Love to see it. Very multicultural chat we have today. Patrick Neary. Jay, I should let you take this one. He's giving me some love.
I haven't even got the... Hold on. Oh, no, I'm going to take it. I'm going to get the old YouTube streets up.
I can't read it because it would look like self-congratulation.
Okay.
Right, Vincent. Here we go. Raising King Jack from +2. Francois here. Pocket 9s in the big. Lands on just call. Makes a lot of sense, of course. Don't really want to 3-bet get it in here for over 30 big blinds with the way the stacks are distributed. Does just call with the 9s. Vince here with the betting lead. Ace-4 deuce. Going to be doing a lot of small betting. I'm pretty big here, comparatively speaking. 55k into 140. 40% or so.
Yeah, we're not loving this here with the 9s, but I think we've got to take one off still here, Francois, especially if we look at Vince. I think this is the 5th hand in the pot in a row that he's been involved in, whether it be an open or a 3-bet. So it just looks like he's playing close to deck and he's just getting after it too much. So he's just going to relentlessly c-bet these ace-high boards. So sticking around for one. Yeah,
these spots are very tricky. You know, when we bet 40% here and the big blind calls, shouldn't have many 4 or deuce X really, so becomes kind of very ace X heavy. Is of course going to have some pocket pairs like the 9s, pocket 3s, pocket 5s types, J potentially that have like a gut shot. They're going to be in there, but tough to just barrel this off with King Jack. But he is finding turn bet. Goodness me, credit to him. Sniffing out here that Francois has that sort of weaker part of the range.
And now Gets difficult as Francois to continue, although
Really
getting 4
tough.
to 1 on a call. Third here from Vince. Maybe Vince with the triple in mind here, thinking if Francois has an ace-3, ace-5, ace-6, ace-7, that we could dislodge that by the river. So credit to Vince. Aggression just doing the trick once again for him and chipping up nicely. 1.8 million now.
Man of the moment is Mr. Meli. Certainly not easy to find the double barrel here. Well done.
And I'm just going to jump to the YouTube streets. Andrew, I've got a comment here you might like to hear.
Oh.
Mr. Patrick Neary says, great to hear Andrew Hedley on the comms. Underrated, but up there with the best in the biz. Great balance between studied analysis and good humour. Kind words and correct words from Patrick Neary there. One of the best. Makes
Loving
my
that,
life.
Jay. I didn't even have to prompt you or anything.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
class.
There you go. Makes my life a lot easier. Very clued up around the poker tables.
I'm just desperate for love, mate. That's me, you see. Desperate for love. Deary me. Right, we're getting a bit giddy here in the booth. Now, thanks very much, Patrick, and everybody else in the chat. Hope you're enjoying. Please do continue to interact with myself and Jay as we go. Gives us certainly this final table so far is giving us all lots to talk about. Now then, Christopher Johnson, tricky one. Ace-5 suited. Whether to just sort of commit ourselves or come in for the min raise. He's decided to send it, Jay. He's left a couple of chips behind.
I think from cut-off seems nice. I'd definitely send it for 15 on the button or half stack what he's doing.
Sure.
So like cut-off's not going to be too far off. Probably fine from Chris and just looking to get it through. It's one of them powerhouses even when...
I like it. Like, this is one of those that, you know, poor Iulian, we don't mean to, you know, bang on about that hand earlier, but I'd much rather jam a hand like this, like an ace-5 suited, than a pocket fives. You know, when you get called by sort of nines through to kings, you've got good equity, right? You're never worse than sort of 35% or so, unless you run into literally the aces. And Chris is going to be a threat, right? You talked about his pedigree earlier. If you can find that first double up, this is a man who knows his way around final tables.
Underrated Chris Johnson, in my opinion. I've watched him so much over the last sort of 5-6 years, Andrew, and like not necessarily one that goes home, studies every night, but just that something you can't teach really. Maybe it comes with experience at the poker table, just knowing like when to put in a little bluff, making correct river decisions consistently, just been there, done it, and I think experience comes with that for Chris Johnson. Fantastic player in my opinion, and when he does get chips, will put them to work, can go through the gears at any point.
Yeah, I'm with you. Couldn't have said it better myself. We saw earlier he made that little small check raise against Tim with the ace-4 of diamonds on the 3-heart board, like just recognition of when to get after it. He's one to watch here. Really enjoying this one. Action background to chase. Gets out of the way. Francois now, again, has this very awkward seat. You know, with Tim on the direct left, we have Jack-9 of hearts. Feel compelled to open. And this is the problem for me, Jay, is that of all the people who are going to make tight, small blind folds, Tim is just not going to do it. So we have to be a little careful. Like I'm not against this open by any stretch. But we just look at this. Tim's just sent it in, and it's just such a tough spot. Like non-stop here. You know, we have a hand as strong as sort of ace-10 here, kind of thing. Like we probably have to fold. It's so difficult.
Yeah, really nice jam from Tim there, though. I really like that with the 7-8 suited, because got to be super tight for Francois to call off. Going to be opening wide on the button. Mingrui only got 20 odd big blinds. So just a really nice hand to use as well. And something really nice with the 7-8 suited as well. Like there's no unpaired hands that call that contain an 8 or a 7. So like when we are called, like we've still got that 40% versus ace king, ace queen. And then if they've got nines through aces, so be it. But it's not the worst one to use.
Yeah, I don't envy Francois here whatsoever. Tim just never really misses these spots. Very difficult.
Kelvin Cheng in the chat. Does Tim Chung have a solver on his watch, or is it just built in his head? And then someone just replies, just built in his head. There we go.
Tim's put me in some spots down the years where I'm just fuming. Just very angry. He's such a lovely guy as well. But, you know, I'm sort of muttering under my breath, you know. You know what I mean, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
Certain players, you're like, oh, you're a fantastic player, but I wish you'd get away from me on this table.
Gonna be a nice spot for Mingrui here, though.
Yeah.
We have 18 against the Tim button open. Ace 10 suited seems more than good enough. There is the jam. It will be working.
Yeah, nice to see Mingrui with a bit of upward momentum. He's had a rough go of it so far, but really has played very well, and he's still in contention. That's the thing, Jay. You said it yourself. Just have to remain calm, play your game. We saw him make that phenomenal fold against him with top pair, blind on blind. He's still firmly in the mix.
That's the thing, Andrew. Like, he started with what, 1.2 million this final table, but the worst sort of indicator of performance at a poker table is chip stack. Whether it goes up or down, it's how someone's playing, and just because he's done a decent proportion of his stack doesn't necessarily mean he's done anything wrong, and I don't think he has. If anything, he's played exceptional, making a very good fold where some players may have gone broke and been out of this tournament.
Yeah. Really haven't seen him make a mistake. So that is going to bode well for him. He must be getting to that time where the stream's caught up and his mates can say, you know, give him a shout from the rail.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim had kings, mate. You made a great laydown. Now then, Christopher Johnson finds a big hand. Ace-king from +1. A few too many chips now, you would imagine. No, but he has half-stacked it. This is interesting. One for me, I would be looking to induce with this hand.
I would probably go with the same, Andrew.
Yeah.
17 BBs to start the hand as Chris. I think, once again, a situation where we eke out a little bit extra the times that we play. They're not all in. Going for the half stack. Let's just get it through. Probably would have been the same result. Not sure Jason would have defended ace deuce off.
One thing I will say is that if you look at fourth down, right, 660k down to sort of seventh in chips, which is ourselves with sort of 500,000. So sort of avoiding post-flop confrontation and stuff. There's something to be said for it, I think. Like, if you can just maintain your chips, sort of outlast people, get up to fourth, and then look to go from there. There's something to be said for it, I think. Of course, some big pay jumps. Like, the difference, just having a look at my notes, £8,600 for 7th place. And 4th is 19.5, so a big old jump. Something to be said, Jay, for sort of just staying out of people's way and keeping it simple.
It could be the idea.
What I like to do there, Jay, is min raise and then get called in 2 spots and it comes 7, 8, 9. That's what I like to do.
That's what usually happens.
Now then, Mingrui, ace-7 off. Let's just let it go. Don't mind it at all. We do have 2 big stacks on our left. It would make some sense to use a hand like ace-7 as a steal, but does this... Vincent! What is going on, my friend?
It's getting after it.
Now, this is, like, starting to take liberties for me. I'm not a fan of this. Like, we have Jason with a big stack in the small, and we have a very short stack in the big, who is not going to be compelled to just, you know, make tight folds. Like, he's got, what, 5 bigs? So we just raise calling 8-4 off?
Seems that way.
I'm not sure about this one, Jay.
I'm not agreeing with it either, but I'm assuming Vince has some sort of idea of what he's doing in his head.
Well, I hope that idea comes to fruition, because he's going 3 ways. Call from Jason with the ace-7 of clubs. Arron going to complete here, try and flop some equity. Here we go. Vincent with a potential route to win this pot. All 3 players with Queen 5-5. 2 diamonds on board. Arron with just 90k behind.
Something that I guess is good for Vince here, not that we should ever open the 8-4 off, but we expect Arron to probably just donk jam for 0.5 SPR anytime he has any sort of piece that's going to continue anyway. So once he checks over to us, maybe it's only Jason that we're worrying about here.
Yeah, and Vincent.
Oh, he is.
I mean, now that we've opened, right, I guess
Yeah.
just bet really small and try and fold out hands like Jason has and hands like Arron has. I mean, it's going to work. This is pretty wild.
Vince has come to play today.
I mean, what can he do? We do have an overcard and backdoor diamonds, but you just have to perceive that we never, ever get a fold. Is he called?
He has
jammed!
called. He has jammed. He has jammed.
jammed!
Oh, my word.
Arron, what a boss! Goodness me, just deciding I'm just gonna try and run it.
And,
I mean, to be fair, Jay, we have an over, we have backdoor straight and flush draws, and we have 3.5 blinds. It's probably not the worst. He's somehow gonna get a fold.
So 5.5 to 1 now for Vince, back to him, but he's just got 8 high. And the other thing is, do we want to show the table? We're opening 8-4 off on the button.
Did he call?
He has called it off.
He's called! What's going on here at the final? Unbelievable scene. Arron, can't believe it.
What is this hand?
This scenes here at DTD. Well, Arron, you made a sensational read and decided to go with it. You're 73% to hold. Oh, if Vincent runs him down here. 2 cards to come. Arron at risk. Turn is the Jack of Spades. No chops available. Arron looking to dodge an 8 or a 4. Can he do it? Yes, he can. 6 of hearts completes the board. And Arron Pointon, fair play to you, sir. Out of nowhere now, up to 370k.
15
What
bigs.
a hand! I don't
Just
even
mental.
know what just happened. I don't
One
even know
word.
what just happened. Okay.
Mental. All I can say, Andrew, what happened there, that was the 8-4 off open on the button, first of all. I guess the C-bet once we get there, but the King-9 just deciding to go with it, because if we think Vince just going to C-bet range, we lose to the better King-highs, the Ace-highs, Queen-X, 5X. It's
Yeah.
But like the King-9 was just like, you know what? This guy's been playing every hand, and if you think about it, Andrew, if you sat at the table the last 40 minutes or so, what Vince's VPIP's got to be close to like 75, 80%.
Right.
And he can't just always have in a hand, so he must be opening too much of the deck, and maybe that's what Arron thought. He just thought, you know what, this guy can have 7-8 suited, he can have 9-7 off.
That's it, right? That's it.
So let's go with our King high, and if he's got Ace high, we'll run our 25% with our 2 live cards.
Yeah, don't even hate it. Well, what a hand! Trying to wild stuff. Strap yourself in, guys. This final table has not disappointed so far. Little shout out to Mr. Ravi Chef in the chat, UK legend. What a wild hand! I mean, one thing to say now, Jay, as well, that cannot be good for our image, right?
I know.
Like you just said, the table is just seen. But look at this, just not gonna adjust. Okay, 8-9 off. Off we go again. Absolute box office is Mr. Vincent Meli. Great for us. Blinds have gone up, guys. 15k, 30k now. And here we go. Arron.
What a
Pocket
spot.
sevens, Jay. Loving life.
Just going to get to jam here, because we've seen this guy just open 8-4 off. We've seen him open a ridiculous amount of hands in the last 40 minutes. We've got a pair. He's open from cut off.
Yeah.
Just sub 12 bigs. Don't think there's anything else to say other than all in.
200,000.
Yeah, okay. He's going for the sort of half stack. In case Chris Johnson jams and Vincent jams, maybe. Has Vincent folded? I believe he has.
Yes.
And what a few moments for Arron.
Yeah.
Gone from having 90k behind a few moments ago up to 500,000.
Don't know too much about Arron Pointon, but he's playing really well today.
Really
this final
well.
table, new
Really
face
well.
to me, not seen him before, but he's playing every spot perfectly, it seems, and patient with that short stack and finds a spot to get it in good.
Yeah, he made that very disciplined fold with the pocket eights in the early going, which was button small blind 3-bet, and we had like 10 bigs in the big.
Yeah.
And he's been rewarded for it so far, because he would have been crushed against the jacks of Jason in that scenario. And he's in the hunt now also. Brilliant stuff, guys. First
Loving
ever
this.
WPT Prime on UK soil. Shout out to our technical team. The setup and the stage looking beautiful. Back into the thick of it we go. Francois, King Queen of Spades from under the gun. Come in for the min raise. 22 big blinds to start that. Round to the button. Arron gets out of the way. Round to chase. This again, Jay, one of these hands that in my eyes are FTs. I'm not a big fan of this defend.
Yeah.
Of like, you know, all this, we're basically sort of joint fourth place with everybody at the table. And, you know, facing under the gun here, and this is big, big trouble. Goodness me. King, King 5. What a setup of a flop this is.
Yeah, just ridiculous here. Both players flopping trips, and gonna be difficult here for Chase not to exit this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting stacked almost always here, barring the miracle 9-ball or potentially a 5 on turn or river. Very nice from Francois. One big blind. Nothing to protect from, or nothing to worry about, excuse me. Go for the very small size. Try and induce, continues. Some ace highs, some low pairs and the like. Huge, huge trouble developing for Chase. Wow, queen on the turn. Francois turns these stone nuts. One thing I will say, Jay, here is if Francois trebles here on a board like this, right, like the King, King 5, we got to be a bit concerned, right? Like,
of course we have, because if we're actually thinking about our opponent and assume they're a thinking player, we need to think, right, what does our range look like? And once he double barrels this turn, 5x doesn't continue, other than 5x of hearts specifically. So therefore, when Chase calls, we know that Chase never has a 5, he never has 6s, 7s. So Chase now basically condenses his range to King X and then 5x of hearts as well. So once we know that's what our range looks like to our opponent, and our opponent continues barreling, it's kind of sketchy.
100%. But Chase is going to activate turn, decides his hand is good. We can see that he is one card away from being out the door. 2%. All that is remaining in front of his name is going to need to find a queen to chop this pot.
Just always call him. Gonna get the money from a king on the river anyway. If Chase ever does happen to have a bluff, a creative one it would have to be. But keep that in there.
Oh no. Say it isn't so. Chase. Goodness me. 9 of clubs river. Chase now thinking to himself, well, if I was behind to a hand like ace king, or something like pocket queens we've got there, this is ill. 200k on the river from Chase. It looks like good night Vienna. Francois gonna take a moment, Jay, before sending these chips in.
Just a sick caller, nothing else to say. What can you do? Gonna be good night, Chase.
We lose to exactly one hand. And he snaps it off, of course. It's It's an absolutely filthy run out. GG Chase.
He's got king, queen.
Unlucky, sir. Great run. He is our 8th place finisher here in the Prime UK Championships. What a spot for Francois.
Would have been interesting on the river if it come a brick what Chase would have thought, because obviously Francois could still have some of those better King X that open. Chase is covered. Wishes everyone good luck. 6.7k takes home for his 8th place finish. Francois collects some chips in. And just back into the YouTube streets here. Was talking about Arron. Chris Cunliffe says online regular Jay, up and coming, loves the game and works hard. So hopefully we'll see a lot more of Arron over the next year or so. You know what they say?
What do they say, my friend?
If you, the harder you work, the luckier you get in this game. That's what they say. So if he's a hard worker,
brilliant,
and puts in the stuff off the table.
I'm just sending a little private message now to Chris. Just find out what that online screen name is, you know. Just in case I find myself in the crosshairs of Mr. Arron Pointon. Deary me, what a few moments, Jay, that we saw that sensational 8-4 offsuit. Palaver of a hand, and then unfortunately for Chase, gets coolered. Maybe an illustration, Jay, again, like, not to nitpick and be too harsh on Chase, but like the pre-flop defend for me, I wasn't a fan. And then, you know, you can put yourself in this spot, right? Like, where, unfortunately, you need a kind of stronger range, I think. And when you get coolered, you're going to exit the tournament. This is some
of the stuff about tournaments that make them so difficult to play.
Yeah.
When you're at this stage, things change drastically. Ranges are different. You don't defend certain hands that you defend in like the middling stage of the tournament, the start of the tournament. Everything changes, and if you're unaware of that, sometimes you start making these little missteps, and they can just lead to bigger errors down the line, or getting those reverse implied odds, as we call them.
That's it. Yeah, I'm with you. So on we go, guys, down to 7. So we see Jason here opening with the pocket 4s from Hijack. Let's get this one through. Pretty uneventful for Jason so far. I've seen him lose a couple of small ones when he's had strong starting hands, but still very comfortable. 1.9 million in chips. Vincent Meli being the big mover, kind of middle of the pack, up into 3rd place. Arron Pointon, Christopher Johnson, just surviving at the moment on the sort of shorter stack. Be fascinating to see how this one develops. Tim Chung, of course, still with that overwhelming chip lead. Things are bubbling along nicely. Now then, Vincent, ace-9 off from +1.
Basically aces.
I mean, Vincent,
he's gonna get it go.
He's just an enigma, the man. One man's 8-4 off is another man's ace-9.
One thing I will say, obviously raising into Tim's big blind there, he's just thought we're gonna let this one go, not wanting to tangle with Tim, and gonna leave room for Arron. You expect.
Yeah, intriguing spot this one with Queen Jack suited. Was it like 16 blinds or so? We are 2nd last in chips. I like this, I think, min raise. I think it's a few too many to jam.
I could limp even be an option here as well, Andrew.
Limp. Yeah, I'd actually kind of like limp. It's one of these that when we raise and get jammed on, we can never call anyway. And when you limp and it goes round to Tim, like, you know, we see here Tim with a Queen-9 off, a hand that we dominate. Kind of, I could get behind it. This is unfortunate for Arron. Great spot, of course, for Mr. Johnson to just rip it in. Never feels nice to have to raise full Queen Jack suited, but sometimes it just has to be done.
So Chris, nice little pickup. And just staying alive, staying afloat. Shy of 20 bigs.
Yeah, both Chris and Arron sort of navigating very nicely off the short stack. You can see at the moment, sort of a race between those two and Mingrui to sort of survive and ladder up. Need a bit of separation between the big stacks, and then Francois sort of right in the middle. We have Tim on the really big stack, Vincent and Jason kind of joint second in chips, Francois in the middle, then the three shorties. I'm fascinated to see how things develop with Vincent. He's kind of folded a couple of hands that you could certainly open, and opening some ones that we perhaps would not. Arron now, pocket fours. Very tricky. We saw Iulian bust with pocket fives in a similar type spot, albeit Arron a little shorter. I like this laydown. I think it's very good. Allows Chris Johnson to open here with the ace-8 of spades. And again here, Tim, 7-8 suited. We saw him send it earlier. Against the button open from Francois. Wonder if he has a similar idea in mind. He does just send it again. This man, absolutely relentless. Rips it in there.
And once again, Andrew, one of these hands that shouldn't really interact with any other calling range. Like Chris here with a great example, probably can't call ace-8 off, and like we're never going to be in a situation unless we're up against 9s plus that there's a hand that dominates us like 40% against the ace-king, ace-queen stuff that would call.
Yeah, Tim just putting the hammer down. Chris may suspect larceny here and is going to give this one a lot of thought. Fair play to him. I think a lot of players have already folded by now, but he knows that Tim is capable. You know, Tim's going to send in a bunch of suited Broadway types, Jay. He's going to send in some stuff like this that we do pretty well against. Of course, you're always worried that you're against a dominating ace or one of those sort of big pairs, but Tim, caliber of player that he is going to widen that 3-bet shove range. A little shake of the head. It just feels like one of these ones, Jay, that even if you suspect, right, like it's so hard to call off here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does let it go. Well played, Tim, again.
I think you just have to fold, even if you suspect. And Tim Chung putting on a clinic so far, everything working. Take a little pause for breath.
Over to Tim on the button. Oh no.
You can't have them again.
It's just not fair.
Over to Vincent, 6 deuce of diamonds. Now again, this is the type of hand that people will defend for chips, but on a final, against the chip leader, I like this fold a lot from Vincent.
Only good hands. You get all hands. Good hands.
You know, if you have 2 A's, people can't have A's, right?
Yeah, it's true. See, the other time I only had 1 ace and you went all in. You need to give other people hands as well when I get good hands. It's like, didn't realise.
That's been the case for like 3 days or something for you.
Yeah.
And then action back on Arron. Ace-9 off, 7-handed. is going to be looking for spots to get steals through. Not impossible to decide to do it with this, but the way the stacks are so cagey, let's just decide to fold. Christopher, on the other hand, going to use this king blocker as an open. Quite like it if we're going to look for some spots to try and steal. Like to have a king or an ace in hand, but he's ran into it again. Did see Vincent earlier find kings when Chris opened with an ace-10. This time has ace-king.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what size Vince goes here with the ace-king. If he goes really small to account for Chris's stack size that he's opened off, or whether he is just going to tell Chris that he's committed, and it looks like he's going to go for the latter. Chris Johnson got to get out of there with king 8.
Yeah, those little subtleties in, you know, especially at final tables, you can make it kind of 5 big blinds here, 5.5 bigs.
Yeah.
It kind of becomes the same thing. And you may compel your opponent to sort of defend with a dominated ace or king. As it stands, makes it sort of 200k to go, hand done. Now, Jay, I know you're a lot younger and cooler than me. Well, you're certainly younger.
I'm not that much younger, I don't believe.
Are you not?
I'm in my 30s now, mate. I'm getting on.
I'm 40, pal.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right with the first statement.
I can't believe you made me announce it. Right, I'll ask you in a minute because Chris Johnson has found ace queen. Does look like he's half stacked once more. This one pretty reasonable, I think. 14 blinds at that realm now. We're happy to just send in a hand like ace queen. We will see if anybody wakes up behind. I'm going to go round to Arron. It's going to be hand over. Right, Jay, I'm reading the chat. What does swag mean, or swoog? Because people are yelling it.
Is it not something you type for an emoji on Twitch? I think that's it. And I see it a lot on Twitch. It brings up that, I think, a face. Like, is it one of the laughing? I could be wrong. I could be.
See, how do you
absolutely
even know that?
Winging it? But I do a lot of streaming via Twitch. So
right.
When you see swag, I think it's like an emoji that comes up. I could be completely wrong and just made a fool of myself. But
guys, you can tell me in the chat, please. That'd be helpful. Anyway. I'm going to give a shout out to Mr. Gary Spinks. Good to see you, sir, as always.
Well, that's not a good sign. I've seen the old LMAO in the chat, so I could be wrong.
Oh,
okay. I know. Swag is his online name. There we go. Arron plays under Swag.
There we go.
There we go.
Right, well, there we go. Learn something new every day.
I'm sure there's something to do with Twitch and Swag as well, though. I could be wrong.
Well, speaking of swag, here he is. Blind on blind, ace-9 off. 12 big blinds. Very likely to send the troops into battle. Does shove. Chris with the snap fold. Arron maintains his tournament life. Picks that one up with the jam.
Nice. Just back to the chat. Welcome, Gary Spinks, in the chat.
Yeah, what a
box.
legend.
Good luck. Smash them up, buddy, with Mr. Spinks watching. Great commentary as always, lads. Thanks, Gary. Glad you are enjoying the coverage. Been a fantastic watch so far this first session, to be fair.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
Said you're from Birmingham, where did you say? Yeah.
Not gonna lie, Jay.
Spell's not too far away from me, to be fair.
That 8-4 offsuit 3-way Kuje is going to live long in the memory.
It was something. That will be a hand that be remembered for a long time. The cool, though, when you actually think about it and delve into it for Arron, it seems kind of nice when Vince was really opening as much as he was. Yeah, so credit to him. And here is Vince this time with a legitimate hole into open ace-king in the hijack. Making it 2 BBs.
And yeah, one of the benefits for Vincent, I guess, when he shows that hand down, when we do have a real one, we might get people to pay us off. Francois with the defendable one, Jack 10. It's calling chips. Here we go. Ace, Jack, Queen, 2 spades. Spicy potential here. Top pair, top kicker for Vincent. Francois with a really interesting combo here. Bottom pair, gut shot to Broadway, and 10 of spades in hand, and Vincent checks, which I find very surprising here. Not a big fan of it, Jay, I have to say. I think with our image especially, need to just start getting value in my eyes, but it's going to play the deception route.
And the other thing on these type of boards, when we check back, like against a good opponent, they're going to be like, hang on, if you've opened an 8-9 suited, something like that, a pocket fours, you're just going to see better range on this board. So once you check back, maybe people are going to start thinking you're weighted towards like one pair showdowns, king, queen, queen 10, ace, king check-in, as we can see here. And now back over to Francois. And something interesting, Andrew, like on these boards, it seems like it's difficult to find bluffs that aren't the flush draws. And maybe Francois has one that could once in a while get after it. Could be wrong, but blocking some 2 pairs, blocking the set, blocking the straight draw, and then with potential to unload on a Black River card as well, which is important.
Yeah, this is certainly a combo that you could consider, excuse me, starting to turn into a bluff. But like, Vincent's just been such a strange customer to play against. Like, he kind of caps himself with this flop check back in my eyes, right? Like sets, straights, 2 pairs. They almost never, I'm going to hesitate to say, check back flop. So it's certainly a hand that we could consider, like check raise and Jay, try and put a hand like a king queen in a bad spot, right? Something like this, like a queen 9 suited or something like this. As it stands, Vincent now gets to go for river value. And this is now going to be tricky for Francois, because he's seen a lot of spice out of Vincent. Like, what hands here check back and bet as a bluff? Like, tough to give too many.
Yeah, this is the problem, because even like, say, like a king 9 of clubs, a king 8 of clubs, stuff like that picks up a flush draw, that's still probably going to see bet flop. So it's difficult to assign bluffs for our opponent here.
And also feels like we would have fast played our really big value on turn. So it's not like now we can all of a sudden, you know, try and turn our hand into a bluff. And you can see from the body language that Francois is not considering that. Just considering a hero call here, Jay.
I think key component in this one, just the flop check from Vince, and does let it go. Doesn't get sticky.
Nice. Yeah, well nice lay down. I'm telling you, Vincent is an enigma, because that, I think pretty much, Jay, every single spot so far, he's done the opposite of what I would think he would do.
he keeps you guessing, does old Vince Meli. Does keep guessing. And I've just realised, Andrew, it was Pog I was thinking of on Twitch. POG. Someone has corrected me in the chat. Swog Pog, they rhyme the same, right? So I was well off with it. But thank you, Mike T. I made myself a little right fool, but
it's all the same to me, mate. It's all Greek. It's all Greek to me.
Rhymes, close enough.
Fascinating stuff. Right here, from Dusk Till Dawn. Mingrui, been very quiet recently. Let's find a playable one here, Jay. King, Queen offsuit from under the gun. 16 big blinds to start the hand. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's just let it go. A little surprised. Thought he would come in for a raise. Looks like a well-timed laydown. Jason here in the hijack, pocket 10s.
Expect to see open. Not going to love raising into Tim's blind, but got a big hand. Want to start getting some value. I've actually gone with a little adjustment here, Jason. Goes for the 2.5xer.
Yeah, don't mind it.
Let's get it through.
you play a lot of
Can get Tim to fold some of his kind of weaker hands that can defend but still have equity against us potentially.
Probably like mostly stuff like round there, I guess you go to, don't you? 'Cause it's not that far away. But... yeah, fair enough.
Folds all the way around to Tim with the Jack 5. He's going to get aggressive, okay one to use in the small blind. However, Mingrui here seems like he's got one that will like to jam.
Yeah, as ace-7 offsuits go, this one more fist-pumpable than in other lineups. Of course, recognises Tim's going to be so wide here.
Seems like something different. But yeah, I play quite a bit online. It's usually just... I don't play like all year round, but I play like...
Look at the chip counts once more. Tim way out in front, 4.7 million. Vincent and Jason both neck and neck in second with 1.8. Francois just behind those two with 1 million in chips. I say just behind, of course. Fair amount of distance between them. But out in fourth place on his own. And then the 3 short stacks. Mingrui, Christopher, and Arron all looking to find some upward momentum. Action on Arron now. Really has found himself with some sort of awkward stack depth decisions. 14 bigs, Jay, Jack 10 of hearts. It's one of these. It feels like too much to shove.
Yeah.
To me.
Seems an awkward one.
But I think he has. I think he has half stacked it. I mean, it's not unreasonable. It's just so tricky with the way that the sort of chips are distributed.
Yeah, from +1 as well. Like, definitely go with it from hijack, I think.
Yes.
Perfectly fine. It's just like EP. Seems kind of close. Either way, just Vince to get through in the big and does the job.
Yeah, really intriguing. Like, I can honestly see fold being fine here. Like, I'd need to crunch the numbers somewhat, but it's just, it's so tricky. Like, you don't really want to min-raise fold. Half stacking and then someone puts it in behind feels pretty grim. Awkward one. That's one of those where lots of right answers, I think.
Yeah, 20 years is pretty good. Pretty good going. I knew you. I knew
Arron holding steady. Very impressed with him. Looking to find that initial double up and then move forward.
Ace-8 suited here for Chris Johnson. Just south of 15 for him.
Yeah, loads of these marginal spots coming up. Does come with min raise. I like this personally. Would be my route of choice. Makes it 60k to go. Round to the big blind. This one should be hand done.
And we just love this as Chris Johnson getting this through.
Yeah. Round 2, our chip leader, excuse me, Tim Chung, King Queen, more than enough to qualify for an open. Now then, Arron, Ace Deuce of Spades, Jay. Couple of routes available in my eyes.
Yeah, agreed. And it looks like he is going to go for the all-in approach. Very
like
nice. Snap fold from Tim.
Yeah, like Tim just in this kind of spot where we just get to just min raise loads and loads and loads, Jay, and just kind of we can be pretty selective in terms of calling off these jams. You know, King Queen off, very unlikely to be the best hand. Okay, very occasionally. We do okay against, you know, suited ace X and some pairs. But for 16 bigs, just decides, I'll let this one go. Seems pretty reasonable to me.
I think he's just comfortable in the situation he's in. No need to
Sure.
just double people up with close decisions
That's it.
and stay in the driver's seat if you like.
Yep. You were asking about his overarching strategy. That would be it for me. Lots of min raising, 3-betting, people in position predominantly, and just, yeah, kind of gets to write his own script here in terms of when to risk big chunks of chips. Vincent.
He's had an orbit off, but he's back.
He's had an orbit of rest. Queen 4. Let's go. Now, I'm intrigued to see how wide Arron is like sort of willing to adjust. Like ace 6 off, of course, is standard. We just put it in the bin. But you know, Jay, like if someone's opening non-stop, you might start to widen, right? And be like, maybe convince yourself, okay, well, I'd normally fold ace 6 off here, but against this guy, something to consider.
A point to mention though, Andrew, we're still in our first session and no phones at the feature table, so no one's actually going to be having the information filtered to them yet. So
I'm kind of loving that.
It will be perhaps first break in 30 minutes time. When we go on the first break, people looking at their phones, getting some feedback from their friends. This guy's opening 80% of the deck. We might then see the adjustments made next session. See,
maybe it's all part of Vincent's grand plan.
Yeah, it could be.
After the first break, he's just going to be like, beep it 5%.
It could be the plan.
It might be the plan. Round 2, him once more. Certainly some potential to open, but does decide to fold. I like that, the no phones thing. I think it's kind of important, and it should be more standard in my eyes. I'm not a big fan of people getting all this like extra information. And there's some people who don't have loads of people on their rail to give them the info and the like. Makes it a more level playing field in my eyes. As we see Chris Johnson rip it in from the small for 15 bigs. Gets that one through.
Nicely done.
Oh, hang on. We're being corrected. Apparently Mingrui has his phone on the rail, Jay. We're wrong again. He does, to be fair.
My apologies.
So does Tim.
I haven't even seen. I just remember hearing at the start the TD at the table was talking to him, running through the rules. And I'm sure he said something about phones, and someone asked if they could listen to music, and he said yes. And I just remember that being said. But shows how observant I am that just everyone's got their phones out. This is how concentrated I am on the poker, though, Andrew. This
honestly,
is the analysis.
Francois got his as well.
I'm not even concentrating on what they're doing when we're not in a hand. I'm just looking at the graphics, thinking about the hand.
Good man. That's why they have myself and you on board, mate. Bringing the live coverage.
No phone while you're in the hand. Thank you, Lewis Jones. Okay,
that's hilarious. No phones and all 4.
Yeah,
I can see 5 phones.
There we go. Just I needed this aerial shot for when I was talking. That's what I needed. This little aerial shot.
But I am like, a bit of an old school stickler for, keeping the game pure. Like I honestly like the idea of like no phones whatsoever at the table. And like, I just think like I did play in an event. I think it was in Cannes. It was a World Series circuit event, Jay, in Cannes. And on the final table, you have to put your phone into a locked box.
Okay.
and it stays in there until the end of the tournament. So there's like no phones whatsoever, even on the breaks, I believe. I think it's correct.
Hey, what about have you back for the next days? You stay overnight or
Nah,
just,
it's all right. I mean, they're not savages. They're not savages. But
I like it. I like it's just a purer form, isn't it? People aren't getting information. You're just basically going off the information that you see at the table, and that's it, rather than all these hands that haven't gone to showdown, people giving you feedback.
Yeah, I mean, we had that. That's sorry. Well, I'll cut away for a moment. Very tight laydown from Jason. Interesting. Tim is in the big blind, so perhaps just deciding I'm not going to get in the mix with him with substandard sort of holdings. You see Chris decides just to send it here with the King Jack. Pretty reasonable from button. 17 blinds and done.
And now the chat box coming after me. Jim Marlowe says, did the TD also say no sunglasses or green hoodies?
I don't know, did they?
Well, I see 2 green hoodies and 4 players with sunglasses on. So potentially that could have been said, Jim.
What's the tournament director up to? Get him out there. What's going on? I'd love to see him just come out and just like with a bucket and just go, phones in here. And just, and like clunk their heads together. Clunk Tim and Mingrui's heads together like Severus Snape and Harry Potter when the students aren't behaving. I know I'm strange, Jay. That was a very weird thing to say. Moving swiftly on.
I weren't expecting any Harry Potter references today. Put it that
Mate,
way,
I like to keep it.
But there we are.
I like to keep it a little strange and quirky from time to time. Right. Back to some wizardry on the felt, Jay. There you go. I just wanted to get that line in. Right, Chris Johnson, Queen 9 of Diamonds in the cutoff. It's out of the way. Mercifully so. Francois licking his lips here. We've seen this lineup himself against Tim in the small several times. Fortunately for him, snap fold from Tim.
It's just always the way, isn't it?
It is, right? You're like, I've finally got him.
Yeah, when you're middle, he's just free betting or shoving, and then when you're at the top, he just snap folds.
It's just that kind of hidden run good, isn't it, in poker that I think people don't really, recognize in the moment. Is it just hoping, you just want Tim to have an ace-9 off there and put a little 3-bet in. Raise and take though for Francois. Just holding steady, sort of middle of the pack. On we go. 7-handed here. If you are just joining us, guys, WPT, Prime UK Championship final table. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Jay Harwood on comms, calling the action all the way down to the conclusion of this event later on this evening. Round 2, Mingrui. Queen 8 offsuit in the small blind. 16 bigs to start the hand.
Really difficult spots to know exactly what to do these.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to start in the form of complete. Obviously aware that Vince has been overly aggressive, and King 6 off here for Vince. One that he may take and just put Mingrui to the test.
Yeah, always intriguing, these blind-on-blind confrontations where ranges are wide. It's going to bump it up. Very frustrating final table for Mingrui so far. Facing this sort of 2.8 big blind ISO. Can't really continue, I don't think. A little too wide for me, I think. Queen 8-0.
I agree with you, Andrew. I think this one's just going to have to hit the mark. There will be times that we have the best hand, but Vince with his stack and us with our stack just going to have to let it go off of our 15. for Mingrui.
Always tricky. Nicely done from Vincent. Up into second place now on his own 1.9 million. Feels like finally, Jay, a little lull in the action almost. It was pretty non-stop. Chips were flying, bluffs were aplenty. Things have calmed down just a little in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Just losing a player. Look at the ladders. People start to see the money. Maybe things start to cage up a little more. And Tim here got a lovely little candidate to use here as the chip leader. We like the offsuit ace-x. And Francois, if Tim finds it, is going to be getting sick of this man. But lets that one go with the block up.
Going to be round 2. Jason in the big. Very interesting. Ace-6 off for him. Certainly also one you could consider to use, in my eyes, as a potential 3-bet bluff. Of course, typically people just defend here.
Yep. They're nice ones to use at 30, though. Like 30 is a real sweet spot, isn't it?
I like it
from
here.
the big blind.
Just one of those where you can sort of maybe make Francois fold something, you know, strongest sort of ace-10 if we 3-bet, and you can sort of stop yourself from being dominated going into a post-flop situation. But of course, for the price, very reasonable, just a call. Comes King, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow. Jason, of course, still best. Francois with the betting lead.
It seems like a nice clean board as well. Probably around quarter seems nice. But board usually go around third on, but tend to scale those sizings down on FT.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Just target hands like this. Get some better 10 or jack highs with no connectivity to fold. Also, well done, Francois. Cards back in the air. Action on Tim Chung. You get in the mix here with 8-5 of spades. Now then, Vincent, pocket aces on the button. Somewhat unfortunate here that Tim has a very wide open in the 8-5 of spades. See how Vincent elects to proceed.
Yeah, probably stone cold bottom here for Tim. Wouldn't open 8-4 suited.
Yeah, it's gone very small, Vincent. Just 5 bigs. Little surprising to me at this stack depth, Jay. Over 60 big blinds deep. Personally, I think this is too small.
I think we want to be veering towards 3x, if not 3x from Vince. They're going to be back on Tim, who now getting this price over 3 to 1.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to have a dabble.
Makes some sense to me. You know, we can hit, if we strike lightning in the jar and flop huge, potential to win a huge pot. As it stands, that flop is all Meli. Jack 6-4, all hearts. Overpair and nut flush draw for Vincent. Just a gut shot for Tim. Really intriguing these spots. Like, Tim's going to have a lot of suited hands, Jay, right, when he opens and calls 3-bet. So, Vincent, you need to tread carefully in these type of spots, albeit we have the ace of hearts in hand, of course, so it takes away some of those concerns. But you know what I'm getting at. One of those sort of board textures that we do need to proceed carefully with our overall range.
Like Vince at this stack depth sitting second, third in chips, Tim chip leader, like probably isn't even going to 3-bet ace, queen of hearts, probably just plays flat, ace, queen, ace, 10 of hearts, all this stuff. So only real flush we have is the ace, king suited, and maybe we dabble into some of that ace, queen, but Tim just going to have all the flushes here.
Hello. And Tim sort of recognizing what you have just said, Jay. A lot of the time here, we can really leverage pressure on Vincent. Like, let's just give Vincent, for argument's sake, 2 black queens here. Like, 2 black queens is absolutely hating life, right, against check raise.
Yeah.
And, like, credit to Tim for finding this. I quite like it. We can, of course, see it's not going to work. Goodness me. Big turn incoming here. Pot swelling, 825k in the middle, 2 pots back or so for Vincent. And wow, does improve to the nut flush. Now then, Tim Chung. Interesting though, Jay, right? That Tim's going to be thinking, what type of hands does Vincent bet, flop, and call raise? I would say that lots of the hands will contain a heart.
Yeah.
And like a high heart at that. Like, basically, if we do want to continue somehow to barrel off here, we want our opponent to have that overpair, no heart in hand. Tim waves what looks like the white flag. Vincent with the decision now. Really interesting spots.
Yeah. Do you ever think we could like check here? Because going back to what we say on the flop, thinking about Tim's range, he doesn't really have many offsuit combos that call the 3-bet. So
exactly.
Like, yes, he could have some potential 8-9 of hearts, stuff that we just get there against, but he's not going to have like a king 10 off that calls the 3-bet, or a king 9 off with a heart, king jack off with a heart.
Exactly that.
So maybe could have been some merit to checking for Vince when you look at it like that, but just with the bet.
I think so too. I mean, like, I don't even think Tim's going to check raise like a ace jack no heart here, right? Ace jack of spades or something.
Yeah.
So I think I'm with you actually that we might be able to induce, you know, a bet from Tim on the river if we check back. Fun hand, interesting one. And you may even get Tim to value bet river, right? Like if Tim has 7-8 of hearts here or something like this, 8-9 of hearts that fast plays flush and then pot controls turn. Probably puts a little blocker bet in himself on the river with hands like that. And may bluff with
exactly. Like 8-5 of spades there. Like if we check back and it comes a brick on the river, like Tim might weight Vince towards like aces, kings without 100%. A heart and potentially go for it.
Yeah, really fun one for us to analyze. Vincent doing very well. It's been non-stop upward trajectory for him. Up over 2 million now. Trying to establish himself, as the main contender to take on Tim. Here we go.
We said last hand he probably wouldn't 3-bet the ace-queen suited against Tim's open. We actually get our answer the very next hand.
See, that's why you're the best in the business, Jay, you see. You just know. You just know these things. Makes a lot of sense, of course. Just play in position, keep in some hands that we crush. Let's make the call. Nice laydown from Chris in the big. Do see players make the mistake of completing here off the shallow stack 3 ways. Off we go. Diamond in the window. Followed by another 5-4 deuce. Nut flush draw for Vincent. Tim once again comes up pretty empty. Does have some backdoor potential. But out of position here. Going to be a heavily checked board and does check it over.
Now, Decision point for Vince here. Flop the catalogue of equity. We'll
I would
draw
check.
2 overs
I
and
would
up flush
check here.
draw.
I would check here for sure. Just quite like it. I think that there's lots of good things can happen. Obviously, nothing wrong with putting in a small bet. Like, Tim's just going to have so many check folds, Jay, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense to me to sprinkle in some checks here, maybe try and induce some bluffs down the streets.
I guess we've also got that, like, time it comes ace on the turn as well, queen on the turn, hands,
Right.
cards that Tim may delay with. So,
Yeah, like
couple of
Tim's going to
interesting
have all
ones.
the, like, queen 10 offs in there, right?
Yeah,
Queen jack offs
yeah.
that we have dead, basically. Bunch of, like, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, they're all dead or close to it. Always fun to dissect strategies at these finals.
I've been enjoying this
Yeah.
FT.
Race 60,000.
Tim after it again. 3 opens in a row. This one actually the best of the lot, believe it or not, Jack 10.
Yeah, we kind of alluded to this at the start of the stream. Expect to see Tim probing with lots of opens to pick up money pre.
Interesting one for Arron on the button. King Jack of spades. Starting the hand with 16 big blinds.
All in.
I think he'll take this, and he does. He's been
Very
very,
nice.
very accomplished.
This man plays very well. For someone
Yeah.
I've never seen, don't recognise, he's obviously plays a hell of a lot online and is well studied. Very nice take there from Arron.
Yeah.
Good jam.
Just a really nice spot to put it in against a wide range. Well done. Arron just slowly going about his business, moves himself up above the 2 other short stacks. He's going to be a threat, Jay, if he can get above that sort of 40 big blind mark.
Thoroughly impressed with the man.
Yeah, I mean, himself, Chris, and Mingrui really have played very well
Yeah.
off the short stacks. There's no big mistakes being made by anybody, really. And we have Tim, of course, pushing the action. Vincent in there, a bit of a wild card with some of his opening ranges. Keeping us entertained on the rail. Action going to be folded round to Christopher Johnson. Here he is, 970. Deep in the tank. Oh, hello. Okay, time bank deployed.
Do you think this is just manipulation of the clock going on break in 4 minutes, potentially?
100%. 100% is.
Yeah.
Very professional. It's, it's one of the kind of sad... It makes me a little sad, like, as a purist. You know, doing the old tank here to make the big blind go up on one of the short stacks. But, you know, it's all part of the game, isn't it, Jay? You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, little dark arts are in there. And we know you like your dark arts with your Harry Potter reference earlier.
I mean, it is brutal, isn't it? Like, you're just sitting there in the big blind. Or, sorry, under the gun, thinking, you absolute weasel. You're hating life, aren't you? You're like, come on, mate. But it has to be done. Now then, Francois. Jack 10 of clubs. Does have his nemesis, Mr. Chung, on his direct left. Of course, going to be aware that Tim is going to come after him often. We have a very nice hand to potentially limp call. Tim decides his hand has enough playability just to check back in position. The 8-4 of clubs. 10 of diamonds in the window, followed by another one. Massive flop for Francois on the 10-10-6. Quickly checks it over like this. Just allow aggressive chip leader to start bluffing with no equity hands. We can see he has one that fits that category. Doesn't bite as of yet. Checks behind. Improves to the 4 of diamonds turn. Pretty bad card for Tim.
Yeah.
Interesting spot, Jay, for Francois. Like, do we decide to just give our opponent more rope? Does find the double check.
It doesn't look like Tim's going to have too much, and like he may pick up some stuff with 7-3, 5 deuce, all this
Right.
random trash in the big that may be inclined to stab.
100%.
And even like the times that he does turn a 4, may start betting that, get some value, equity denial purposes. 4 may elect to bet, as Tim has done here.
Yeah, this is really nice from Francois. I think the most interesting thing is here, like, do we raise? And it's like, would we bluff raise? Like, anything here from the small? It's pretty hard to sell that story in my eyes. And like, we might be better served, Jay, to allow Tim to bluff off with those hands that you mentioned.
Exactly. Yeah.
We're like a little unfortunate here. I think that Tim actually has a 4 because this likely goes check now. But we'll see what develops. I find it hard to imagine Tim goes for value here. Backdoor diamonds get there. We're basically targeting to get called by ace high if we bet river.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Tim went for value here.
I mean, he might. He may think his opponent just has so many ace and king highs. He is going to go for a little bit of value. I think it just shows that he's a class player. You know, it's of course ran into top of range. He's like, okay, can't beat that. Of course, runs into top of range, Jay, but you know, the best players, they try and eke out value in every situation possible. Well done, Francois. Chips up. So with that, guys, we are going on our first break of the day. Please don't go too far. Join myself and Jay. We will be back in around about 15 minutes' time. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gents. You're suitably refreshed after that first 15-minute break of the day. Myself and Jay furnished ourselves with a bit of refreshment. Ourselves back into the action we go, guys. Still 7-handed here. WPT Prime UK Championship final table. And I would gesture, Jay. Long way to go in this one. Very good structure. 1 hour clock. Lines have, of course, gone up. Playing 20, 40k with a 40k big blind ante. So going to put some pressure on the big stacks. Quite interesting to see. We've seen Jason play very tight, like King Jack there. You know, a lot of shorties at the table who are going to play shove or fold. Tim's in the small blind. Little surprised that he didn't take that one for an open J. But in any case, seems like a prudent fold. Arron here waking up with a big hand. Ace Queen decides it's good enough to just min raise.
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrew. The King Jack, definitely one that we could choose to open as Jason, but not willing to on this occasion. Jason Riley from the UK, 75,000 in live earnings. His biggest cash actually coming a few months back here in Nottingham at the EAPT, finishing 3rd in the main event of that one.
I mean, it makes some sense for him to play like somewhat tight, right? Like we're like 3rd or so in chips. Just a little surprised that he didn't widen to include a King Jack in there. In any case, Arron on the move slowly but surely, up now to 700k or so. I believe that's his chip peak. And look at that, Jay. Another illustration. I mean, that's too tight for me. I think we have enough chips that we can still, you know, open some of these like blockery type holdings. Like, okay, like Tim, he's not just going to come after you like every single time or whatever. Something to watch out for, I guess, as we continue through the stream. As it stands, we get another confrontation. These two been going at it. Queen 8 for Tim. Vincent with a very playable Jack 10 of hearts.
Just think always cool in here. Not going to want to free bet and play out of position to Tim. Just keep the pot small.
Ace 9 4. All black. Advantage to Mr. Chung with the betting lead.
It does seem like one that likes to continue. Ace high as the raise up. Club in hand. 3 to a straight as well.
Yeah. That should be hand over. Unless, well, we have seen Vincent has some spice, but this would be very, very spicy indeed to continue. It lets it go. We'll look at the chip counts. Tim way out in front, over 4 million. Almost 2 times second place in chips, which is, of course, Vincent Meli. Round to Francois. Has navigated very nicely. This, we referenced it earlier, probably has the worst seat at this final table. Big hand though, ace king, hijack, 80k to go.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him as well. To be honest, I've been impressed with everyone this FT. Just played their stack well, not really got out of line. Vince has played his own game. I've seen a lot of Vince. He does like to get after it. That's how he plays. It's his style. But Francois now with top end. Gets defend from Jason, who is in a dominated spot here with the King Jack.
Oh dear, this could be big trouble. King Deuce Deuce. Both players connecting with top pair. This is big, big trouble for Jason.
Yeah, I think one of these boards we like 1BB on. Andrew, see what size Francois goes with. But let's go with quarter. Sorry, does go with a 1BB. 20k, 40k now.
Yeah, makes all the sense in the world, of course. Such a dry board. Jason can have so many hands that have just pure whiffed here. Unfortunately for him, it's crushed. Of course, makes the check call. Turn is the 8 of spades. Big decision incoming on this turn for Jason. Francois, of course, going to barrel here for value with ace-king.
Are you choosing a size here, Andrew, to set up a river jam, or are you choosing like a size where we wouldn't get it all in by river?
It's really interesting here in that when we bet 1BB, of course, Big Blind is going to call with some ace highs. He's going to call with some low pairs. He should even call with like some stuff that wraps around that king potentially, like a queen jack of hearts or something like this should probably call for 1BB. Like we have the ace of spades in hand, which I think is important. You know, when the Big Blind check calls with ace high spades, right? We block that, so it's kind of one of these spots where we don't want to bet too much and chase away all the holdings, but our hand is so strong. I like this size. I think like 2/3 pot looks pretty good. Like a king will not fold to this size in, and we can still set up a big river bet. I think it's tough to get it all in, basically, Jay, is what I'm saying here down the streets. Like if are we full potting turn? Is he raising turn? Oh no! Oh, Jason out of nowhere here raising with a hand. Don't like this personally. I think we just end up folding out bluffs.
But the thing is, Andrew, we don't like this as Francois now because, like, what hands do we ever... We never expect a king to raise here, right?
It's true. It is true.
King 8 might raise, like a turn King 8 suited, but only one combo from our perspective. But what's Jason supposed to have here? Like, trying to... His value, basically going to think is a deuce, but... Got to continue, but not loving it, right?
That's the main concern is a deuce, I think. Like, pocket 8s, I don't imagine is going to check raise this turn. Just going to allow our opponent to barrel off. Jason has bloated this pot now. And it could be a disaster. Like, we're essentially bluffing now if we bet river. I mean, targeting like King 10, King 9 is pretty optimistic. Oh my goodness, and you just bet $500,000.
Yeah, now Francois are in just an absolute grim spot here because, especially with the ace of spades as well, as you mentioned on the turn, like maybe some bluffs might be some of these turn backdoor flush draws. And like if we can't assign Jason any bluffs and we just think his value comes from a deuce or better, then we don't really beat anything here. Because we never expect King, Queen, King, Jack, King 10 to take this line. It's such an intriguing spot.
Yeah, we are deep in the weeds here. This is not a spot that you see very often whatsoever. Jason's turn check raise, Jay, as you're referencing, looks much stronger than just a bare king. Oh, he might fold this hand.
He actually might, and I wouldn't even hate it. Like maybe getting this price, we have to call 3.5 to 1. But if Jason like jammed, setting in for the full 740, maybe like we'd have to fold. Like I can't think of a single bluff, and I can't really think of any value that we beat because you never expect King, Queen, King, Jack, King 10 to take this line. So if I'm sat there as Francois, I'm just going to say he's got it. He's got Queen deuce suited, Jack deuce suited. Ace deuce suited, still 2 combos.
I'd love to know what's going through Jason's mind. Like, does he think he's bluffing, Jay? Like, this is a wild hand. Or does he... I mean, when we check raise turn, like, what are we targeting to get called by? Pocket queens or something, right? Like, that just can't be a thing. Really wild hand, so we're essentially bluffing here with the... I'm a little flummoxed, not going to lie to you.
There's so much out there, though, Andrew. The price that we've got as Francois may just be the thing that sways the decision here. The 3.5 to 1 price. But if I was sitting there, I would not feel good about Ace King. And he lets it go.
No, it's his final
Oh, it's
time
his
bank
time
chip.
back. Oh my word! I thought
So
we let it
30
go.
seconds.
Oh,
Critical moments on this final table. 30 seconds left to act for Francois. If he can find the call button, he's going to scoop 2.2 million in chips. He does. He flicks in that chip to call, and it's a disaster for Jason Riley. Just bloated this pot, Jay, and really could be a critical slide indoors moment for him. What a hand that is.
Yeah, crazy little hand, and Francois genuinely thinking about letting River go there. And this is why in those situations, just want to be playing check call.
Do we have more at some point? No, we don't think so.
Never get value from worse. Like we even nearly got better to fold. What a crazy! We've had two crazy hands today.
Really?
What's it?
I mean, I'd love to have a glimpse into the mind of Jason there. Like, did he decide I'm bluffing now? Like he might have, Jay, right? I don't want to discredit the thought process. Could just be thinking I need to try and get King Queen to fold. I'm not a big fan of it, you know. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
I'm thinking about it. I doubt that's the case.
I know I do also, but like, what worse hand are we gonna get called by when we check raise turn and bomb river? Like, there isn't one. I don't think it would have to be King 10 exactly. I think. Wild one. Francois loving life in any case, up to 2.4 million. Jason, big blow. We'll look to recover. Goodness me. Back from the break with a bang.
Mad hand.
Arron here, very dusty looking Queen Deuce off. Is of course facing Vincent, who's been pretty wild. You spoke about how on the break more information might be given to these players, but Queen Deuce not going to make the cut. What a hand that was, and big call from Francois. I'm with you, Jay. We're basically bluff catching river.
Tough, so tough.
And like nobody bluffs here either, and we
This
have
is the thing.
we have the ace of spades in hand too. So if our opponent somehow runs a kind of psycho check raise turn ace 4 of spades or something, right? That could maybe make some sense as like a, you know, a bluff trying to fold out an ace queen that's double barreling or something like this. And yeah, Francois, little tilt of the head as if to say, I didn't enjoy that, but we got there in the end. Penny for the thoughts of Jason, head probably swirling, Jay.
Do you think if Jason asks for a lot, I know it's only an extra 250k, but do you think then he finds fold for tournament life as well? I would love to see him jam. Like, I know it's we should just check call this hand on the turn anyway, but once we get there to the river, imagine if he jammed and got the fold.
I mean, I think it's such a wild spot because there just are no perceived bluffs, so maybe we should fold it. I don't know, crazy stuff. Anyway, on we go. Vincent once again. Out of line opens, order of business, 8-9 off. Arron with a hand that you would imagine he will send in, ace-10 off for 15.
Hasn't missed one of these spots yet as Arron, and I doubt he's going to miss this one.
Let's use a time bank chip. I'll tell you something, Jay, about live reads when we do these streams. Oh, he does. Okay. I was about to say that I've never seen someone use a time bank chip in a spot like this and not jam, and I've just been.
There you go.
The theory has just been blown to smithereens. I suppose now, when you look at the chips, we're in 4th with 16. Then we have 13, 11, 9.5. Maybe just deciding I don't want to run into it here and get 7th. We might just have to stop predicting, Jay. I think that's the way on this final table.
I think that is the way. especially against Vince though. Like, surely now we know Vince was just getting well out of line last session, and he's opening 9-7 off cut off. He's opening Queen Deuce off hijack. He's opening 8-4 off button. Like, surely this is the perfect person to say, I'm all in. We're just going to get so many folds, but stacks getting more congested at the bottom.
Now then, Mingrui hasn't gone your way. You found aces at the perfect time. 9 big blinds. I think likely. Oh, he's mixed in the limp. Okay. I was going to suggest could still see a min raise the way the stacks are. Can still have some raised non-all-ins here off 9 and a little 9.5 bigs.
I always say in these spots, though, Andrew, what on earth do we limp here off of 9 from +1 other than aces? It's the question you always ask. And wow, Chris Johnson with the 9s here.
Well, you spoke about his instincts as a poker player. They're about to be put to the test, but he has sent it in. And the trap has been sprung by Mingrui. Loving life, has his man. Critical all in at this final table. The trap has worked for Mingrui. Just needs to hold 830k in the middle. How's that for a flop? Ace, Queen 10, flops top set.
You have more, Chris.
Turns Chris dead. Unfortunate there for Chris Johnson. Just decided that 9s was too much hand, Jay.
Yeah.
If our opponent's, looking to limp in with some Queen 10 suited type kind of holdings,
perhaps.
I'm trying to assign these kind of limps that aren't value.
You'd think off of 9, like even that hand's happy to jam, still folds out better, like it's one of these. And but then Chris has got like 11 bigs and he's got pocket 9s facing the limp from a stack that we cover. Like, what else can we really do? Although in your head you're like, what's he got off of this 9 big blind limp? You kind of know, but you're like, we just can't fold our hand. And just having to send the 9s in, running into it. And Chris Johnson going to need a spin up. I think he is down to 1 or 2 BBs.
Yeah, I believe 60k behind.
You enjoying a wine already? Yeah.
Signature red wine from Mr. Chung. A man of culture, Jay. A little red wine run good, never hurt anyone.
Yeah, does like his red wine, Tim. Usually he cracks it open, FTs. Doesn't usually drink during the day 1s, day 2s, unless it's the later levels.
I normally drink red wine during the turbo flight when I've done 8 bullets. And I'm like, I'm totally over it. I'm totally over it, but I have to play this turbo.
And then that's the flight you sun run and you just back chip lead. It's always the way.
Red wine run good, we call it, mate. It's definitely a thing. Right, Jason, looking to recover. Head will be spinning, I'm sure, from that King-Jack confrontation. Francois now, all of a sudden, 2.4 million, 60 big blinds, Jay. It's going beautifully for him. No time banks now for him. It's something to keep an eye on. You see that massive stack of time banks for Tim Chung. Looks like he's got about 15 there. And that's something, right? Like, this is going to be really tough for Francois now. 30 seconds to act per hand, basically, per decision. Going to be tough. Going to have to think on his feet. Limp pot here. Flops a gut shot. King 9-6. Tim still best here with ace high.
Francois just going to be proceeding with caution against Tim. One player that can do the most damage in the form of stacking us.
Yeah, interesting spot. We do block some continues with this sort of 10-7 and backdoor hearts. So like some, latitude to start betting flop, potentially delay and bet some turns if Tim doesn't stab. This looks like one of them to me, Jay. King of hearts. We can just bet here or fold out some queen highs, right? Like stuff like this. Got a big draw. A little surprised to see check here. Does check it over.
And Tim, expect to be checking back here. Looking for showdown with the ace high, you guess?
Yeah, no real reason to put money in. 5 of clubs river.
Now, Francois.
I mean, we have to bluff now, in my eyes. Just even a small size and just represent hand like a 6J, something like this. That's just
Even a River 5 potentially as well.
Exactly.
Like a little 40k. If Tim's got like just Jack Deuce off that's checked in the big blind, and Tim
Well
actually snap folding the ace height.
It's just one of these lines that always looks like thin value, right? The old check 1BB. A little surprised at snap fold, right enough. And he's enjoying the red wine too much, the lad. Tough to blame him. Maybe we should start drinking it, Jay, in the booth.
I don't drink wine. Do you know what? Me and the other half always moan.
Of course you bloody don't.
We go out and we see people drink wine all the time, and we're like, why can't we enjoy wine? But I just can't stand the stuff.
I'm gonna educate you in the ways, mate. Next time we go out for a nice steak dinner.
Yeah.
We'll get a classy red wine, and you'll
classy red wine.
You'll enjoy all the flavors.
I tell you what, you'll do a job to get me to enjoy wine, because I've had a lot of people try to get me to like wine, and I'm still not there, unfortunately. But they all say actually, funny enough, they all say when you turn 40, you start enjoying wine. So you being a classic example, Mr. Hedley.
No. Look, it's all good. I'm in my prime. Right, Chris Johnston, good luck, sir. All in 60k from cutoff. Francois, beautiful looking ace-jack of spades. A couple of options here. Likely to ISO, you would think, but there's something to be said for just calling here. Look to take this multi-way and try and get rid of a player. I think he did ISO. Yep, makes a lot of sense. Here we go. Christopher Johnson at risk. King 5 offsuit versus the ace-jack of spades of Francois. Needs to improve. Off to the 9-9-4 flop we go. Some backdoor hearts available. There's one. 11 outs for Chris. Can he find it? He does find it. Backdoor hearts coming in. Finds that double up to 220k. Still alive.
Starting the spin.
Tell you something. The dealers didn't get the memo. I don't even have time to call the run out.
They know how good you are, Andrew. They think that Mr. Hedley's in the booth. He can work with it. We'll do a 3-second run out. He'll be fine. And you were fine. I didn't have to say anything.
Managed just about. Nice double up for Chris. Staying alive. With the stacks bunched the way they are. One more double. We're back in the hunt. Action going to be on Christopher once more. Oh, he announces all in. Finds an ace. More than good enough. 5.5 BBs. Francois here with deuces. Kind of a grim spot. I think fold makes a lot of sense. Don't close the action. 3 players behind. Tim also gets out of the way. Mingrui with the decision now.
Ace-3 off will be ahead of some of Chris's jams, but never really a situation that we dominate much. Maybe King-3 suited in there.
Feels like a fold to me intuitively. Don't really want to risk a third of our chips here. Vince's going to flick it in quickly, though. Decides King-7 stands up well enough. We can see that it does. Basically in a stone coin flip situation here. Here we go. Can Chris double back to back? So far, so good. 9-6-3. Looking to dodge 2 overs.
Double gutter on the turn now.
Oh, and the 7 of diamonds completes the board. Vincent gets there. We do lose Christopher Johnson in 7th place. GG, sir. Picks up £8,600 for his efforts. And another good run. One of the strongest players in UK poker. GG, sir.
All right to move wrong. Excuse me. Am I okay to move wrong a bit? All right.
King 4 suited for Tim. Kicks us off with an open in the cut-off. Mingrui out the way. Vince will do the same. And looks like going to be just a raise and take for Tim Chung.
So on we go. Six-handed now. First ever WPT Prime event on UK soil. Pleasure to host it, of course, right here at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. I want you guys on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game. Holds round to Mingrui, who's really navigated this FT very nicely, Jay. We spoke about it earlier. Had to raise fold a lot. Made a very nice bet fold with top pair to stay alive and finds that double up with the aces. Vincent, who's had some really big hands on the button. Another one, ace queen. Intrigued to see, actually, probably had some open jams here. Right, you've got Jason with 10 blinds in the small and Arron with 14. Yeah, like just deciding the ace queen is, of course, strong enough to induce Jay, but going to have a bunch of open shoves from button. And Arron now gets to realize, at the very least with 9-10 suited, there's an option to jam for sure. Whether or not he decides to take it with a hand as kind of good as this, so to speak. Does decide on call. Makes a lot of sense, of course. After the flop we go. And what a flop it is for Vincent Meli. Queen, queen, 5. Absolutely drills it. Really interesting spot here. Of course, as the pre-flop raiser, gonna have lots of small bets here. If he ever mixes in a trap, it is gonna bet one big, which of course makes all the sense in the world. Hope our opponent has a hand that can continue. Arron does have a candidate here. 9-10 of spades, wrapping around the queen. Queen of spades on board against an aggressive player. Not impossible that he would debate floating here or even raising, and here it is. Makes it 100k. Unfortunately for him, a case of right move, wrong time. Really don't mind it against a player who's been as aggressive as Vincent. You know, if he's going to over c-bet here with hands that can't continue against check raise, makes some sense to sprinkle in some bluffs. Unfortunately, he has stone topper range. King of diamonds on the turn. Pretty bad card this for Arron to continue the story. Our opponent, if they do float us with a hand, you know, like a king jack of spades, something like this, right, that wraps around the board, that improves. Very difficult here to fire another barrel. Likely to shut it down, does check. Decision now on Vincent. Arron with pot behind. And he does continue to set the trap. Really don't mind it at all. I think our opponent a lot of the time has a hand that's drawing dead. Something like a 5 would make sense. It would check raise flop and check turn. He's going to try and allow his opponent to hang himself on the river. If he did have a flop check raise bluff, maybe can get a small street of value on river. If check 2 again. I think Arron's gone for it here. Or it may have just been a time bank chip, excuse me. He's trying to decide what to do here, Jay. Can we bluff river? After check raising flop, checking turn, you know, we'd be targeting something like pocket sixes or something like this, like an ace, jack, ace, 10 high. Can we bet and dislodge hands like this? Does wave the white flag. Really interesting one.
Yeah, don't mind it from him though. Got to be creative with some raises
and
boards like this.
Yeah.
This little one wrapped around the queen, nice little one to use. Free to straight, free to flush. And to be fair, senses on point from Arron. Well-timed shutdown.
Yeah, really nice. Vincent just going to go ask for all of it now. Just try and get hero called. Basically targeting that 5x. The check raises flop. Yeah, got to give credit to Arron. Been super impressed. Like how he's approached this final. You do have to sprinkle in some bluffs, especially against someone as aggressive as Vincent, who you could just oversee bet. Some king high, jack high, even ace highs. There's some playability down the street. For our 9-10 of spades, it does find, as you said, Jay, the well-timed shutdown. Fun hand.
And shows he got that in the locker as well. Arron, like, been making some nice reshoves picking up some pots without going to the flop, but even ill-timed, let's say, bluff, but with a combo that I think is a nice one to choose once in a while. So I think he's still playing very well, but this man just keeps going in the right direction, stacking up consistently. Vince Meli, another one, if he could somehow close the gap or even surpass it between him and Tim Chung, we'll be getting after it for sure.
Right into Arron in the small blind. 10 bigs. 8-9 of diamonds. It's time to send in the chips.
Queen deuce suited for Francois. Be surprised if this is called off.
Yeah, well done. Mr. Swag. Yes, they're done.
Mr. Swag.
Mr. Swag. Some real separation now. Tim Chung still way out in front. Vincent, though, closing in on 3 million. What a final he's having so far. Francois, very comfortable on 60 blinds. And Mingrui, shade under 20 blinds. And a battle at the moment between Arron and Jason for the next ladder up. Round 2, Arron on the button. Gets out of the way. Francois now. Ace-5 of diamonds, Jay.
Just a complete you expect. Facing Tim, out of position. Just one we're happy to complete call and go post with.
Yeah, Tim with the 9-7 off. Not really a hand that we're compelled to put more chips in. Have position. Going to flop pretty well. And here we go. 9-8 deuce with 2 diamonds. Potential flashpoint between 2 of the bigger stacks. Francois with a quick check.
Yeah, I think the nut flush draw, nice one to just check call with. Can still have the best hand in form of ace height. Plenty of equity.
That makes a lot of sense. Tim comes in just south of half pot. 50k into 120. The easy check call for Francois. Does improve to a gut shot wheel draw. Very disguised. Checks over to Tim once more.
Arron, maybe a turn that Tim is going to come with a much bigger sizing now. Two-tone. Plenty of draws out there. Top pair, still monster hand, blind on blind specifically.
Yeah, likely to go, in my eyes, 3/4 here. Something in that realm. Maybe even pot occasionally. Yeah, like it. Makes a lot of sense. Big bet. Francois, of course, not thrilled to face full pot, but we have so much equity. And we can still be ahead of some hands, the kind of 6, 7s, 5, 6s of the world, 7, 10. All these type of things are going to be real. Big pot brewing, though, and big river incoming. Can he get there? No, he can't. River is a brick. 8 of clubs. Likely goes check, check, I think. Tim will be a little concerned. You know, 8x of hearts going to be a thing. Some 8x that are curious to see river cards and don't believe Tim.
Yeah, I think even a lot of the 8x have to call even pot on the turn there, Andrew.
Sure.
So, yeah, not the most appetizing river to go for value on, as Tim does check it back. Takes a nice one back to 4.4 million.
Very nice. Unfortunate for Francois. Big old brick on the river. Well played hand once more, though, from both. Really has been a lot of impressive poker on display, as you would expect at the final table. Action folding round now to Tim. King 4 off. Does announce all in. Mingrui in the cage. 4th in chips. Gonna have to call off very tight. Does let it go. Take another look at the chip counts.
That's a Tim. 40% of the chips in play. Seems to be the same. Most of the FT not really dropping below 4 milli, but not breaking that 5 million chip barrier as of yet. There are 3 short stacks. Jason, Arron, Mingrui, all looking for a double. Potential ladders as well. And the Frenchman, Francois, been the big mover in the last hour or so. He's around 2 million chips now, which is good for 50 BBs. And Vincent Meli, sitting second in chips, put on a bit of a show for the viewers. Been getting after it, as we like to say. One of these 6 players will be taking home 57k plus the 10k WPTC, and as well as that beautiful trophy. Some point this evening. Plenty of play left in this one. Credit to the great structure they have here for the WPT Prime. Leaving plenty of play at this final table.
I didn't even realise there was a line, to be honest.
Yes, it is. I haven't been there, so maybe that would be good. Yeah, maybe, because it's growing. It's growing. Which is so far. You go and come back. Yeah, too far. We just stay there for a little bit longer. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the tournaments are so good there, I can imagine. You know.
watch a stream. Yeah. But it'll be fun. It'll be different. So.
Jason from Gun going to get out of there with Jack 8 over to Arron. King Jack of spades for him, offered 12, and this is one that Arron may choose to go with here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the all in.
All in.
Race all in.
Does take it for his 12 BBs. Mingrui not going to be able to do anything. Just hoping to get through Vince now.
So I'll say 3 now.
So what's the bet?
485.
485.
Plus.
And we'll be getting through Vince. Can't do anything with the 7 high. Into the muck. Arron takes a small one.
Can we have 5 yellow chips, please? Need some change. Thank you. Are you?
It's a real situation now
Pass.
for the 3 at the bottom.
Pass. Pass.
Arron, Mingrui and Jason trying to outlast one another. Trying to find nice spots to try and get some shoves through, get some reshoves through. Just trying to stay afloat. Ladder's starting to get slightly more juicy. It's round to Vince in the small. Gonna start with complete with this 5-3 off. And Jason, not much to work with in the big, but does get the C3.
I think so, but my card is for type C. Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Jack 9 rainbow. Board where Vince may go for the 1 BB stab with just 5 high, folding out 6 high, 7 highs, 8 highs. Going to be a win for us. And in this case, Jason won't be able to continue with the 10-3. 40k going to do the trick for Vince. Nicely done.
Pass. Price 80,000. Pass. Pass.
Tim in the hijack. Nice one to look down at. Queen 10 of diamonds. Opens to 80k and Arron 6-5 off here in the big. 12.5 BBs. The one that will look to defend off this shallow stack. Smaller SPR, easier to play post, or just going to do that. Let Tim get the raise and take fruit.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, I think, just to ditch. You know, we're in this very precarious situation with the fellow shorties. It's got to be very selective with the hands that we're going to defend. Of course, going to flick it in for chips. But you still have Jason on the short stack. 8 big blinds. Look to outlast him and potentially Mingrui if things go our way. We can open up a little in terms of defending. As we continue here, 6-handed. Everyone now, guys, £11,200 locked up and up through the payouts. We have 14.7 for 5th, 19,500 for 4th, 26k for 3rd place, 35,000 for 2nd, right up to the grand prize in this WPT Prime UK Championship, £57,660. Plus that little sweetener, I say little, big sweetener, first place, also taking down a 10k WPT World Championship package. Well, here we go. Confrontation imminent, you would imagine. Jason, all in. 325k from the button, and he is dominated here by Arron. Wakes up with a big hand. Ace-Jack of diamonds, Jay.
Yeah, nothing more for Arron to do other than ISO himself. Unfortunate for Jason, shoved perfectly fine here for 8 on the button with Queen Jack. We've just run into it behind.
Yeah, Arron announces all in, and here we go. Jason at risk. Gonna need to get there. Just 28% equity. Gets the bad news, sees a hand that has him crushed. Can he run down the suited ace-jack of Arron? 730k in the middle. 3 of diamonds in the window, followed by the king of diamonds. Awful flop for the queen jack of Jason. Just 13% now to get there. Needs an offsuit queen, or we are going to lose him in 6th place. 3 outs, 1 try. Can he find it? No, he can. 3 of hearts completes the board. And we do lose Jason Riley in 6th place. Great run for him, Jay. Very likely to look back on that huge pot he played, the King Jack against the Ace King of Francois, as the big moment of regret, Jay, at this final.
I think that's always the way when you come away from a final table and you're not the winner. There's usually that one hand that sticks in your head, and maybe a situation where we didn't have to lose a big as pot as we did with the King Jack there, but maybe a learning curve in that situation. Next time we get there, we're just going to try and keep the pot small, not sort of raise into a range. It's still got the stronger King X, and a bit unfortunate that we ran into it, but I think you're spot on, Andrew. That was the key moment for Jason Riley.
Yeah, GG Jason takes home 11.2k for his efforts, and I'm sure he will be back. We are now 5-handed as we creep towards the crowning of a champion here. Inaugural WPT Prime event on UK soil. And Arron Pointon on the move. He really has kept himself afloat admirably here. Started this final table with 260k. Up over 1 million now, I believe. Right in the hunt. So on we go. Mingrui, 16 blinds. Queen 9 off into the muck.
And someone that has toned it down this session, Andrew, as we noted back in the last session, talking about Vince's style, how he approached the FT. He has snugged it up a little, if you like, since we've been back after the last break, and maybe aware that people are getting fed information, and as you said, now potentially beneficial for him to play tight because people are going to be thinking he's still got some loose hands in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Francois there just gives him a walk. Also incentivized to be pretty tight here. 2 stacks in the sort of 15 to 20 big blind realm below him. Doesn't want to play pots out of position to Tim. Prudent fold in my eyes. Basically looking to try and get 3-handed and then open up a little against the 2 big boys.
Yeah, I think Francois has definitely shown a great understanding of how to approach FTs as well with the stack that he's been working with most of the day. Seems clued up, recognising in certain situations just better to get out of there rather than battle.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
We'll open the King 5 suited here on the button. Looks like raise and take. Mingrui with the old whip in the big blind out the way.
Action background to Tim Chung. Gonna open here, Queen 8 off on the button. Somewhat frustrating final for Mingrui, I'm sure. Not a lot gone his way. Just hoping to catch fire. Another raise and take it for Mr. Chung.
No one wants to join me down there. I'm happy with all these guys down there. Like, I'll stay on my own. Yeah, no one's sitting there.
You have to do it all the line. Yeah. But yeah, the bread you can. The bread is. It's almost on that side. You don't want to move that side. I won't be like. I won't like to be like this. Oh yeah. You'd be like you 1 against 4.
Yeah. I'm happy with that. You're gonna sit there when it's heads up anyway, right?
We all 1 against 4 anyway.
Me and Tim. Yeah. Oh, me and I don't know. Me and Tim probably.
You said it already.
No. I'll be out in 5th now. Or 6th. 5th. It's a crazy game. Either way.
This one is fine.
Funny if I bust this up.
Now then, action on Mingrui. Interesting spot here. 13 bigs, King 10 off. Couple of ways to approach this one. Could certainly min raise in my eyes, or you can just send it.
Obviously, merit to both. I like the send, I think, when we're on button specifically.
Oh, hello. Well, Arron has woke up with the queens. And just like that, Mingrui is at risk. Did unfortunately see one of the kings being folded in the small blind by Vincent. And wow, look at this. Arron Pointon out of nowhere. Potential to get to 1.5 million here off the short stack. Can he hold off the King 10? Here we go. 8, 4, 5. As good as it gets for the pocket queens. No backdoors available for Mingrui. We can see from the graphics, Jay, 1 out only live, and that is it. Queen of Hearts on the turn. GG, sir. And Arron Pointon on a tear. Dispenses of 2 players in back-to-back hands. Just like that, guys. We are 4-handed.
Always nice to have it locked up on the turn. No sweat for the river. And what a story Arron could be if he could somehow close this one out after coming in outright short stack today. Been a great performance, and sometimes when you play well, the luck comes alongside it.
He's quite good with it, really. It would have been quite. I would have actually laughed if I bust that hand. To be fair, after my speech.
Well, you couldn't bust that hand.
Well, yeah, I couldn't bust, but I could effectively bust. Yeah.
He's waiting for you for the doings, I guess. We're gonna have to pay for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Nice.
Even if he doesn't win, he's gonna pay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The 20K.
Yeah, for sure.
Why with that? And 9, 8,
Yeah, yeah.
What hand did he have? King 10?
King 10, yeah.
You're all big blind.
Yeah. I had a king as well. I had a king as well.
Ah.
Small blind, please. Small, small.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm not fine. I have to.
And small blind, please.
Sorry.
Pass.
So then, on we go. Down to Arron with those newfound chips in front of him. 1.4 million in chips now for him. 35 blinds. I feel like mountains after having sort of 9 to 12 bigs for most of this FT. Limps in here from the small blind.
Must be nice to have actual decisions where we could perhaps free bet not all in now as well.
Absolutely. Interesting spot here for Francois.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Just asking for a count from Arron. One of these hands, I think, that plays very nicely as check back, personally. But he has decided to ISO, makes it 140. One of these hand classes that you can go either way. Just really sucks to get limp shoved on here or limp raised with a hand as good as Queen Jack.
Oh, let's go, Arron.
Oh, hello. Just like that. Said it would suck to get limp raised. This is a great play from Arron. Super, super impressed by him. This is the type of hand class that likes to do this. Target the sort of air type raises from Francois in the big. And even hands like this that have a lot of equity but can't stand the heat.
Gets it out of there.
Beautifully done.
And just like that, up to 3rd in chips now.
Maybe.
Yeah, really nice. Well played. Always the danger, isn't it, Jay, that when you do raise a hand as good as Queen Jack, that you cannot continue against limp raise. Always a frustrating one. Vincent here, ace jack. Four-handed game, very strong hand, makes it 80k. Action on Arron. Up to 40 bigs now on the button. Don't know what he has. Does eventually get out of the way. Round to Francois. Ace 10 of diamonds. Very interesting decision point for him. 45 blinds to start the hand. Is reaching for 3-betting chips. Intriguing one, Jay. I think you can go either way. Kind of like flat call in that we get some playability with a kind of strong hand here out of position. That, of course, though, would allow Tim Chung into the mix. Decision now back on Vincent. Facing this 7.5 big blind 3-bet.
I doubt we're going to see Vince fold here four-handed now, but he may have been thinking about re-popping it, but it's just going to land on call with position.
Yeah, I think this hand's a little too strong to 4-bet fold. Have position and just take a flop, and here we go. Huge pot developing. It's come ace high. Dicey waters for Francois. Was extremely tricky to navigate these spots. Going to heavily discount ace king, of course, from Vincent's range. Likely going to give him ace queen, ace jack as sort of top of range hands. Unfortunately for him, Vincent has one of those. Starts with a bet, 200k into 680.
Don't think we can do anything else here as Vince, but just call with position. Keep some stuff like king highs in there.
Big turn incoming. It's about as blank as it gets. 4 of clubs on the turn. Dicey waters here for Francois. Of course, going to expect that he has the best hand here. Almost always. Are, of course, going to be pipped by some ace jack. Going to slow down here and check. Perhaps deciding Jay doesn't want to play this as a 3-street all-in hand if he can avoid it.
Yeah, it's difficult to get 3 streets from worse as Francois, so probably going to go for his value on the river, although it will now be chopped up on the king.
Yeah, Vincent going for a little bit of pot control and deception of his own. Checks it back. Francois can't love this card. All of the active flush draws now, of course, getting there. Kind of queen jack. Oh, we have the jack of hearts, of course. Like ace x of hearts type holdings do get there. Does decide to check. Interesting stuff. Neither player electing to put a single chip in the pot. Pretty unfortunate run out for Vincent. Now going to chop it up. Sigh of relief for Francois.
You would have won. No, I meant like
Look at the tournament clock. We are, of course, playing a 1-hour structure here on this final table. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Jay Harwood will be taking you all the way through to the conclusion later this evening. Round to Tim. King, queen of clubs in the small blind. Very big hand. Comes in for a 3.5 times the big blind raise. Like it. Get some value from a lot of worse hands here with a hand as good as King, Queen of clubs. Vincent, of course, 8-9 of spades with position. Going to make the call. Ace, 10-6. 1 spade, 2 diamonds. Very interesting one. Gut shot for Tim. Vincent there with a disguised gut shot. Backdoor spades of his own.
So I guess we're going to be seeing a turn, Andrew. 250 from 10 into 400. So 60% here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is pretty starts to become pretty dicey against B60. Very nice sizing choice, I think, from Tim. But yeah, Vincent gonna get sticky. Is gonna peel one off. Perhaps visions of that 7 of spades drilling the turn. Quite like this from Tim to have some bigger bets. Makes sense. Pretty much a big bet board. Very coordinated. Can put some pressure on hands like a 10 with no other connectivity. Turn is the deuce of spades.
Real interesting turn now because Vince does pick up this flush draw. But as Tim got another barrel in there, he is going to check it over. And this is going to be interesting if Vince elects to bet here because I'm not sure if Tim will be folding the nut high hand just yet on a board where a fair amount of draws out there. And
yeah,
like
I mean, sorry, mate, go on.
And Vince probably never bets a 10 or a 6 on the turn and may even check some ace-x as well. So going to be a really interesting turn spot here.
Yeah, it's a very polar turn spot is what I was just going to say. Basically representing an ace or better with turn bet.
Like, and even some of our ace-x aren't comfortable like betting here as Vince. Like, goes for 2/3.
Yeah, I mean, kind of makes sense on this double flush draw board. Lots to protect from if we do have an ace that wants to bet. Tim now. These spots are always really fascinating because when we do bet large here, basically extremely polar, Jay. You said it yourself. Going to check a 10 and a 6 and the like. And look at this. Tim looks up his man for a huge incoming river. There are going to be a lot of combo draws in this turn bet range to go alongside the ace-x that bets. Tim thinks his hand is good. It was. It's not anymore. 7 of clubs on the river. Absolute dreamland for Vincent.
What a river for Vince. That has got to feel good. And he's just got to sit there.
What?
What?
Has he misread his hand? He has misread it. Oh, no. Checks back the nuts.
Oh my word, Vince Meli snap checks it back. He must have thought we had 9-7 of spades or 8-7 of spades.
Oh dearie me.
And that makes sense. He obviously thinks he's rivered a 7.
That's easily done, mate.
Get those sunglasses off, my friend. Imagine how bad you feel, Jay, if Tim is just somehow trapping you there with the old ace-10.
Oh my word, yeah, imagine if Tim has it.
So the 7 stayed in my head. So when the 7 came, I said, shit, I've got to go pen. I've got to check, you know?
There you go.
Check your cards.
Vince announcing.
Check your cards.
Thought he rivered some showdown. Wow.
We've had some talking points today, Andrew. I'll tell you that. He's had it all this FT so far. Vince with a rare misread.
It'd be quite painful if he's like top set or something, and you've just checked back and he's just going to snap you off or whatever.
Yeah, that would be.
Even the players, you know.
No, so King Kong was happy. I said, oh, I'll go 7. I'm like, fuck. I'll go pen and realize it. Oh, goodness.
All right, then. On we go. Vincent in the small blind here. 3-5 offsuit. Very unappetizing combo, of course. Does decide to complete. Arron here with the baby ace. Let's check back. Like this. Have some coverage on ace high boards. When people overbluff into them in a limp check pot. Queen 7 Jack Rainbow. No pair for either player.
Yeah, and Vince got one that could potentially stab some of the time with just 5 high. I don't think it's going to be working just yet. Arron, ace high good enough to stick around for 1.
Yeah, I've been super impressed with him. Knows you have to be sticky. Gonna make some of these uncomfortable calls. Does indeed do so with position. Overcard to the board. 8 of hearts turn. You'd imagine Vince shuts this down now.
Yeah.
It's just not the type of hand we want to barrel off. Intriguing spot. Arron just going to try and navigate to showdown. How about that? Vince Meli, rivers of 5. Does decide you can occasionally win against some king highs, ace highs of the world, Jay.
And Arron about to see how unlucky he just got. 3 out on the river for Vince.
Is it Vince Meli's day? Everything's going swimmingly for him so far on this final. Got to be close to chip lead now, right? I don't believe we've had a look at them since, but that was a big swing against him. 1 million went his way in that pot, I believe, from Tim's stack.
Ace Queen now for Tim. Just going to get that one through, raise and take. I think the best strat for these 3 here is keep this going as long as possible, because that wine looks like it's going down way too nicely for Tim Chung, and keep him at the table, keep him glugging, and then by the time
this is where you pull the ultimate team snake move, Jay, and you just order a lovely bottle of Malbec, and you just order it and say, here you go, Tim, I just got you a little present. I think the problem is some people play well on alcohol.
That is true.
I feel like Tim might be one of them.
Fellow countryman of yours, Feraldo, obviously one of them as well. Just in cruise control, under the influence.
Feraldo is the king of appearing to be extremely drunk, when in reality it's just a Ponzi scheme.
Yep, that's it.
It's the long con.
It's his business model.
That's it. Looking like you're absolutely steaming, and then all of a sudden, the guy stacks you and laughs in your face. It's true though. People don't fold to you when you have a glass of red wine in your hand. I find that the key, Jay, is just to have it in your hand the whole way through the hand, just operating everything off one hand clumsily. People never fold, so you just don't bluff.
Right,
Science. Right, ace deuce of clubs, Tim Chung, 70 big blinds deep. And as we have seen, Vince has taken the chip lead with that pot. Up to a shade under 4 mil. This one goes limp check. Of course, these guys not incentivized to go after each other as such. After the Jack 6-3 we go. No pair for either player. Ace high of Tim still best.
Yeah, maybe once again, ace high, blind on blind. Maybe he likes to check call.
Yeah. Don't see him betting this one. No need to bloat this pot. Vince with an interesting one. Certainly a spot where you can, you know, think to yourself, my hand's so bad, maybe I need to just start bluffing right off the bat. It does improve, though, on the 5 of spades after check, check, flop. Likely going to get the green light here, Jay.
Yeah, not really going to find
bluff.
a better hand to use, are we, as Vince, once we check back flop. 8 high, picking up this up and down.
Yeah, it feels like a mandatory turn bluff to me. See what Vince decides on.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if Vince passes this one up.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Just start to put pressure. And I really like this sizing choice for what it's worth. It's gone bigger than pot. You know, you'd imagine that Tim has always bet a hand as strong as a jack by now. Even some 6x and stuff may start to bet the turn. Very nicely done from Vince. He is motoring now, Jay. 4.1 million. Francois now opening, ace 5. Round to Vince in the small, queen 9 off. Giving this one some thought. Wow, okay. Pretty non-standard, but reaches for 3-bet. Timing looks very good. 260k once again, though, Jay. Tiny sizing, out of position. Shade over 5 BBs.
And we're just choosing now is our time as the chip leader. And I said about an hour ago, if Vince could get the chip lead, I think he has won, regardless of holding, that will start putting on maximum pressure. Forget about the ace blockers, the king blockers. He will dip into a whole world of stuff.
As we know, aggression in poker tournaments tends to lead to victories more often than not if you can control it well enough. Perfectly timed spot from Vince, takes it down. Tim won't be enjoying this now, out of position. He's finally had to relinquish the stranglehold on the table. Vince back at it, 8-5 of clubs. 100k to go. Francois with 10-4 of hearts. Let's decide to defend. We're going to, of course, have to open up our ranges now, short-handed. Oh, my goodness me. Vince flops a straight on the 9-7-6 rainbow.
Francois with gut shot, backdoor flush draw overcard, got one that should be continuing. As long as we're not met by a huge size from Vince, but that we will be.
Yeah, I like this from Vince. Third pot. You know, button specifically here, four-handed versus big blind. We can still cover this board pretty well. Wow, Francois just decides to fold, and perfectly timed to do so.
Yeah, surprised at that 4-1 on our money. Gut shot, backdoor hearts. Maybe just not wanting to tangle with Vince, and it's a very well-timed fold.
Kind of precarious spot out of position. Maybe wanted a little more equity to work with down the streets. Maybe like a queen 10 or something, Jay, deciding he wants 2 overs.
Yeah, potentially.
I hear you, though.
Vince not going to take his foot off the pedal, you imagine. King deuce suited.
Does let it go. Action back on Francois. Beautiful looking 9-10 of diamonds in the small. 30 big blinds effective. Tim has his diamonds crushed. Queen deuce.
Feel like a check here. Lots of checking for Tim suited in the big blind.
Excuse me. Can I have a Heineken Zero, please?
Yeah, he agrees.
Yeah, please, yeah.
8-6-5. Spade, spade, club. Both players the effective whiff, although Francois with that gut shot to the nut straight. 2 overcards to the board. Tim comes up completely empty here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a nice one to barrel with either. Just complete whiff, really.
This is really interesting now. Francois improving, 2 top pair. Feels like Tim may just take a stab at this, Jay. Like, we are going to have a whole bunch of 9x of our own. We're going to have some 7x that didn't bet flop. He may decide to take a small stab. We'll see what he comes with. Could also double check. Yeah, does decide he doesn't like his combo to activate a bluff. 5 of spades completes the board. Francois with the check mark. Is going to check again. Try and induce some bluffs from Tim's delay stab type holdings. Hands like this. Queen highs that feel they need to get a king or an ace out of there. Well done from Tim. Doesn't fall for it. A small one goes Francois' way. Welcome along, guys. Anyone just joining us? The inaugural WPT Prime Championship on UK soil. 4-handed here at the final table. 4 contenders battling for the crown. Tim Chung, Arron Pointon, Vincent Meli, and Francois Tosques all in contention. Everyone now get £19,500 locked up, all with their eyes on that first place money, 57.6k pounds. Not too shabby. Plus, of course, the £10,000 package to the WPT World Championship for the winner. We see Tim limping from the small, 9-6 offsuit. Vincent's turn now to play the queen deuce of diamonds from the big. He is getting after it. Deciding now is the time to start leveraging pressure.
Here's one that will. Watched a lot of Vince the last 12 months, and when he does get that stack and becomes chip leader, he will just try and put some leeway between himself and the rest of the field, and maybe one the sort of feel as well, rather than sort of I'm going to choose this combo, I'm going to choose that combo. If he just feels like his opponent doesn't have it and they're not going to fight back, he'll just attack regardless of the hand that he's got, as we saw quite early on in the FT today when he was second in chips at one point, but now he's got the chip lead. Interesting to see how he navigates this 4-handed situation.
Yeah, I mean, in this era, you know, of solvers and studying all that, sometimes just rampant aggression can be neglected. There's certainly something to be said. We're just saying, all right, you're going to keep limping the small. I'm just going to punish it. So we see Tim back at it. Ace-4 off. Arron here, King-8 offsuit in the big. 24 big blinds deep. Just reach for calling chips. Off to the queen 9-3 rainbow. Both players whiffing the board. Tim still best. Ace high. Not much to work with for either. Backdoor wheel draw for Tim. Likely just c-bet and take. Let's come in for 80k.
Not insta-folded here, Aaron. Can't see a world in which King 8 wants to continue.
Yeah, this one would be very creative. Seems like a pretty mandatory spot to just let it go. Next hand, please. Is that a beer or a sparkling water?
It could be either. Might be beer disguised as sparkling water.
I asked about the
That's another thing I don't get, Andrew. We spoke about wine earlier. Sparkling water. What's that all about?
Oh, don't even get me started. I'm absolutely fuming. It's just nasty business, isn't it?
I know. What is the point? Just
Yeah.
go have a lemonade. Go have.
I know.
Like, come on.
Yeah, you can't do anything. You can't. Oh, it's fine. I don't
I'll
mind
tell you a
pouring
good
the end.
story
It's just
about
that they said it's fine. So.
beer or alcohol in disguise in a moment. Vincent, King Jack of clubs. Beautiful looking hand on the button. Makes it 100k to go. Then Francois dominated. King 10 offsuit from the big. Does make the call. I've seen a few of these King X v King X coolers. Very interesting. 10-9-5 rainbow, 1 club. Top pair for Francois. Vincent with 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
There's some action brewing on
Absolutely.
this flop here. Vince is going to continue. But nice hand to use. And Francois here, not going to be going anywhere from the big blind.
This is pretty close, you know.
Whether to raise?
I mean, I think so. 24 big blinds deep against an aggressive opponent from the button. It's pretty close in my eyes here between call and check raise run it. Mercifully for him, does find just call because he is now behind on the Jack of Spades turn. Vincent proves the top pair.
Our decision for Vince here. Is it one that we potentially ever go check back, or does he believe that we can get free streets now from what is a turn top pair, decent kick up?
I think it makes a lot of sense theoretically to bet this one. Have a king in hand, blocking the king queens of the world. Block 2 pairs. Francois going to have a lot of hands that are like pair and straight draw heavy, Jay. You know, the queen 10s, queen 9s, queen jacks of this world, jack 8. All of these hands are going to have to call a second barrel. It's gone meaty here, 400k, 80%. And all of a sudden, Francois' hand shrinking up, but recognizes against an aggressive opponent, got to make the call. It is the blankest of blank rivers, deuce of clubs. Vincent now as his man where he wants him, half pot or so behind Jay.
Yeah, it's probably one of these rivers mentioned on the turn. Maybe a lot of run-outs that we don't go free streets with, but this deuce may just be too good not to. Queen Jack in there, even from the big blind. Some Jack 8, Jack 7 suited. Some turn top pairs for our opponent. Do we think they have a hero 10? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. I guess we will have some bluffs in the form of some like suited King X as the chip leader. Maybe some suited Queen X as well. It seems like a close one, Andrew. When we've only got 0.6 SPR, maybe one that does want to go for free streets now. It seems close.
I think you have to put it in personally, and he does find jam. I'm a big fan of it. You know, some of Francois' value that beats us may check shove turn, Jay. right? Also,
That's true.
facing B80, like some, you know, let's just give our opponent like a 9-10 or something that trapped flop. When our opponent B80's turn, we might just send it in.
Yeah, very good point to make.
Yes,
Component of the hand, take out some value. Yeah, I like it. I think, yeah, maybe more reason to jam because of that. And it's just a quick fold from Francois, though. Not going to pay it off with the King 10. Gives Vince credit for value, and value he had.
Yeah, very well played hand once more from both. Francois manages not to get stacked. Vince Meli, he is feeling it, Jay. 5.2 million now. What a final table he's having. He looks to continue in his quest to close this one out. There we go. 5.2 million. Tim Chung at 3.8, of course, still very healthy. But Vincent now closing in on half the chips in play. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys. Anybody in the YouTube streets, if you want to interact with myself or Jay, any questions, any banter, any discussion, who do you want to win? Let us know. Thick and fast action now. Francois, 14 bigs, pocket sixes.
Very surprised to see this. Thought maybe one that
I like
would
this
just
a lot, actually.
like to jam. You like the limp. You think
Yeah.
because Tim's going to shove all this ace deuce versus ace five, king deuce, king five stuff. I'm guessing that's the reason.
He's gonna jam stuff like that. He's gonna isolate some pure junk for like 2.5 to 3 bigs that we can limp shove over. I think like sixes is a bit too strong to open shove. I think you gotta find spots to like get extra chips in the pot. And Tim is the type of guy that will take those jams that you referenced, Jay, and will raise fold some spots that others may not. But you do, of course, have this tricky situation now, though, that when you limp, you have a tricky spot out of position on the Jack-8 deuce. This is one of those. 40% or so from Tim. Just 7 high. Francois recognizing, going to have to be sticky for one street at least. 9 of spades on the turn.
Arron, funky double gutter for Tim now.
Yeah, these spots really interesting. Can be where you earn your corn as a poker player. Tim going to be thinking to himself, what does Francois' overall range look like here? And he check calls flop with just 14 bigs behind. And he's finding the barrel. Very well done.
Annoying for Francois there. Not much we can do on that turn card.
Yeah.
And Tim just after turning some decent equity in the form of a double gut shot. Blast it in with the 7 high. Gets it done.
Some very high caliber poker on show the whole way through this final thus far. Joe Carey, why was there no penalty when he checked back the nuts? I think just a gentleman's game, my friend. It was an honest mistake.
Now over to Tim. Ace 10. Always fascinating these blind on blind spots, how to proceed, but we got 1 and 2 in chips here. As Andrew mentioned earlier, neither are going to want to play a big pot with each other. Vince with 8 deuce in the big blind. We'll get to check his option if he pleases. Nice looking flop for Tim. Top pair with the ace 10. I could see either or here. Like we are going to be doing a lot of check-in with a lot of our range when Vince has us covered and has position on us. And we're sitting 1 and 2 in chips. It does check it over, and Vince with the well-timed check back. Maybe one He thought about stabbing 3 to a straight, spade in hand. It does turn off this deuce. Now is this where Tim going to start going for value? Can plausibly rep a lot of bluffs, a lot of straight draws out there. Two-tone now. Does go for 2/3. Now Vince has picked up a pair, and same scenario for him. Lots of draws that Tim can plausibly have. Could definitely have the best of it in the form of a deuce. So the jack of spades river, and probably a river still. Tim is going to be wanting to go for value here. We're blind on blind. We have top pair, decent kick up. Vince may elect to stab some flush draws on the flop. And we can still plausibly rep some missed clubs, some stuff like 8-9, 8-6, 6-4, 6-3 for our bluffs. It seems like a nice clean bit of value. It does go for it. 265 into 350.
Yeah, Vince now just with a bluff catcher. Do of course beat some holdings. Are going to be a bunch of 8-9s and the like, but we do have an 8 in hand. Not a great card to have, Jay, although it is a spade.
I think even the way this is played as well, Andrew, like Tim could definitely still go for value with a 7 here.
Yeah.
So
and
it's not like...
I think he would as well, from what we know of Tim. We saw him go for very thin value earlier with a 4 on a 10-10, 6-4 deuce, 3 diamond board. So you do have to be careful with that. As Vince...
Yeah, because he is going to pay...
flicks it in.
So,
Curiosity.
Some people here, like, probably what's going through Vince's head is doesn't expect him to value bet worse than an ace, maybe expects him to have some raises with that pre, but need to understand Tim's just going to complete almost entire range pre at this scenario. So he does have all the ace X still, and he could definitely value bet a 7. So a lot of value in there still from Tim, although he would have some bluffs. But Vince thought, we got a spade in our hand, we got a pair, we're blind on blind, maybe too good to be folding. Does hero it off, just incorrect on this occasion.
Absolutely. A couple of shout outs to the chat here. Sparkling water, worst drink ever invented. Agree wholeheartedly. Oh, and Kevin says, Tim will go for value for sure. Hope you're well, Jay, even after yesterday's result. Thank you very much, Kevin, for bringing this up, because I wanted to give Jay a little rub down of my own. What was the score, Jay?
I missed it. Didn't even bother. Just didn't go. Just didn't even know the football was on. Was there a football match yesterday?
What was it? 1-0 to the Arsenal, was it?
Ah, God, not you, Andrew.
Sorry, mate.
Do you know
Not
what?
like
It's disheartening because like the last 2-3 years. They've been a better team than us, and like we had it for about 4 or 5 years before that, and it's getting really boring now. Just getting constant videos from people, and like, it just don't stop. I'm still getting some today. The game was yesterday, 24 hours ago. Still getting people hound me with messages.
Yeah, just as a side note, I believe that's 3 games in a row, Jay, that they've beaten you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew.
At your gaff.
Who do you support, by the way?
Hasn't happened since the late 90s. There you go.
who do you support, Andrew?
Mate, I'm a United fan. Don't even start
you're a
with me.
United fan. Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm even more in the mud. I'm even more in the mud.
Yeah.
Than you.
Yes, you are.
Don't worry, we're back, mate. This is the season. Don't worry.
I'm not one of them fans. I won't be biased. They were the better team, slightly, and their defence is very good. Very hard team to break down at the moment, Arsenal. But enough of that. No more mention of yesterday's football match, please. Chat box.
Right then, Vincent, Jack 4 off, completes. Arron here, Queen 8, 21 big blinds behind. Checks his option. Off to the ace 10-9 we go. Vince's going to check here. Arron does have that overcard to the 10. Gut shot working for him. Vince now improves to bottom pair. Decision point on him. Whether to try and navigate this one to showdown or clear out some equity.
Yeah, I think that is spot on the decision here. Like one that maybe looks for showdown, but a lot of bad rivers potential to come off, just letting Arron realise equity for free, which is going to get to.
Does get there. Queen of Clubs completes the board. Did you see Vince pay off a bet a moment ago? It's likely to be put in the same spot here once more. Arron facing check, check, check. Very likely to know this queen is best. He is reaching.
Yeah, nice easy value bet now. Once we get here in this manner, looks like going to go pot size.
Yeah, this is really nicely done. Wow, and Vince just non-believing that once again, full pot. Perhaps once again, Jay may be thinking that when her opponent goes this big, the rep in a hand stronger than one pair. Not the case. Well done, Arron. Couple of chinks in the armor of Vince emerging. Still, of course, with piles. Got to be careful, Jay, in these spots. Just getting too curious too often.
Exactly that. Nice one for Arron, though. Just was starting
really
nice.
nice.
around 20 and now just put himself in a much better position against Francois, who is sitting there with, I believe, 12, 13 bigs now. And now we're up to around 25 as Arron just got a nice little bit of breathing space now between us and bottom of the pack.
Yeah, gotta say, Mr. Swag has been basically note perfect. Played that lovely little limp raise with the ace-4 off. All of the little small pots coming together in his favor. Really nice value bet there, gets paid. And here we go. Tim Chung, king-9 of clubs. Pretty strong hand, four-handed. Opening from cutoff. Arron finds the ladies. 26 big blinds deep.
Just like 6BB, 6.5 here, Andrew, you reckon?
Yeah,
Seems
hand's
about
way too good to do anything else. Got to induce this one. And what he has working, wow, he's gone big. I'm not a big fan of that, I must say, after praising him heavily. I think you got to give a player as capable as Tim some kind of wiggle room to either 4-bet shove or even peel in position, right? Like, Queens is too strong, I think. So maybe a little too big in my eyes.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
You know,
just a larger size in them, what we would have liked to see, like 40% of our stack in there. Tim's never going to have any pills, and he'll be aware that rarely he has fold equity. Maybe the first little misstep. It would have probably been same result even if we went for the 6.5 BBs, Tim.
Oh, I don't know, like King-9 suited, mate. Oof.
Well, he did snap fold versus the 500k, so maybe. I would have liked to see. Curse of the commentator, Andrew. You big him up.
I mean, you know, there's always little wrinkles. It's always interesting. This is not to cast any aspersions. You never quite know the financial status of people either, right? Which is something to consider. Like, we have an 8k pay jump, right, coming up. Yep. You know, maybe to some individuals, I'm not saying Arron is one, but maybe to some, they're like, right, I'm just going to keep this simple and, like, shut Tim out the pot. It really depends, of course. Something to consider, Jay, right? When one of us is four-handed in the main event in Vegas eventually. And there's like a one... Yeah, both of us, obviously.
Both of us.
But, you know, if there's like a million pay jump and I've got 25 blinds, I might panic and put too many chips in myself.
Yeah. Definitely see it.
That's not to say that that's what he's doing, but you hear me. Yeah, great performance from everybody. All four of these guys played fantastically. As we continue in our quest to crown the WPT Prime UK Championship champion. Here we go. Francois deciding. Now's the time. 10 BBs. In it goes. Queen Jack from the button. Gonna get this one through.
Nicely done. We are approaching the end of this session, guys. We've got just over 10 minutes before our next 15-minute break. Down to 4, but plenty of play left in this one. Fantastic structure.
Oh, there you go. In the chat, we're asking if it was a beer. We're told it will be a beer, but Ellen says it'll be a 0% beer. Sorry to disappoint. Oofed. So to fill you in, Jay, I've got a good story for you from the Caribbean. From the Caribbean many years ago. So playing in a poker tournament.
Yeah.
And Mr. Michael Caine.
Yep.
Was playing at the table with the legendary Mr. Scotty Wynn.
Okay, yeah,
and
two names I know.
Used to be a famous alcohol drinker, so to speak. Has been on many the alcohol-fueled adventure, shall we say. And he was drinking away at the table and, you know, given the banter. And people were thinking he's drinking, right? People thinking he's drunk.
Okay.
And he just leans over to Mike in the middle of a hand because he's on his right. Shows him the bottle and it's a 0% alcohol beer. And he just taps it, looks at Mike and goes, "I hustle them, baby."
That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it.
There you go. Interactions with poker legends. Right, back into it. Francois going to look to steal one here with King 9. Unfortunately for him, Tim Chung wakes up with Ace Queen. Unfortunate for Francois. Don't mind it. He's got to find spots, of course, to stay afloat. Just runs into a big hand.
Nice from Tim as well. Just making it like just under 4.5 BBs. Just going that really small free bet size. Accounting for stacking question. Making it look like we can still have some bluffs in there that 4-bet would get through.
A really tough four-handed lineup this. Very strong. Little look at the tournament clock, guys, as we approach our next break. All four players, bones of 20 grand locked up. 26k for third, 35 for second, 57.6k to the eventual winner. Plus that £10,000 WPT World Championship pack will eventually go to the winner.
Yeah, and how often do you find a tournament structure, Andrew, where you're at a final table four-handed and the average big blind is 55 BBs?
Really good.
Great stuff.
Well, here's Arron, King 7 of diamonds, facing a 10 big blind stack behind. Does decide just to send it in. Fortunately for Francois, can't wake up with it. He is getting down to the dangerous territory now, Jay. Needs to find something quickly. Of course, paying 125,000 here every four hands. Just 430 in front of him. Get a look at the beautiful WPT hardware there that will go to the eventual winner.
As well as a 10k seat added for the WPT World Tour.
Action now back on Vincent. Could see him open 8-5 of hearts from the button. Going to get out of the way here from cutoff. Arron finds a big hand. Ace King on the button. Kind of licking your lips here, Jay, I think, in that Tim is going to want to lean on Arron often here. So we'll see what develops. But certainly with the stacks the way they are, you know that Tim is going to want to put pressure on, being in the fact that Francois has 7 blinds or so. Wouldn't shock me here to see a lot of 3-betting.
Yeah, we love that as Arron because we just know them. We've got a hand that's just going to get so many
He's
folds.
jammed. I think he's jammed. Here we go. Here we go. Hasn't snapped it off, but can't imagine any universe where we ever lay this one down, Jay.
Count when he covers me or not. He's all gone. Can I get count? Or at least ask.
Yeah, and Tim just going to have a lot of ace-x, king-x here that we dominate Andrew. Like, basically, that's what, like, a lot of Tim's shoves are going to be derived around, like, blocking the aces, like the kings, the stuff that can call off.
That's how I count.
Like,
One host
you're probably going to be much more clued up than me in these scenarios, Andrew, but, like, I can't see a world, although there being a 7 big blind stack and we have...
Nah, we're just not
chips.
folding, mate.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I had to check, but I didn't think so.
Sure. I mean, you also get... On the flip side here, like when you call and win, you will overtake Tim, right? So you're going to go to like 3.2 million here.
Of course,
something like that, 3.4. Tim's going to drop to 2.9 or so. I mean, I would be absolutely shocked to see anything but call. I mean, basically you're folding your entire range, right? If you fold this. It's just one of those against a capable opponent. You can flip sometimes, right? Against some pocket pairs, but you're going to absolutely crush all the ace-x that jam here, and you're going to do absolutely fine against, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. I would be absolutely shocked to see Arron fold this.
So would I. But the longer he thinks about it, 2 time banks burnt through already.
Yeah, pretty surprised, I must say. No, he didn't.
Whoa, he has let it go. Tim Chung gets the big slick out of there. Wow.
Sorry, mate. I thought you. No, it's alright.
That's how I just count.
No, I thought you were like funny about asking for a count.
No.
It's my bad. Then, sorry.
I'm not the easiest
Goodness me.
No, it's fine. I wasn't. Yeah, sorry, it's my bad.
And do you think maybe comes down to what you mentioned? It may not be the case about 15 minutes ago. Like, we've seen today how well Arron has played and almost played perfectly the whole left tee, but just looking at like the Hendon mob, the live caches, like no real like monumental score yet, and maybe it could be a factor of like biggest spot yet, playing for a lot of money, and sometimes just the nerves, pressure, whatever it may be, just gets the better of you.
I thought, yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. I would not need to be like aggressive about it. Like, no, but if he wasn't, then yeah, it's my sorry, mate.
Old habits.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm a little shocked at that one. Not gonna lie to you.
I think we both are.
I think you just got to run it, right? I mean, okay,
Exactly.
There's a 7K ladder, but like look at it through another prism. If Francois doubles now, right, which is certainly not, you know, impossible. He's going to be up around about 1 million, and we have 1. Like, for the sake of ladder in one spot, Jay, or calling off and being in contention to win the title, I think you just have to. Like, I don't think it's close, and that's
I agree. I agree.
So there you go. All right then. Tim probably got away with one, but you know, we didn't even see what he had, right? Maybe he just has pocket 6s there, and we're in a flip. It's very possible.
Potentially.
All right, Tim gonna limp. Vincent gonna check. Top and bottom pair for Tim Chung. Has his opponent drawing dead. 10 of hearts on the turn. Likely to just seek value here, you would imagine. All right, he's going to go for the trap. The double check. Try and induce some bluffs from Vince. Hasn't fallen for it thus far. 5 of diamonds on the river.
Surely now this is where Tim does go for the hunt. No, he doesn't. Well-timed
Triple
check again.
check.
And Vince has to bet now, surely, with this 9-4. 4 in
Yeah,
hand.
I mean, you got to bet something. I think. I don't want to predict anything. Vince has been difficult. I like this though. Fair play to him. Just try and get king high to fold, queen high. Tim's going to check raise here. 100% of the time.
Such a good feeling when you check 3 times with a hand that you can check raise on any street, and they finally reach for chips on the river. You see them reaching, and you're just like, we got them, finally. Finally, they've taken the bait, but unfortunately, 9 high for Vince straight into the muck. Big meaty size there from Tim as well. He's back to the chip lead as we approach break. 1, maybe 2 more hands.
Now, I'm not sure if we're getting trolled in the chat, but people are claiming Tim had aces. There's no way. There's no universe that Tim had aces there and 3-bet rip for 30. If Tim jammed aces there for 30, I'm retiring and never playing again. Someone's going to have to provide me documented proof that Tim Chung had aces in that spot. 0%.
Counting that spot, aren't I? Yeah, is that right? Yeah. I wasn't sure on the ruling on it, to be honest.
Because I'm still risking XY.
Yeah. Because for all I know, I might cover him. I mean, obviously, I don't, but like, I'm gonna.
Yeah, even if it's obvious.
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. So, thanks.
Well, Francois, 8 bigs, A7 off, 4-handed.
Yep, here we go. Sends the chips in. Folds around to Arron. He's going to lay it down.
Arron could have done what we saw earlier from Chris Johnson then. He could have used a few. He's got a couple of time banks, I believe. A couple there. Could have used a couple, let the clock run out, come back after the break, boom, big blinds up on Francois. But now, likely that this will be the last hand and big blind will be up on Tim. I guess we'll be on the button when we come back after break as Arron.
Yeah.
Another good session. Some more talking points as well. We had Vince Meli checking back the nuts. We had ace king fold for 30, 4-handed.
I mean, it's just a pretty wild spot in that if Tim finds out, I'm not sure he will because of the break, and the stream catching up. If you find out your opponent is raised folding ace king, you can just shove 100% at the deck. It's pretty wild. Anyway, Tim, king queen, very strong hand, 4-handed. Francois here, very defendable, 10-6 of clubs. No real ICM pressure on us anymore. Cut adrift from the field. Flicks it in. 10 in the window. Here we go. Followed by an ace and an 8. Very interesting spot, this one. 7.5 blinds back.
That's 50,000.
Pretty decent chance that he shoves here in my eyes. It's going to take the low variance approach. Like when Tim has all these king and queen X and stuff, Jay, like I think there's something to be said for just putting it in. That's check call, improves to 2 pairs. Decision now on Tim.
A delight to see on the turn for Francois. Even if Tim did have some value on the flop now, go ahead of a lot of it, and he's just going to set him in and going to be getting snapped off. So looking like a double for Francois. Last hand before we head out on break, unless we see a jack on the river to give Tim Broadway.
Yeah, what a spot for him. 1 million chips in the middle. 92% of the time, Francois will double up. Tim Chung looking to spike, a jack on the river. Can he do it? Send us 3-handed. but he cannot. 9 of diamonds completes the board. Huge double up for Francois. He's going to survive. Quick look at the chip counts, guys, before we go on break. Vincent Tim way out in front. Arron and Francois playing catch up. We are going to take that break now, guys. Please don't go too far. Join myself and Mr. Jay Harwood in 15 minutes. And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gents. Cards back in the air imminently. Hope you enjoyed the short interlude as we continue here. Four-handed WPT Prime UK Championship final table. Coming to you guys from Dusk Till Dawn Poker Club in Nottingham. On a 30-minute delay or so, just to protect the integrity of the game. Myself, Andrew Hedley, joined on comms, as always, by Mr. Jay Harwood. Jay, feels like there's a lot of legs left in this one still.
Yeah, still very deep. Great structure for this tournament. Final four remaining. We have Francois Tosques in the 2-seat. We have Tim Chung in the 4-seat. Vincent Meli in the 5-seat. And Arron Pointon in the 8-seat for our final four. All locked up £19,500. And we are playing for £57,660, including that 10k WPT World Championship package and the trophy.
Absolutely. Right off the bat here, 22 blinds deep for Arron. Looks like he's going for 3-bet non-all-in. I like this a lot. We did critique that fold before the break, but as long as you're willing to get after it, in some other spots, potentially wants to take the route of being the aggressor, Jay, rather than calling off. Makes this one 4.5 BBs. Quite like it with a hand like Ace-10. Kind of depends how you perceive Vince. Like, do you think he's going to call very often versus 3-bet? Like, should we just rip it in and deny equity? But as you can see, very effective if you get your opponent to fold King-7 suited when you've just made it 4.5 blinds. Nicely done.
And this man was the outright short stack coming in, had just 13 big blinds, 260k, was favourite to be out first. Made a terrific fold with 8s early on, and then since then just picked his spots, kept his head above water, then had a couple of situations where he managed to get the double up, but then the talking point occurred just before the last break, folding that Ace-King for 30 effective button versus big blind against Tim Chung.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna send that hand to people way better than me at the game, and see if there is any universe where we get to like lay that down. It just felt instinctively like we can never fold, and we just click the call button and never think about the hand ever again.
Yep.
But in any case, you never know. Stranger things have happened. Right, back into the action we go. Limped pot here. Tim Chung against Vince. Little gut shot potential here for Tim. He's going to activate here. Like it. Blocks some continues. Got the nut low. Can get some better hands out. Effectively does so. But you will see sometimes, Jay, right? Some pretty wild folds. You know,
Yep.
like in theory where you just think, oh, I could never fold that in a million years. And you'll, you know, go down theory, solver world, and it'll say, no, you got to fold that. I'd be shocked if Ace-King is one of them. But, you know, I would like to look into it. I will, when we're done. Put on the nerd hat and have a look. Tim here, back at it. King, Queen from the button. Blinds now, of course, 30, 60k with a 60k big blind ante. Here we go. Vince, Ace, Queen. Sort of 65 big blinds deep, Jay, to start.
Yeah, 2 big stacks here. I think Vince could definitely go for 3-bet here against Tim. Out of position. Likely to have the best hand. Obviously, we're not really wanting to play a massive pot or blow it out of position, but 4-handed Ace-Queen does seem slightly too strong.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Tim, again, these sizes.
5 seconds. Cool. Check. Seconds. All in. All in. Seconds. What shit is? That's 3,020,000. 5 seconds. How many is that? 3? Seconds. Oh. Just need 2 more, please.
I think you will one.
One more?
Yeah, one.
Just need one of you two. Thank you. 2-5. Race 1-2-5. Bet 18. Check. Yeah, 250. Check. $6.15. That's
I had check call any on, so that was, I'm very happy with that. All in, cool. Very reasonable.
Take my base, ante. Yeah, just put 14. Big ante, ante.
me.
You're on big line now? 60 and 60, please. Pass. Pass. Call. Price. 160,000. 160.
$480.
Price 480. Call. Five seconds.
650.
That's 650,000. Pass. Big line amount, please. 60.
120.
Price 120,000. Could you mark your cards? Just could you register your cards?
Just behind the
On
line.
the line,
The line.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
please.
In
Sorry,
front.
my bad.
Yeah. In front.
In front of the line, please.
Yeah.
Good. Price 400. Plus.
5 or 4 is nice. No 9, no 10. No ace. Do standards. Like 1.5. How much?
1 million.
1 and 5.
1,005,000.
I check.
Oh, you check.
You check.
Oh, okay.
Time bank.
Yeah.
One time back from you.
From me
Tim.
or
Not me.
no? No, not
Him.
him. No.
From you, Tim.
Just
From him, not me.
from me. He checked like straight away.
So I owe you that one time again?
No, you check.
No, you don't.
It's him,
I
not me.
didn't see you check.
I checked immediately.
You checked immediately?
Yeah.
River was check.
He could have checked when he.
Yeah,
He went all in. He went all in on the river.
No, okay.
Couldn't have been checked.
So Tim checked and Seed
Yeah.
3 went all in. Had no idea. Sorry.
You keep finding good hands against me. I had a very good one.
Huh?
I had a very good one.
Yeah, sir.
Alright, so you, sir. Raise 125,000. Pass. Pass.
Right. Okay, one time.
You know, you have to be like in the old club and very sticky, you know?
Yeah.
You don't clean it.
Yeah.
Very small 25. Raise 350. 350. Plus. Very solid. Plus. Plus.
See, easy. That's right.
You're on a slot one? Plus. Plus. Call. Raise 200. Call. Check. Check. Check.
lights, I think. Is it? Yeah. It's not. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe I've not been hot like all weekend. But,
Yeah, things are lights.
thought it might be the pressure.
Could be.
It could be a bit of that. 210.
Can I have a big bottle of water, please? Big bottle of water. Big bottle of water. Cap.
much you have, sorry?
It's about $1 million, but maybe just over.
Go. Shut down.
GG. Okay.
Thank you, excuse me. Just be fine, thanks. 80.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Also, 1-6, 1-8, 1-8.
1-9? Yeah, 1-8.
Yeah.
Let me check. 1-8 something.
Raise 200.
have queen eye, yeah. I can bring down. Start with ace, king, now I'm about to call with queen eye. I have to stop.
Queen eyes is good.
Eh?
Queen eyes okay.
Queen eye, yeah. Looks like it was good.
There's no shame playing queen eye.
Queen eyes is decent.
I need a threshold. I've been calling off like.
If you start playing jack eye,
Yeah. Queen
I mean, queen eye, jack eye. Probably almost the same.
Yeah. I wish you could. Maybe look better on TV.
I don't care about TV.
No, I meant me. I had the queen high value there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, means my bet is bad if you call.
go drop.
Not just £57,000, Jay. A little sweetener on top. Guys, the winner of the £10 package to the WPT World Championship. Not bad at all. So 67.6k essentially up top. As we move forward, commiserations and GG to Arron Pointon in 4th. And played a very good game overall, Jay. That ace-king hand will live long in the memory. I'd love to pick his brain about it somewhere down the line, but a very competent performance overall from him. So we see Francois here, opening queen 9 from the button. Vincent, very wide defend, jack 3 off. Decides he wants to get in the mixer. It's a huge flop. Well, huge as it goes for Francois. Top pair, 9 high, spade in hand. You can ignore the graphic at the bottom right. I'm convinced that was an all spade flop. Yeah, quite an interesting one. I think if we were ever going to check one back, it would be something like this, Jay. Top pair with a middling spade. But you know, we are, what, 25 bigs behind. Kind of comfortable just running it all, so picks it up.
How many cash in your one? How many cash? You got chips?
Are you inferring, Jay? Are you inferring that the people at home would only tune in if they could hear the magnificent tones of one Andrew Hedley and Jay Harwood? Who could blame them? Right, guys, we are back. Let's get after it. Tim Chung getting after it here. Pocket 7s makes it 160. Vince reluctantly folds queen 9. Francois now gets to play very much more of a kind of chippy V strategy now that we're 3-handed and he's the short stack. But does decide to get out of the way with jack 7. We've spoken about this before, Jay. It can be hard to sort of change gear sometimes when you've been sort of like marginalized as a short stack, you know, into having to fold a lot. It can be difficult sometimes to change gear. Sort of get in the mixer a little wider. Francois here. Ace-king of clubs. Saw this earlier, limped ace-10. Got Tim to isolate with a hand 9-4 offsuit. Trying to induce the same again, but Tim's timing very good. Doesn't bite with 10-3. Off to the queen deuce we go. Check from Francois. Action now on Tim. Let's check back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Ace high of Francois still good. Interesting here. You expect him to bluff at some point. Perhaps deciding that he may go for it on river. Jack of spades completes the board. Ace high, of course, best for Francois. Kind of interesting river spot. Not too much to seek value from. Kind of looking to get hero called by a king high, 10 high type hand. Does go check, check. Takes down a small one.
A little pot going its way. Can you hear me, Andrew?
I had a
I can hear you, but
I know.
I'm getting some rumbles from the old YouTube chat. Guys, if you could let us know, that would be great. Can you hear Mr. Harwood? Because otherwise, it sounds like I'm kind of schizophrenic, Jay, and just having a chat with myself. You know, that's not ideal.
Yeah.
Because that's what I thought. I thought, how can they hear you but not me when you're having a conversation with me and I can hear the conversation we're having? But
well, apparently one of us sounds like their auntie's chihuahua. So whether that is me, or that is you, or that is someone at the table, I'm unsure. Right,
I'm back.
I'm reliably informed that you can now be heard by all. By the way, I promised myself I would do this. You know when people come in the chat and give you a bit of grief?
Yep.
Tom Mass, earlier on, we had a small blind limp with 6s from Francois, and he's given out to me. He's given it to me in the chat saying, oh, better silence than hearing it's okay to limp this, yada yada. Well, mate, the guy had 15 bigs, for one thing, not 10. And he's against Tim Chung, who's incredibly aggressive and is going to raise fold a lot. So I'm just going to put it out there, Tom. You're wrong, pal. Absolutely fine to go for a limp shove strategy four-handed as the short stack. Right, there you go. In your eye, son. Right, back to it.
We were just
sometimes you just got to give it to them, Jay.
Yeah,
don't you?
we were actually just going to pull the stream early, guys, because it was so difficult to get us two back on. But Andrew said, "No, I need to get back on. I need to get this in. I'm not having it. I'm not having this guy tell me that I can't limp 6s for 15 bigs from the small. I'm not having it. So we are back. And back to a finish.
Tom just wants to rifle it in, you see, and just like pick up the smallest amount possible against an aggressive player.
There you go.
That's it, Tom. Carry on. Nah, I mean, I'm only messing, you know, a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. Obviously, shove would also be completely fine. But very reasonable, I would say, to try and mix in a limp shove against Mr. Chung. Right, back to it. Vince limps the small here with 10-8 off. Francois content to check with 7-6. Nine, 4, 9 with 2 spades. 10 high still best. And apologies, guys. Ignore that graphic bottom right. I'm sure it was 9-4-9, not 9-4 deuce.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, it's going to change things. This is an interesting spot. Looks like Vince has stabbed. Now, on the face of it, you know, we have 7 high, we can just fold. I think this is a really interesting combo, Jay, for Francois. 7-6, wrapping around the 4 and the 9 with like 2 backdoor straight draws, spade in hand. Could have considered either float or raise flop in my eyes, but does just get out of the way.
Yeah, it seems like a good one to choose when like using these. We like the power combos containing matching the suits on the board, if you like.
That's it. Francois played like very solidly, right? Like really kind of not too snug, just very patient. Like that's what I mean about changing gears. I'll be intrigued to see if he can start to put the foot to the floor a little in some spots. Obviously that spot, just 7 high, limp pot. It's kind of whatever. But you got to look for spots, Jay, right? Especially he's short-handed.
Yeah. He's just had seemed like just good fundamental poker today from him. And
yeah, very much so.
That's got him here free-handed, and now where if he can potentially open up a little more, start building his stack. Still,
for sure,
can't write him off.
Five in the window, followed by another one. How's your form, Tim Chung? Flops trip 5s. Vince going to check back here, potentially look to bluff later on or improve. Turn is a 7. Of course, not a lot working for for Vincent. Again, guys, apologies. Ignore. It's 5-4-5-7, not 5-4-5-5. Tim now going for value, of course. That flop trips. Fortunately for him, Vincent with nothing to continue with. So guys, if you are just joining us, welcome along. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hopefully we have everything ironed out and we're back in business. Three-handed here, WPT Prime UK Championship final table. All three players, £26,000 now locked up. Pretty big pay jumps coming now. £9,000 ladder coming up next. 35k for second and first place. Big old heads up match that's going to be, Jay. 22,000 pay jump plus that 10k extra package. So essentially a £32,000 heads up match on the horizon, which is pretty huge. First place basically getting twice second place money, excuse me.
Yeah, don't often see a ladder of that magnitude when you get to this stage, but obviously with the 10k package added, factoring that in, it is going to be a situation where it's a big swing first or second place.
Yep, very chunky.
Keep the suited one.
So guys in the chat, if you want to interact with myself or Jay, please do get into the mixer. And please do follow us on DTD Player, and you can interact with us on our socials, on Twitter and Instagram and the like. Please search DTD Player across all those platforms. Trying to grow the channel as much as possible. Continue to bring you as much kind of high-level poker content as we can. We see Vincent here in the small blind, Queen 4 offsuit. Of course, now with the chip lead, I'm going to mix in a raise here. Makes some sense. Queen 4.
Yeah, one more.
Nice one to use for Vince. 25 effective of Francois.
Yeah, it's slowly starting to pull away a little here. You know, almost half the chips in play. Can look to leverage pressure on Mr. Chung. Sure, he would like to get Francois out of the picture as soon as possible and try and get this one heads up. (6-4) offsuit now on the button for Vince. Now then, Jack-10 of diamonds for Francois. Very interesting here. Really think you could go any way you wanted here, Jay. Limp, raise, both seem very reasonable.
Oh, and Tim with the ace-8 off here in the big blind. Two hands collided. Blind on blind situation, and Tim going to raise it.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm not saying he will. I think Francois will often just call here. If he was to jam, I think Tim would probably call, but I think our hand is almost just too good. We can just keep in a lot of trash hands. And Jack-10 flops so well. Francois agrees. Decides on limp call. Does flop pretty well. Interesting flop. King 9-8 with two clubs. Open-ended straight draw and backdoor flush draw for Francois. Bottom pair for Tim.
Yeah, intriguing how Tim's going to proceed here now with his bottom pair. He's going to check it back. See a turn, which he's going to love. The ace of clubs.
Really interesting hand developing. Lots of our hands that want to check back will contain an 8. Really don't want to bloat the pot. Does improve to two pairs. Francois now still with that open-ender. Of course, Jay, inherently uncomfortable spot here when we do face a bet.
Yeah, and it's the fact that it brings through to a flush as well. So, yes, we have an up and down, but even when we make that on the river, 25% of the time it will bring a flush.
I mean, the really interesting part is we do have the best hands sometimes, right? Like against some of the pure junk of Tim. You know, if we give him the 6 deuce off, 7-4 off type holdings. So I don't fault Francois for calling. I think we need to have some designs on bluffing, Jay, on a club. Something that he might consider to do.
Sure.
As it stands, river is a 6. Tim with the best of it.
Now just comes down to size here for Tim. What size does he want to go?
I think you can ignore the graphic bottom right. There has to be more in the middle than 580. He's asked for 650, right? Because he ISO'd pre-J, right?
Yeah.
And then a call, so that makes the pot about 550 already. And there was a turn bet in there. Looks like about 2/3 pot to me. 650 from Tim. Francois with a hand that really has nowhere to go, but into the muck. Nice pickup for Tim.
Does just drop Francois back into that 20 BB remit. It would be kind of fitting if this final table finished with a 1-2 Vince Tim in whatever order sort of been the two.
Yeah, driving the action the most.
Yeah,
right?
you just seem to have the chips or most of the FT. Tim's had the chips, all of the FT. Vince started well and then just sort of never really looked back. Every pot he seemed to be involved in was going his way. Now over to Francois on the button.
160,000.
The Queen Jack off. Oh, and we got Vince in the big with Queen 10 of hearts here.
Thank you.
And Francois starting the hand with 18 big blinds.
I think you'll just see defend here as standard. Vince agrees. Is dominated. Queen high flop, of course, would spell trouble, especially at this stack depth. And there is a Queen J, followed by the ace of clubs, though, and the deuce. Both players here flopping middle pair. Francois with the best of it. Of course, backdoor flush draw capabilities.
Obviously, in terms of range, board, we're going to bet a lot. Think any merit to checking back a queen with a club, or we just continuing 100%?
No, I think we just bet as standard here. Just bet for a small size from button. Can still get called by a bunch of worse hands. All the worst Queen X going to call for one. All the flush draws and all these kind of little wheel draw type hands suited variety that defended. Some king highs will look us up too. 7 of spades on the turn. First kind of interesting decision point in the hand now, Jay. Like, this is one that you could check back. But when you think about Vince's range, lots of his hands that contain an ace have gone all in pre, right, for 18 bigs. So it's kind of interesting. So we could check back here and bluff catch river. You know, like a hand like a 3-4 or whatever that we'll need to bluff. Something like a king 10, even though that has a bit of showdown, you feel me? Bricked clubs, bricked backdoor spades, of course the 3 of spades completing the board. The decision now on Vince on how to proceed.
I'd personally go for value as Vince, yeah, as he is doing.
I would as well. Just for a small size, I think.
Showdown. That is 275,000. Call 275.
Very nice hand by both. Seems super reasonable. 40% snapped off by Francois. Back up over 2 million. course, he's still firmly in the mixer here. One double up, and we effectively take the chip lead, Jay.
There's still plenty as well. 25 bigs as a short stack heaps now. Especially on this, still getting an hour clock free-handed is massive as well. You're going to probably see twice as many hands free-handed than you would at a 7-8 handed situation. So got so much time in there. And gets a walk.
As we move boldly on three-handed. Been a great week of action here at Dusk Till Dawn. Gives us a chance to give some shout-outs to our winners of the week. The Luxon High Roller was won by Mr. Alex Goulder for £36,000. The warm-up was won by Zihao Ma. And of course, yesterday, the 7 Max High Roller was won by Mr. Ankita Huja. Big name these days in the poker streets is Ankit, always deep and in the mix. Took that down for shade under £35,000. Now, of course, the big one, who will be crowned Prime UK Champion. Vince and Tim sort of neck and neck at the moment. Open from Vince on the button with King 7. Tim defending with 5-6 off. Facing him in raise. Does flop best, so to speak. Again, please ignore that graphic. That was Queen 4 Deuce. They're testing us, Jay. In the
Yeah,
booth.
they are, but you're not missing a trick here.
Always on it, mate. Don't worry. This is where if you're not paying attention, you commentate this hand as if Tim's got top pair. 100k C-bet from Vince. Makes some sense. Pretty dry, disconnected board. Let's try and dislodge 2 random cards of Tim. Maybe get a hand like a King 9 to fold, something like this as well, that has us pipped. 5 of clubs on the turn. Tim improves to second pair. Once more, guys, that board is Queen 4 Deuce 5. So turns some showdown. Yeah, this is something that you see a lot. Little turn probe, Jay. 80k, 15% pot or so. Very nicely done from Tim. Like it a lot. Almost just like buying yourself a river card occasionally. Yeah. Like people don't respond very well against this bet size. Like a hand like pocket 8s, for example, something like this is supposed to raise for value.
Yeah.
Even like an ace 5, king 5 type hand, supposed to raise for value and protection. People often don't find it. And even just 2 random overcards there, like a king jack disconnected, supposed to call for the price every time.
Yep.
But it is something you see a lot. People find it quite confusing facing this tiny lead. Well done from Tim. And just denying King 7 there, right, for 80k price to win 700 or whatever it was. If you can make that work, it's a very shrewd bet. Well played. Francois now. Ace King of Hearts. Premium holding. Vince dominated hearts. 8-6 in the big. Let's make the call. And that flop is all French. Dear me, they're testing me again. King Jack 4, guys, not Jack 4-7. Many apologies about the graphics. We're working on fixing it. Unfortunately for you, you'll have to focus on my voice for the time being. If the board, excuse me, is not visible, it's going to be bet and take, you would imagine. Francois, half pot. Job done. How's this for a nice thin brag in the chat, Jay? Mr.
Go on.
Kurt Morgan, is cash running till late there tonight? I need to spend my winnings after winning the comp on Friday.
Oh, there you go. You got to get
What
them
a
in.
legend.
Got to get them in.
You absolutely do. I know for a fact that whenever I win something, Jay, I'm just straight on the phone to you, eh? I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly,
look at this,
yeah.
big man.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Little screenshot. Oh, look what I won.
I mean, why else do we play the game, right? If you can't
Yeah, of course.
celebrate with your friends.
Exactly. You need to brag. You don't want to like act like you're bragging, but find a way to slip it in.
Kurt, I'm sure cash will be running. Always is at DTD. I don't think I've ever been in and it's not been running. So good luck, mate. Let us know how you do. Action on Vince now. 10-8 in the small. Around about 30 bigs effective with Francois in the big. Little shade under. Let's have one of these hands. We could decide to try and bump it up pre. Checks his option.
Yeah. Can you stick your cards on your reader? You got them? Yeah. Thank you.
King, Queen, 9. Francois does flop best. Bottom pair. Vince, though, does have a gut shot. Gonna decide to start bluffing here straight away. Potentially put some pressure on hands like Jack High down the streets. Some disconnected ace highs. Maybe a very weak 9J on turn and river. Not gonna get a better hand to fold just yet for one bet.
Yeah, Francois having to continue. Well, this is going to be a nice one to use as a double barrel here as Vince picking up and down now. And a club in hand as well, so potential to triple on some club rivers. And France is going to have a tough time. 9 deuce here for Francois. Going to be difficult to continue if Vince can find this second barrel.
Yeah, certainly feels like a mandatory one. Vince agrees. I like this a lot. 80% or so. Just really starting to put a hand like a 9 in terrible spot. Even a weak queen here isn't thrilled. Facing big bet. Francois very aware. You know, recognizing here. Gonna have to find some sticky turn calls, and fairly well done so far. Finds the turn call. Just a 9.
Well, here we go.
Yeah,
Here.
it feels mandatory.
It does, Andrew. And I really would love to see Vince Meli find it here. We have this 10 of clubs in hand. 10 high, never going to be able to show down the winner.
10 seconds.
The thing that's really interesting here is I think we have to decide where our value starts, but he's jammed. Beautiful work from Vince. Sends it. 1.8x pot.
Beautiful stuff from Vince and Francois. Just going to be blended here. Huge shove from Vince Meli. Love the hand that he's chose though. I really love this triple from Vince. And really even put some of the Queen X, even something like King 3 suited for Francois in a horrible spot, and the 9 just can't do
well
anything.
Played. Very interesting. I always think in my head here, like where does our value start in terms of all in on the river? Right? Like, are we polarizing ourselves here, Jay, to just flushes, or like do we have some straights still that go all in? Probably.
Yeah, but I think we'll still have a straight there. Maybe even
two pair.
Yeah, maybe even
blind.
two. Yeah, maybe even 2 pair, 3-handed blind on blind.
Sure.
Potentially could be going for value.
Yeah. So once you factor all those things in, makes that jam all the sweeter in my eyes. Well played. Really nice play. Got a bit big. Asks for the lot. Back up to 4.6 mil.
Cross. Cool.
A7 off here for Tim. One of these middling offsuit ace-X. Not going to get aggressive this time though. Checks back at just around 22, 23 bigs effective of Francois.
Yeah, very reasonable, I think. Don't want to raise fold this hand, and Tim deciding it's a little too much to jam. Francois going to check here, bottom pair, backdoor hearts. Quick check behind from Tim Chung. Improvement for Francois. 8 of clubs on the turn, turns trips.
And not just improvement, card that Tim's going to have to call a barrel on here with the A7.
Check.
Francois starts betting now, but no, he goes for the sneaky little check. Doesn't get the opportunity to check raise.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot from Francois in these blind-on-blind confrontations. I think he's checked to Tim on like almost every street when we've seen these guys against each other. Now decides, I'm going to have to do the betting myself. Tim probably going to flick in one big blind here with ace high. Keeps his man honest. He's managed to lose essentially the minimum, excuse me. Mr. Don Jones asking how much is locked up. Well, my friend, all 3 players, £26,000 now locked. 9k pay jump between second and third. And then a massive old heads-up battle. 35k for second, 67.6 for the win. When we include that additional £10,000 WPT Championship World package.
The Don Jones in the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The famous man that wears the famous hat.
Oh,
Race 100 and
thought you were about to break into song there. It sounded like a setup for it.
No. So, Don's a regular, plays a lot in the Midlands.
Ah, beautiful.
Recently, news broke because he'd been wearing the same hat for years, but he got a new one. Saw him with a new one on in Leeds a couple of weeks ago. So
There we go.
I forgot the name of it. I think it's called. I could make myself look silly here. Is it the Deer Snatcher? Is that a hat?
The deer, Jay. Honestly,
I don't know.
you're getting muted for the rest of the time. It's a deer stalker, mate.
Deer Stalker.
A
There we
deer
go. I
snatcher.
knew it was deer something.
My
I
goodness
should know that. A man that likes to wear a hat.
Lord, give me strength.
Welcome to the street, Don. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll bypass that comment and get on with this hand as we sing Queen 10-6. Francois, the middle. Vince, not much going on with the 8-5.
Deer snatcher.
It's kind of the same thing. Snatch us. Oh, all right.
Sounds like the bad guy in the Bambi reboot.
Yeah.
Or an environmental snuff film. Right, we're getting carried away here. Middle pair. Still best for Francois. Interesting here. Vince going to go for a little bluff. On the Queen 10 6-3. Very small size, Jay. 105k. Hard to think of like too many hands fold into this sizing. Maybe just ace-X hands with no connectivity. Difficult to think of too many. Francois, of course, makes the call. River is the 3 of hearts. Vincent gonna have to bluff if he wants to win this one, Jay.
Yeah, just here with 8 high. It does have this high in hand, and maybe we can rep a 3 once we go that small size on the turn. Maybe a size that we might choose with bottom pair, sort of a little turn probe.
Yeah, he's going for the little fake value bet here. Shade under half. Can't imagine Francois will ever fold a 10 here. And does flick in, call and chip. very quickly. Gets max value with that flop check back. Well done.
Lines in, please.
The deer snatcher, Jay. Dearie me.
It's stalker snatcher. I don't know. I knew it was something to do with it.
Oh dear.
Well, it can't, if you're going out hunting for deer, like you might be snatching them, like at the end of the day. Yeah, you're stalking them as well, but there might be some snatching going on.
One of these three players hoping to snatch the title.
There you go.
There you go. It was all worth it just for that setup.
Vince in the small with the A7.
10 seconds. Go.
He's going to limp here. Francois, all of a sudden, Jay's right in contention here. 3.8 mil. Basically a very level three-handed game. Checks back here, 9-6. 8 deuce deuce.
Check.
Good check from Vincent with ace high.
Yeah, maybe Francois got one that could stab once in a while, wrap around that 8, 9 high. Could definitely fold out 10 high, jack high stuff.
Definitely.
Check.
I wouldn't mind it at all as it stands. Goes check, check. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Check.
Does get there. 9 of clubs on the river. All of a sudden, momentum all going the Frenchman's way.
Check.
Yeah, and this may get paid. Vince with ace high. I think definitely would pay 1 BB.
Interesting that Vince declined the option to put a tiny bet in himself. Maybe get looked up by some king highs. But yeah, very mandatory spot to bet on the river for Francois, and he has only asked for the minimum. You might be right, Jay.
Go.
Don't think we can fold to 1 big blind.
9-6. Yeah, can you just do 5 big? Just 5, just 1.
And I believe a break should be coming up in around 5 minutes time. Be a short 15
Just
and
all
back
yellow.
to the 100k level.
Yeah, you get the feeling
No, it's
that
good.
something will have to give soon.
Yeah.
Great structure, but once we get to that level, Jay, everyone kind of 40 bigs effective.
Yeah, just less. About average 35 bigs it's going to be after the break, assuming we don't lose one in these last couple of hands.
Raise.
Vince now.
160.
Going to open. Jack 5 of diamonds. Into Tim. Ace deuce off. Couple of options available with this one.
Pardon?
550.
Let's
Raise,
decide to take the aggressive route.
Plus
Quickly gets it through.
raise to 160. Raise to 550. Fold.
Look at that, Jay.
Oh wow, would you look at that?
Not a hair between them. Less than 1 big blind between third and first. Pretty rare that you see that. In fact, I'm not sure I've ever seen that in all my
I'm not sure I
time
have.
doing comms. Amazing stuff. Been quite the level for Francois. Has put himself right in contention here.
Cross.
Action on Tim. Jack 7 offsuit in the small.
Raise 300.
Let's start getting aggressive. It's a case of bad timing. Vince Finds ace king off in the big. 50 bigs effective.
10 seconds.
725.
Pardon?
725.
What? Sorry, I'm trying to get
725.
Sorry, I can't quite hear the headphones on. 725.
Let's make it 725. Snap fold from Tim.
A lot of noises. It's hard to hear everything.
Nobody understand me.
With this one as well, it's very difficult for me. yeah.
No, I have to repeat all the time. Like.
Sorry, guys. I'll try and catch you. There's a lot of noise behind us as well, yeah. Yeah. I need another 80.
We should play over there.
Yeah. You wouldn't have this lovely stream table over there.
Another big hand now. Ace queen of clubs for Tim.
Race 160.
Makes it 160 to go.
Doubt that Vince will do anything with the jack 8 in the small. Looks like Francois just going to let Tim take it. Not choosing to defend 4-5 there, facing 2 BBs.
Yeah, he has been on the tighter side. Obviously not unreasonable out of position. To just sometimes play a little snug. Certainly could have defended for the price. Let's get out of the way.
Seeing some big hands come out, free-handed.
Yeah.
Ace-10 suited now for Vince.
Race 160.
Now then, Francois with a very playable Queen 8 of diamonds. Intrigued to see if he widens his range here, Jay.
Race.
Haven't seen much of it from him, and here we go. Does decide to 3-bet. Don't mind it at all. Unfortunate timing. It's not going to work. Pre-flop at least.
Just expect Vince to always call here with position.
10 seconds. Cool.
Well. Trouble potential for Francois here. A 6-6. Board as the aggressor. May fancy putting some barrels in on. I think we're definitely going to see C-bet. Then it may just be a white flag wave.
Yeah, always interesting these ones. You do always tend to see very small C-bet here. You know, you are going to get enough auto folds out of the button. You know, some of the better queen and king highs with no flush draw, often just going to fold. It's kind of tricky, Jay, holding diamonds here. Like, obviously, we don't like that in terms of we block the kind of auto folds like a queen jack of diamonds type. As it stands, very easy call, of course, for Vince in position. Through to the jack of clubs turn, no change. Have to see if Francois fancies doing something heroic. Does shut it down. Pretty reasonable, I think, Jay.
Yep.
It's not really the type of hand that we want to treble off. You know, you're going to run into an ace very often, and you're not going to dislodge too many heart combos, for example, on turn.
And looks like Vince just going to fire turn. Francois will fold. We will take just under 15 minutes, and then we will be back for three-handed action. I hope we will be, because Francois thinking, but does eventually let the Queen 8 suited go. But I believe that's the last hand of the session, guys. I think we're on a 15-minute break, and we will be back shortly. See you soon.
You just push your 5Ks for a second. Yeah. I'm going to get you to buy the rest of them as well. Just make sure you take
a check then, right? I should never take you at your words. I don't know, I should never take it.
It's a long day.
It is.
Now we know why we didn't finish yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, but imagine fucking like 12 people left.
Yeah, everyone's thinking, oh, we could have done it now.
So you got 5, yeah?
No. 4.1.
4.1.
How much you have, Francois?
Almost 2.
Okay, thank you.
No. Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I have
Must have 4 point something.
And welcome
5,
back, everybody.
2, 3, 5, 4, 5.
Here we go.
Okay.
Three-handed.
Thank you.
B Warriors Jay on the felt, competing for the title of WPT Prime UK Championship Champion Extraordinaire. First one ever, Jay, on UK soil. Whoever takes it down, person to ever win the WPT Prime in the UK.
And a privilege to cover it.
Francois Vincent firmly in the mixer. Francois, after losing that pot for the break, has dropped back down to shade under 2 million. Makes it 200k here from the button with King 8. Vince defending with 7-5. Off to the ace-9 deuce. King high, still best. Quick bet and take it for Francois. Time to put you on the spot, Jay.
Okay.
Who do you like? Who's taking this down?
It's hard to look past Tim. Although Vince with a slight chip lead, I think if we played this final table 1,000 times free-handed, I think Tim would come out on top.
How many times are you still crunching the numbers?
Yeah, I'm still crunching the numbers. I reckon if we played this final table 1,000 times free-handed, Tim would win. Around, let's go for, I'm going to go for 410. 410 I'm going to go for.
410, that's very precise. All right.
In poker, it could be anyone. As you know, anything can happen with the cards. What about you, Andrews? Your pick?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the boring answer is Tim with pedigree and the like. You'd probably give him an edge. But let's I'm not going to discount Vince or Francois for that matter, but Vince he's very spicy and capable of some, like, putting players under the cosh. So we'll give him a puncher's chance. Francois too, although he needs to get some upward momentum fast in a three-handed game. But yeah, you would give Tim, I think, a slight edge for sure.
Not just that, like with Vince, you say about his game, but he's actually on form over like 12 months in a live tournament setting isn't a long time. A year in live tournaments isn't really a long time, and in that 12 months he won UK IPT here like 11 months ago for 160k. He's won a GUKPT in the last 6 months. He finally tabled an EPT about 10 months ago. Like he's just had all these things happen in the last year or so, and sometimes that sort of confidence, momentum, form, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, it's massive.
Just keeps coming back and keeps getting you over the line.
It's certainly something to be said when you have the wind at your back. Queen 10 of clubs here. Very strong hand, three-handed. Come in for the min raise. 200k to go. Ooh, interesting how quickly Francois folded there.
Potential. Ace-4 off.
A little surprised at how quickly he laid that down. You know, there's, what, 450, right, in the middle? Every hand there, when the button opens. 25% of our chips or so already out there to be fought for. A little surprised to see him fold so fast. You see Vince get a walk. So once more, Vince out in front, 4.8 million. Tim with 4.2. Francois on the short stack. 20 big blinds to work with. Tim now, Queen 8 offsuit.
Raise 200.
Let's come in for a raise.
Pass. Pass.
Francois with the quick lay down.
Raise 200. Pass.
Vince wakes up with a real one here. 200k to go. With ace 10 of diamonds. No action behind.
Suited. Ace 10.
Feels like that doesn't matter, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's bigger than both wheels.
Another blind on blind confrontation incoming between the chip leaders. Tim content to limp here with 10-8 off. Vincent with a very attractive Jack 10 of spades. Is reaching for raising chips.
250.
Certainly one you can go either way. I think at 40 it seems pretty reasonable to bump it up.
Yeah, I think once we get to like 30, we prefer playing check a lot more
Yeah.
because it's just one of those we can't raise call off.
Sure. Tim, gonna look him up. Hand as strong as 10-8. Don't really want to limp fold it. Oh my goodness, 10-8-3. Here we go. Top two pair for Tim Chung.
Wow.
Vince here, top pair of his own with a jack kicker. Could be trouble.
Yeah, and
Really
these
gonna-
two only separated by 6 big blinds, so Francois is going to be sitting there absolutely loving chips go in the middle here. And as Tim, too strong a hand in my opinion to start raising just yet, when Vince probably going to be c-betting heavily.
It's really interesting though. If he does fast play this,
550.
and
Oh, he is.
Yeah, deciding. I think maybe just deciding that when Vince bets here, like he has lots of hands that will just check back and just not, you know, I mean, is he really just bloating the pot with
Yeah,
like
perhaps.
a king, jack, king, queen? Do they always c-bet? You know, over pairs, of course, right, will always c-bet. A better 10 is going to c-bet. Some of the hands that wrap around this board, like a queen, jack suited type, will always call a raise. Makes it 550. Huge turning coming, and goodness me, it's pretty blank. 5 of diamonds turn. I mean, there's a universe where they get this in, Jay.
There is. Once Tim has elected to go down the aggressive route on the flop with a monster, Vince with a very strong hand of his own, gonna have to strap in for
1.1.
one more street here on the turn. And once Tim even goes this size here, 2/3 pot, top pair, blind on blind, 3-handed situation.
Yeah, just a really nice geometric type sizing. 2/3 pot turn to set up 2/3 pot river. This is grim. Very, very grim for Vince. Can't imagine we can ever fold turn. You don't love having a jack in your hand, Jay, right? Some of the natural bluffs going to come from maybe like a jack 7 suited, jack 9, queen jack type holding.
Yep. Yeah, we can't fold turn as
No.
Vince. We're gonna have a real grim decision on a lot of rivers, but
Yeah, river of the tournament incoming is a 7. Not a complete blank. Jack 9 type semi-bluff now does get there. Goodness me. You would imagine Vincent's about to hear those 2 words that he doesn't want to in this specific spot. Wow.
and Tim loves that. Just fade the snap. That's all you say in your head when you're in that spot. You know you got a jam, and you just want to fade that 5-second snap call. And now we know that it's not a caller. Well, it is still a semi-caller in a way. Top pair versus 2 pair, blind on blind. And now over to you, Vince.
This is an absolutely brutal spot. One thing I will say, Jay, we just don't beat value, right? Like, if we give Tim the worst hand Tim does this with, like for value, maybe like an ace 10, right? Ace 10, king 10, and even they may not all go for 3. So we're basically bluff catching here. It's really quite interesting now, holding this jack. We do block the nuts, like a jack 9 that we mentioned.
One thing I will say about Vince, this whole final table, when he's got to the river in a spot with a hand that could go either way, he's gone the way of call most of the time.
I'm finding it hard to assign too many natural bluffs. I think he's laid it down. Or is that a time bank chip?
Time bank's gone in. Time bank.
Excuse me.
5 seconds.
I mean, what's the natural bluffs of Tim here? It's really difficult to give him too many, Jay. Like a queen 9, and he does make the fold. What a fantastic laydown from Vince. Well done.
Top-notch stuff.
Even though it's hard to give bluffs, it's still tough to fold here against a capable player. Queen 9, Jay? Kind of natural.
Yeah, queen 9. Do you think if Tim rivers a 7 with, let's say, 9-7, 6-7, these 2 in there as well, do you think he continues barreling, turns third pair into a bluff, or does he think he's then just got showdown? But it's not really, once Vince calls twice.
Yeah, I don't think he has any showdown with a 7, really.
So maybe the 9-7, 6-7 in there.
Yeah.
Oh, but other than that, we are sort of clutching and thinking what we are.
Sure. Great hand once again. Well done, Vince. Oh, and he's just sent it in here with ace-8. Quick fold from Francois. 15 effective. Sad to have to fold 7-8 suited. What can you do?
Sick one.
Vince trying to get a read here on if Tim was bluffing.
Can't think properly. Yeah. I don't know. Sick.
Action back on Francois. King 3 off in the small. He's just going to lay it down. It's a little too tight off the short stack to me.
Maybe does some jamming. 14, 15.
Let's get that guy in with the sixes comment. He'll let us know.
Oh, Andrew, you're not still thinking about that, are you?
I like giving the rub downs back, man. You have to. You
I know.
gotta do it. Gotta give them back. Or they'll run you over, Jay, in this line of work.
I understand.
All right, Francois, ace deuce on the button. 15 bigs deep. Does send them in. 1.4 million. Oh, snap called. Hello. Certainly woken up with something, and it is ace jack for Vince as Francois crushed. So 72% favorite for Vince Meli to take us down to heads-up play. 8-7-4 on the flop. No help for Francois. Turn is a 7. Some chop possibilities now. An 8 or a 4 would chop the pot, or a deuce needed. GG, 10 of diamonds on the river, and we do lose Francois Tosques in third place. Great performance from him, Jay. Hung in there all day, laddered up to third. Takes home £26,000 for his effort. And we are now heads up. It's going to be Vincent Meli taking on Tim Chung
You do a break
for the
now?
title of the WT Prime Championship.
Why do a break?
I believe we are going to have just a quick 5-minute break, guys, just to get everything set and ready for heads up. I believe the pictures will stay on, but just want to do some photos, I believe, and make sure that everything is set and ready. So 8:15, we will be back with the heads up coverage between Tim Chung and Vince Meli. We will see you in 5 minutes time.
Can I move here or something? Just to see him, so I don't have to turn my head.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here, whittled down to 274 entries for this one. And we are down to Tim Chung, who has a slight chip lead over Vince Meli. I believe it's 3-2. Around 4 million plays 6 million. And we're about to get underway. Before we do, I did just hear a bit of table chat going on. And if you notice, Vince Meli kind of strapped for time banks cards, and Tim has a column of them. And I believe I overheard that Tim has only used 2 time bank cards all tournament. And he's saved them all just in case he gets a really difficult spot heads up. He could have a tank for probably a good 6-7 minutes if he wanted to.
Imagine being that good at the game, Jay, that you just never use a time bank card the whole time. It's a bit of a mug off, if you ask me.
Yeah, I got back early. I was just listening to the table chat, and Vince was saying I've only got this and he's got that many, and then was just saying how he's only used 2 all tournament. And here we go. Gets a big hand to start heads up. Ace Queen suited in the big blind.
Yep, pretty easy one to bump up. Next 800k. Quick fold from Vince. Next hand dealer.
Maybe he's just not had any difficult spots, Andrew. Maybe it's just been plain sailing. It's just been easy spots the whole tournament. You don't know.
You know what it's like anyway. Normally your first instinct's right, and then everything else is just a waste of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So you see the chip counts there. Tim, 6.4 million, 4.5 for Vince. They are pretty deep as far as heads up goes. 45 blinds.
Just a quick one, Andrew.
Yes,
you may know better than me. Is there? There's not. Okay, on the graphic it says there's a big blind ante in play, but I can't see no ante in the middle of the table.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference if there is none.
Exactly. I was confused why Tim folded 8 deuce off on the button there, but makes a lot more sense now with no ante in play.
Yeah, not going to fold too many hands heads up, even less so with the BB ante in play. Yeah, I think you could be right. I haven't seen one on the table unless it's blending in. Pretty easy spot for Tim here. Bumps it up with King Queen. Hand over. I mean, who needs a time bank when you've got Ace Queen suited and King Queen and stuff like that? Easy.
Exactly. We can laugh, we can joke, but very good player, Tim Chung. One of the best in live settings, I believe. He's one of like the hybrids. Will be studied, understand the theory of the game, but will divert from that a lot. Will weigh up his opponents, think how he can exploit them. What are they doing too much? How can we counteract that? What aren't they doing enough? How can we counteract that? And he's why he's such a difficult opponent to battle against here. And Vince will have his work cut out. Heads up.
Yeah, heads up here. King 8 versus Ace 10. Vince could have considered 3-betting. Decides just to call. Nice to have some strong hands in our just call range pre. Interesting flop. Middle pair for Tim. Overcard, gut shot, and backdoor nut flush draw working for Vince. Intrigued to see how he approaches this one. Couple of options available. Small C-bet from Tim, 30%.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything other than call here from Vince. Maybe we had, like, let's say, somehow had 10-6 with a diamond, be a much better hand to potentially go for the bluff. Ace high is still strong hand in a heads-up scenario.
And there it is, instant service, 9 of clubs turn. Vince improves to the jack high straight. Let's check it over. Tim gonna hate this card. You know, if If he wasn't already behind, he's very often going to be behind now. Likely just to check here, try and take this to showdown. Still beat some worse 8x, some worse 7x type holdings.
Oh,
Hello. 8 on the river. Likely just goes bet call, Jay, you would think, depending on sizing. I wouldn't expect Vince to check river here. Don't want to allow your opponent to check back.
yeah, and I think Tim's just always calling, unless Vince, which I don't think he will, finds like a tiny size, then maybe we raise the 8 for value. But against this size here, just going to be a quick call for Tim. And that just makes it neck and neck. Vince now with the chip lead.
Very nice from Tim. Gets paid for the full pot. A little surprised at how quickly Tim snapped that off. You know, I'm not saying we're going to fold this hand. But, you know, interesting. Like, what hands go full pot that are pure bluffs? I guess brick diamonds. There's enough of these combos. Like, is a 7 going to turn its hand into a bluff?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, but obviously when catching on rivers, we're like in that scenario, we can't just call straight. So what?
No, of course.
Yeah. So like he probably just knows that an 8 against pot is just 100% calling. No need to take time. No need to waste a time bank chip or anything like that. Collecting those. I should say time bank card. As Vince limps in on the button. Tim going to check with the 10-7. Flops being hit, heads up. Making a pair, strong holding. Both with a pair here, Tim with middle, Vince with bottom.
Yeah, it does probe for 40%. Could have elected to check this one back. With bottom pair, it's kind of a tricky one. That just ugly little deuce alongside it. Does decide to go for a little bit of denial. Try and get a little bit of value on flop. Turn is a 3 of spades. Tim's pair of 7s still best.
And now probably where we are going to see Vince check back with his third pair. And now 4 line up on the river. And just going to be check, check. No need to turn a 5 into a bluff. Heads up as Vince.
Check. Down. 7.
King 8 for Tim. And 10-6 for Vince for a heads up. Do expect this to defend. Not too many holdings we're going to be letting go.
Off to the Jack 9-8 flop. Tim does flop best, bottom pair, albeit a very vulnerable one.
Yeah, been here before with King 8, the Jack 9-8 board, when Vince had the Ace 10. This time not choosing to continue.
Very interesting. 6 on the turn.
Check.
Vince going to try and navigate this one towards showdown. Tim with the decision.
I think no spade, no heart in our hand as Tim. Could be one that likes to bet, but it's going to check back a second time.
Yeah, possibly deciding it's a one street hand. And can value bet still on some blanks if check to. That's what I expect to see here if Vince does check.
Yeah, I really like in these spots with these type of hands, Andy. Maybe I always say it's the PLO player in me, but like a little 1BB bet here from Vince, and if we get raised,
Sure.
free bet Tim.
Ooh.
And turn it into a bluff. Like the 10-6 here seems like the tidiest candidate to use this line with, and
Sure.
maybe something that could have been seen. That Tim is just going to get to go for value now with his 8, and
Yeah.
I doubt we're going to see Vince fold.
I mean, having said that, the check bet node, kind of like B60,
Raise.
he has bluffed.
Well, there you go.
Very nice. This is a spicy one. Really nice recognition, I think, from Vince here that, I mean, Tim's, it kind of has what it looks like he has, like a hand that just gets to the river like a 9 or an 8 that decided to kind of pot control and then go for one street.
You're good, you're good. 6.
I think Tim has called, very well sniffed out. Nice hand from both players.
Very nice.
Maybe just a little on the small side, Jay.
Yeah,
Vince,
agree there from Vince, but I don't think like I like that hand to free bet raise if we go really small on the river, but maybe fourth pair with the 10 blocker heads up. Do we need to just go for like the single raise? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I might have just gone for call or fold. Maybe call most of the time, but like you say, maybe Tim is weighted towards like an 8x, a pocket 7. Something that is hunting for showdown. Interesting one. But it's just so difficult, Andrew. These heads up situations, heads up's just so difficult to be good at and play every spot perfectly.
Sure.
Sometimes you're doing some of this, sometimes you're doing some of that. It's just a lot of guesswork going on. And
we
it
spoke about earlier, Jay, when we were like, it's in there sometimes. Fine,
exactly.
do what you want.
I just think that Doug Polk, one of the best heads-up players in the world, he probably doesn't even study. He just does what he wants and says it's in there at some frequency. Sometimes we do some of that. Sometimes we do some of this.
That's the way it should be. Really interesting hand. We've seen a few of those river spots with these guys. Bet from Tim, raised by Vince. So far, Tim stationing him down pretty off.
Raise, 250.
I mean, I could not reach the 50.
Oh, you're trying to, okay, it's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine, 200.
Oh, here we go. Tim got one that loves to be used at around 30.
7.
Slightly more here, but still going to be taking it. And it will be working here against Vince. And Tim just getting a little foothold here. Getting that nice hero. Pot went his way. Very next hand. Nice little free bet bluff with a tidy little candidate to choose. The old offsuit high-low. We like them.
No ante says up. Pass.
And if Tim does close this out, something that is a rarity, especially in a 3-day tournament or more, the day 1 chip leader being the day 2 chip leader and then becoming the eventual champion. Tim bagging up chip lead day 1 and then bagged up chip lead yesterday coming into this final table. Now in real contention to close it out, take it down, £57,600 plus the 10k package plus the trophy.
Yeah, trying to go wire to wire. Does just feel as if he's starting to turn the screw here on Vince. Of course, things can change very quickly, heads up. Limped pot here. Tim with the marginally better queen high.
Check.
Has the best of it post flop. Also 10-8-5 all spades. Neither player with a spade in hand. Quick check, check. 6 on the turn. No change.
Check.
Vince with one of those kind of hands. It's not really an appetizing spot to bluff turn. May just try and check back. Decide on river whether we can bluff on the appropriate texture. Deuce of clubs. Likely just goes check, check now. And does. Tim, with the best of it, pair of fives, gets the job done. Just slowly creating some daylight now, Jay. 3 or 4 hands in a row going Tim's way, up to 7 million versus the 4 million of Vince Meli.
Another big hand here. Heads up for Tim. Ace-10 on the button.
Raise 200s.
Yeah, all going his way. 200k to go. Vince now, 8-3 of clubs. Just flicking, call and chip. Ooh, king, 3, jack, and 2 clubs. Action flop. Bottom pair and a flush draw for Vince. Tim with a gut shot to Broadway and an overcard.
Talk about a spicy one.
Yeah.
Continues for 150. And spoke about this spot earlier. Weren't heads up, but these sort of pair flush draw hands are ones that really do like to do a lot of calling when we have the showdown in there to go alongside our flush draw.
Oh, wow. Queen of diamonds. How's your luck, Mr. Chung? Drills Broadway. Gonna be licking his lips here. Unblocking all of these pairs on the board. Gonna be looking to get a whole pile of chips in here, Jay.
Yeah, and we'll try and look to get it done here.
Let's bet 600k. Awkward spot here for Vince, of course. Certainly a world where we have the best of it. You know, some random 10x type hands can be teeing off here, some ace-x. Trying to leverage, put pressure on a hand like a queen or a jack. A really, really bad river for Vince. 9 of hearts completes the board.
Check.
Basically just praying to somehow win at showdown. You can see Tim with the stone nuts.
What size are we going here, Andrew, with the ace-10?
10 seconds.
All in.
All of it?
Yeah,
All in.
I think so. I think, you know, just a 10 will never fold, and we can make 2 pairs, hero is off. Just feels like a spot to jam and just hope your opponent has a 10, really.
Okay.
You on the red, Tim?
Hmm?
You on the red?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just send it in, Jay. Send in the clowns. See if we can get called.
I just thought on the river, like when Vince checks that quickly, maybe if he like had river like has a 10x, he'd probably think about playing some leads and like some king queen, queen jack, king jack type stuff. Might free bet pre. Like just thinking of it from like that point. I understand like if he gets a 10, we just always get the lot. But if we go a small size, does a 10 not jam anyway? Like say if we go small there. Like, if we go small, we target the king X, potential queen X, 1 pairs that call, 2 pairs going to call anyway, and then a 10's going to jam if we go, like, quarter, third pot there for sure, right?
I don't know about for sure. It's one of these spots.
What, heads up? You don't think second Lux is jamming for value, heads up?
Yeah, but
Tim's
just not going to call check jam without a 10,
I guess, yeah, I guess.
He probably just wants to get greedy, I guess. I'm with you. I could get on board with non-all-in. Just the way Tim plays, and you know, he's capable of bluffing it off here, so I think he just wants to jam and try and get heroed by 2-pair or 10, of course. Anyway, we continue. Ace 10 for Vince now. Trying to turn the tables. Flops best. Middle pair. Tim comes with B30. Quick check call from Vince. Six of diamonds on the turn.
Check.
No change. Tens of Vince still best. Whether Tim decides to send in the aggressive barrels or shut this one down, does decide to knuckle back through to the 9 of clubs river.
Check.
Very quick check from Vince. Would have liked to seen a little bit more time taken here.
The potential value could have been eked out once Tur goes check, but maybe thinking about giving Tim some rope.
Yeah, it's going to work as well. Yeah. Very nice.
450.
And just going to be an easy call for Vince facing 55%.
Cool. Showdown, please.
Yeah, does flick it in.
Okay.
Tim just trying to maybe fold out a 4, something like this, Jay. Try and represent the old bet, check, bet. Thin value line.
Yeah.
Of course, never getting a 10 to fold. Nice little recovery from Vince. Now just a 2-1 underdog.
And maybe once again, like I know Tim's very observant at the table, reading into his snap check again from Vince on the river and thinking maybe if Vince had some hand that could value bet a 10, maybe even a 9, he might actually think about it for a few seconds rather than going for the snap check over to us. It can sometimes gain some information from timing on opponents, how quickly they make their decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Vince finds a real hand. Pocket 10s. Fortunately for him, Tim just with nothing. Not a little bit of hidden run good there. Just waking up with a completely undefendable holding when our opponent has a premium. If you are just joining, guys, good evening. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Hope you're enjoying your night. We are heads up. WPT Prime UK Championship. Tim Chung versus Vincent Meli for the title. £57,000 plus a 10k package. The WPT World Championship. We see Tim raise the button, 10-8 off, makes it 200k. Vince here with pocket 6s.
7.
Is going to go for the 3-bet call. Understandable. 37 bigs. Seems quite reasonable. Tim gets out of the way.
Yeah, like these pairs are ones that we can 3-bet call off, or like it sounds crazy up to 40 BBs heads up, but just when you understand the maths of getting dealt a pair, then you understand the maths of 2 players getting dealt a pair in a heads up situation. It doesn't happen very often. It's about 280 to 1 shot for
It's hard
both
to get
players.
2 cards that match each other.
Exactly.
Isn't it, Jay?
It's hard. It's very rare you see 2 pairs dealt heads up. But yeah, ace queen suited, just as good as a pair on the button for Vince.
Lines to go down next time, gents. Race to 2.
200k to go. Very playable little baby suited connector for Tim Chung. Makes the call.
Check.
10, 3, 4. Spade, diamond, diamond. Tim flops best. Checks it over to Vince.
150.
He's going to c-bet. 30%. Interesting spot here for Tim.
Cool.
Does land on just call.
Check.
Board pairs, 3 of spades. Quick check from Tim over the Vince. Awkward spots these can of course have the best hand often. There's a lot of draws out there. going to be hard to navigate on a bunch of rivers. Let's check back. Tim now. The decision, Jay, whether to seek value or not.
I think we make the assumption that Vince always is going for value with a 10 or better on the turn once it becomes two-tone. So he's going to try and eke out this little bit of value with a 4 as Tim targets some ace highs, even some king high stuff that might call.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Doesn't feel great for Vince. But for this price, you just got to take it. Getting 9-1 on your money. Does flick it in. Gets the bad news. That's the old classic, Jay, where people say, well, you only need to be right 1 in 10 times, and you might be right 1 in 70. I'm still waiting for someone to show me a bluff there, is what I'm saying, Jay.
I saw one on, I believe it was the Triton series when Heckling got like a, it was a 1BB into, it was like, he bluffed like 8-9, he was up and down, bluffed 9 high for 1BB, gave his opponent 20-1 on the corner river and got him to fold King Queen, which was King Queen high. So that's the only time I've actually seen a bluff being used in that spot, and it actually worked.
Cool.
High morale.
Yeah, high morale getting that through.
Heckling loves the high morale.
And he showed it with a smile on his face as well, as you would. If you get one of them through, you got to show.
Oh, here we go. Limped pot. Check. Ace, Jack, Deuce. Flop 2 pair for Vince. Tim with the pocket pair of 3s. It's going to go for a little bit of value and protection here in the limped pot. And Vince loving life here. Bottom 2 pair. See if he elects to slow play or if he decides to fast play himself. Looks like a min click. Shade over 325. Tim may not be done with this, Jay. Backdoor straight draw. Backdoor flush draw, although it's a baby heart and a very disguised 2-outer opportunity, does make the call.
Oh my word.
Goodness me. Tim Chung.
You didn't mention the set draw, Andrew.
I did. I got it in there.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that bit.
Disguise of 2-outers. This could be it, Jay. Hard to envisage a world where Vince can get away.
750.
What a brutal turn card. 750 on the turn.
Gonna need to see like an ace, a counterfeit,
right.
a 3 for Tim to make quads. A jack would be great because then we can actually get the full double. But Vince in a world of hurt here.
10 seconds.
Interesting decision this for Tim. Like if he gives his opponent pure value, like it's a world we can fast play, but our hand just feels so invulnerable. Does just call. Vince doesn't know it, but he needs a board change in river, and that is not it, Jay. 8 of spades completes the board.
And I can't see it any way that we don't have a champion in this hand. 2 pair overset, sit caller heads up on a fairly dry board texture. And I assume Vince is just going to go for the shove for just less than pot. And Tim.
He does announce all in, Jay. And that is it. Snap call from Tim Chung. Vince takes off the glasses, sees he's been 2-outered on the turn. Very unfortunate cooler, Jay, heads up. And that is it, guys. Tim Chung wins the 2024 WPT Prime UK Championship. A worthy champion, Jay.
Yeah, worthy champion, and coming in with the chip lead was probably a lot of people's favourite, but you still need to close it out. You still need to put that stack to work, and thoroughly deserved for Tim Chung. He'll be happy to add another title to his resume. Another great run from Vince Meli. What a 12 months he's been having, just final table after final table. Couldn't close this one out, but it's just beaten by a pretty grim caller there that puts Tim Chung over the line. And he is our WPT Prime main event champion here at DTD.
Yeah, commiserations, of course, to Vince. Great run. Takes home £35,000 for his effort. And well done to Tim. Straight on the phone, texting the mates. takes home £57,660 plus that 10k pounds WPT World Championship package. And that is it from us, guys, for the evening. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. Please, as always, give us a like and follow on DTD Player. And that's it from us. Quite the final table. We look forward to seeing you next time from dusk till dawn. Good night, guys.
Do you still want the flop out or just his winning hand? Just this? No problem. Wait, and I'll tidy up everything.